Heap of Shadows. Future's Birth, Volume 3. Written and narrated by S.J. Saunders. Chapter 1. Contracts and Invitations. Allie let her mind fully explore her distaste for the large man across the desk, finding each tangent delightfully extensive. From Guard Captain Phylak's questionable decorating choices all around her, usually involving the remains of some animal or another, to the ridiculous enormity of his lacquered darkwood desk, to the look of superior disdain on his gruff, bearded face as he took in Allie and her companions. Allie thought it would be a near impossible task to think of something positive to say about the man in that moment. And not being involved in allowing an army of scalies into the city to ransack the temple doesn't count, she thought darkly, recalling the illustrious incarcerated mayor of Dragon's Nest. People shouldn't get credit for not being power-hungry idiots. Look, Phylak growled, leaning forward in his high-backed chair. I'm sure you all killed a crockblood or two, and you're so very proud of it. But the fact is, if this Garich has brought together the combined forces of crockbloods, goblins, and lizardkin to help avenge the death of his brother, dropping a dozen or so isn't exactly going to make a difference. And I'm not going to pretend like it does just to spare your fragile egos. Allie glanced to her left, noting the tight pucker on the face of the dark-haired woman beside her. It hadn't been hard to catch Phylak's tone of blame at the mention of Baskug, the dead chieftain Jack had dropped with her deadly arrows before the crockblood had been able to kill the double-crossing Denaxus, the town's former mayor. I don't regret my actions, Jack said slowly, her voice admirably cool as she leveled her hard stare on Phylak. And we didn't come here to brag. Yeah, said the blue-eyed boy to Jack's other side, his lip curled in obvious disgust as he glared at the guard captain. So, instead of treating us like children, how about you thank us for making sure you're informed about a threat to the town so you can actually do your job? Surprisingly, Phylak didn't shoot out of his chair, leap across the desk, and slam Tanner's face into the wood slats of the floor. Instead, he simply cocked a bushy eyebrow and gave a grating sigh. Look, I get that you're just trying to do your duty here, but what more would you have me do? Even with bringing half-breeds into the ranks of the town guard, we're still woefully undermanned after the last attack. I have my people pulling far too many patrols, and morale is still threadbare in the barracks. I can't exactly afford to rally what pitiful forces we have and mount an assault against Garich in the marshlands, just so you three can sleep better at night. Even if we weren't slaughtered outright, the cost would be far too high, and Dragon's Nest would be left defenseless. We're not asking for any of that, said Jack, her voice as strained as Allie had ever heard it. We just thought you should know what you're up against. Phylak grunted, leaning back in his chair. Fair enough. Now that I do know, I suppose our business is concluded. Allie again looked over to Tanner, witnessing the moment he physically bit back his next tirade. He'd freely shared his thoughts on Phylak the night before over dinner at the Iron Ladle, following a short chat with Atrisar, barmaid at the Ladle, and Phylak's indentured servant. Even before Tanner had growled out his feelings toward the guard captain, Allie had been able to sense Atrisar's growingly reserved bearing, as well as the fresh bruise on her wrist. I suppose it is, said Allie before Tanner could dredge up the courage to broach the topic. Now's probably not the best time. With a forced smile toward Phylak, she spun on her heel, leading Tanner and Jack back out the estate's main door, the other woman's young wolf keeping pace at Jack's side. Proper bastard, Tanner muttered, slamming the large door shut behind them as they emerged onto the stony streets of Dragon's Nest. The bluff rising off to their left to boast the marble pillars and vaunted dome of the Temple of Nomen Kal. "Indeed," said a voice from nearby. As one, they all turned to take in the smirking tigerkin woman who leaned against the wall by the doorway. "I suppose this would be a proper time to ask if you're willing to help me rob the man, then?" Allie's fists clenched at her sides as she took in Nelina's unapologetically arrogant stance, accentuated by her fine clothing and immaculate orange and white fur. Even after the tigerkin had safely transported them to and from the nearby island of Nisaim on a mission to deal with the island's captain, Lenmore, Allie still found herself unable to trust the woman on any level. This was partly because of Nelina's shady speech and bearing, but also was based on the tigerkin's reluctance to reveal anything about what seemed to be her many employers, and the fact that she'd been the one to deal the killing blow against Lenmore, an espoused friend of sorts. When Allie, Jack, and Tanner seemed reluctant to respond, Nelina sighed. "All I ask for is the completion of our deal, which, if I remember correctly, involved me delivering you to Nisaim, and securing an audience with Lenmore, and that you, in return, would impart to me the key in your possession that would grant me access to Phylak's personal safe. Am I wrong?" She wasn't. "So," Nelina pressed, pushing off from the wall and walking toward them when they all remained silent a moment longer. "I'm really not one to press an issue beyond what is comfortable, but my contract with my employer dictates that I be on my way shortly, and it would cause a great deal of embarrassment on my part if I were to return to my employer without the item in Phylak's possession." "How awful," Allie mumbled, brushing her short blonde hair from her eyes as she turned to Tanner and Jack. She quickly scanned their faces for gut reactions, simultaneously trying to convey a pointed question. The key Nelina wanted was currently tucked away in one of Allie's many pockets. "We have to go and get it," Jack said with a tight smile at the tigerkin. "Yeah," said Tanner. "Why don't you, head to the ladle, and we'll bring it to you there?" Nelina gave a full grin and bow. "That would be simply lovely." Barely a half-hour later, Jack strode with Allie and Tanner into the ladle, casting a friendly nod toward the inn's middle-aged proprietor, Sally Withers, behind the bar. The older woman offered up a warm smile, returning pointedly to her work when she saw Jack and the others begin moving toward Nelina, the tigerkin seated at a table in the very back of the dull mid-morning tavern area. "So glad you all could make it," Nelina said with a smirk as they all drew near. "We keep our word," said Jack as Allie smoothly produced the key from beneath her cloak. Despite herself, Jack found herself scrutinizing the key and the heartbeat between appearing and then vanishing in Nelina's furry grasp. She felt a small surge of relief upon noting that the key was perfectly pristine. Not a bit of wax in sight. In the time between departing from Nelina outside Phylak's home and arriving at the ladle, the three of them had quickly gone to Tanner's home, located a lump of molding wax, and made a quick impression of the key, under the questioning eye of Tanner's adoptive father, Curtis, the whole time. "It's probably best if you don't know anything," had been Tanner's only explanation. Curtis, a hefty bearkin, had simply grunted, wiping spittle from his mouth as he'd returned to his anvil and glowing furnace. "I believe you." "Excellent," said Nelina, bringing Jack back to the present. "Now, if our business is concluded." "Not quite," said Tanner, producing a roll of parchment and quill as he took a seat across from the tigerkin. "Now, we know that you're planning to relieve Phylak of some book or another pertaining to elves." Nelina cocked an amused eyebrow, sinking back into her chair. "Yes?" Tanner gave a very political smile. "Perfect. So, just so as we're all clear on everything, we'll be needing a look at whatever you find." The tigerkin merely shrugged. It would hardly violate the terms of my contract. Yeah, about that, said Tanner, dipping his quill into an inkwell he hastily slipped onto the table's surface and beginning to scribble away on his parchment. We're gonna have you sign a new one. Wouldn't want you reneging on our new deal. I see, Nelina said with a chuckle, glancing to Jack and Allie. And your recourse if I fail to uphold this new deal? An anonymous tip to Phylac about who's responsible for his missing property, Jack said with a pleasant smile. Don't worry, though, Allie said with a shrug. I'm sure a level-headed person like Phylac wouldn't possibly hunt someone who stole from him to the ends of Covorum and beyond. Ah, Nelina said with a good-humored sigh. Well then, if you're all intent on making this legally binding. She rustled around and the pack slung over her chair for a moment, producing another roll of parchment and unfurling the bottom as she smiled at Tanner. If you wouldn't mind copying our new deal as an addendum. My employer appreciates transparency in their operatives. Tanner hastily obliged, and both copies of the new deal were completed and signed within a matter of minutes. Well, Nelina said upon finishing her second signature, if our business is now concluded. She stood, hesitantly scanning the other three's faces. Grand. Well, I'll be off then. But not to worry. She shot a general wink their way as she made for the door. As per our agreement, you'll be seeing me again shortly. Allie gave a dry groan as the tigerkin slipped out the door. Are we sure that's what we wanted? Tanner found himself in surprisingly high spirits as he followed Jack and Allie out of the ladle and up northward through the town square toward the temple. Not only had it felt good to put Nelina in her place for once, but as far as he could tell, nothing was pulling him away from Dragon's Nest for the foreseeable future. Which means I've got time to try to make things right here at home now. Immediately, his good humor melted away. Sure, things between him and Curtis were better than they'd ever been. Tanner had even found the old bearkin reading up on basic magics upon his return to Dragon's Nest the night before. Just trying to understand your world a bit better, Curtis had explained, obviously marking the blood on Tanner's clothes. Tanner had, of course, quickly volunteered the story behind the look. Things had gone smoothly enough with the Glenadok Orc tribe and the memorial for Osgur, the human adopted by the tribe's chief, Aragos. Not to worry. But a band of goblins and scalies had attacked them on their way back, led by Garich, an enormous crockblood who apparently had it in for Jack after the way she killed Garich's chief brother, Baskug, who cast him out after a fight for the control of the tribe, but now on account of some weird family bond thing, Garich is out for revenge and... Curtis had listened patiently and quietly, which had been unnerving enough, but then, at the end, instead of reprimanding Tanner on being reckless or stupid, he'd simply clapped the younger man on the arm. I'm just glad you're safe, cub. Tanner gulped in the present, still unaccustomed to all the confidence Curtis seemed to have in him nowadays. The old bearkin hadn't even brought up Tanner's very human appearance as of late. It's just easier, Tanner told himself for what must have been the 100th time. As far as he was concerned, his life could use a bit of easiness, especially when some problems were feeling unfixable. Atrisar's slight face flashed through his mind at the thought, and his mind was swept back to their talk from the night before. Much like Curtis, Atrisar had listened intently as he'd recounted his time among the orcs, on the road, and fighting Garich's minions. When Tanner had reached the end of his story, however, he'd marked the wistful sadness in Atrisar's eyes. Stupid, he reprimanded himself. You know it's her dream to see the world outside the town. So, he'd said after a long silence, how have things been with you? Because I always manage to make it worse, he thought with a sigh as he neared the base of the temple steps. Atrisar had instantly pulled away across the bar, hugging her arms against her body. With all the stress, she'd said, her voice wavering, Phylak's been worse. Tanner's sympathy had given way to rage as he'd spotted the bruise on Atrazar's wrist. I just feel so useless, he'd snarled later, having joined Jack, Allie, and their gnome temple guard friend Gefnar at one of the tables. She barely even knew her parents, and now she has to spend a lifetime paying for their crimes? Gefnar had chewed sullenly on his bread in commiseration. I remember reading about that. Phylak had them cornered after they tried to steal from the temple, and they just leapt to their deaths off the bluff. It wasn't until later that it was even discovered that a pair of career criminals had a daughter, tucked away in a back room of the Shining Chalice. Jack's brow had furrowed. As distasteful as it is, do you think she could be, well, bought? Tanner's instincts had been to brush away the idea. Then he'd looked about the others' faces. Do you think it's possible? We can look up the records in the temple, Gefnar offered, a wary smile coming to his face. Knowing her parents' crimes would give us some idea of what it would cost to wipe away the rest of her sentence. Believe it or not, Allie had said with a sigh. But I hate to be the wet blanket here. This is Phylak we're talking about. I'd be surprised if he'd let Atrazar go at any price, simply as a matter of pride. Not to mention his investment in her appearance. If Tanner had been in his fox form, his fur certainly would have bristled. Though a full human, Atrazar's ears sported a full elven point, possibly leading a casual onlooker to regard that, along with her naturally pointed features, and assume she was a member of the extinct race. Well, it's still worth a shot, Tanner reaffirmed his response to Allie in the present, shifting his focus up the steps of the temple and the waiting archives. Sure, they had a number of things left to do, what with needing to report to High Priestess Antothica and preparing their testimonies for Mayor Denaxus's upcoming trial, but that could all wait until Atrazar was... A sharp jab in his ribs snapped his indignant gaze over to Jack and her pointy elbows. Then, seeing her unwavering look to the shadows beside the great stairway, Tanner bit back a verbal retort and followed her gaze. There, in the shadows, was a slim, gray-furred, dog-kin woman in simple brown garb. Tanner's mind was swept back to the town meeting days before, where they'd all helped appoint Sally Withers to the single vacant seat on the town council in hopes of expediting Denaxus's trial. Near the end, they'd all spotted a dogkin in the crowd who'd seemed somehow familiar, just like she did now. But, despite their attempts to follow the suspicious figure's trail, she'd eluded them entirely, seeming to vanish into the air. And now, here she was, simply staring at them with expectant eyes. Well, I don't plan to disappoint, thought Tanner, stepping forward along with Allie, Jack, and Ember, letting his fox blood pulse in his ears as he drew closer, and attempted to drink in the dogkin's scent. It was barely there, almost like a distant memory. Still, the woman remained, standing placidly as they all approached. So, you're just letting yourself be seen now? Allie snapped when they closed in. Tanner could see that the human woman had adopted a faintly threatening posture. The dogkin dipped her head lightly, her voice emerging a deep yet feminine growl.
Yes, for it is time for me to be seen.
Right, Tanner said slowly, letting small tendrils of fire dance over his fingertips. So, mind telling us who you are exactly?
I am Bela,
the dogkin said matter-of-factly.
And I come to you now with an offer well earned.
And what offer would that be? Said Jack, not holding Ember back as the wolf stepped around Bela, confusion on his face as he attempted to catch the woman's scent as well. Now Bela bowed, almost reverently.
To serve true power. To stop letting yourselves become entangled in the petty squabbles of the ordinary.
Uh-huh, said Tanner, glancing to his comrades. And true power would be you?
Not I,
Bela said crisply.
but it is best if you hear it from her, and for that we must go below.
Tanner's stomach did a rather impressive flip. Not that you don't seem wholly trustworthy, Jack said, coldness creeping into her tone. But we haven't exactly had the best of luck in dealing with powerful entities beneath Dragon's Nest. Is this another dethroned Thakur? Tanner blurted, his insides churning as he recalled the raw, chilling touch of Kravog, the scorpion Thakur they'd spoken to in their dealings with the shadowy cultists in the tunnels beneath the town.
No,
said Bela with a spiteful sneer.
My mistress is not of Kravog's kind, but a being of true power on this plane.
Well, Jack said guardedly, then I guess we'd better meet her. Tanner had never wanted to slap somebody so much. Still, he caught Allie's affirming nod, and he understood. If this was another danger to Dragon's Nest, or even to the world beyond, they'd need to know what it was. Ignorance wasn't particularly helpful to anyone. Fine, he said through gritted teeth, not at all smiling toward Bela. I guess we better had. Chapter 2. A Forceful Request. Jack kept one hand on the hilt of Helfade, the elven sword gifted to her by Aglek, finding a strange sort of closure in the gesture. Though she hadn't known the old crockblood sorcerer long, the weight that he'd rested on her shoulders would likely stay with her for the rest of her days, as, she hoped, would his gift to her. She was still unconvinced she was the huntress of legend Aglek had declared her to be. But the old scaly had helped to convict her of one thing. The division and prejudice between half-breeds and the major races had to end. It was the only way for the world to move forward. And Jack was determined to do her part to make that change a reality. Now, if only being the fabled huntress to a swath of marginalized species meant I could exclusively face danger out in the wild, she thought, staring intently into the back of her dogkin guide, her skin crawling at the thought of returning underground. She could sense Tanner and Allie's anxiety as well, and she found the fur on Ember's neck bristling as she reached down to scratch him behind the ears. Not yet, she thought toward the wolf, flicking a quick hand signal before his face, her eyes never leaving Bela through the morning gloom. Best not to maul anyone until we know a bit more. So, she and her companions trailed on in silence, keeping pace as Bela led them briskly down the side streets and alleyways of New Dragon's Nest, until, abruptly, the dogkin veered toward the nearby doorway of a small, simple cottage, slipping inside without knock or key. Jack shot a quick, questioning glance back to Tanner, who gave a wide-eyed shrug. Don't look at me. I have no idea what this place is. Almost as though it barely exists, Allie muttered, slipping past the others after Bela. Something like that, Jack thought, peering down the length of the house and finding it entirely bland, unnoteworthy. The feeling was mirrored inside as, when Jack entered, she saw no furniture, decoration, and only the barest indication of utility, with a small, clean pot sitting on a straw mat in the corner. Bela, meanwhile, had crossed to a narrow downward staircase, slipping into the stairwell after only the briefest look to see if her guests still followed her. They did, caution in their steps, and confusion in their knitted brows. Nice place, Tanner grunted, shutting the door behind him. Neither Allie nor Jack offered up a reply, instead silently slipping down the dark staircase after Bela. Just when the darkness became too much, a quick flash of magic flared at the bottom of the stairs in what looked to be a small storeroom, igniting the torch in Bela's grasp. Calmly sliding a small, narrow set of shelves aside, Bela disappeared into the slender, jagged passage beyond. Jack stiffened at the sight. They'd have to enter one at a time. "I'll go first," Tanner whispered, stepping up between his companions as his face creased in discomfort. "If something comes at us, I'll need a clear shot anyway." He raised a hand as he stepped forward, a harsh, shimmering glow wrapping around his palm and fingertips to further illuminate the narrow tunnel. "Let's hope it won't come to that," Jack replied in a hushed tone, motioning Ember in before her as she followed. Behind her, she heard Allie give a bitter chuckle. "'Cause that's a tactic that's always worked out for us before." A long few moments of silence ensued, during which Jack busied herself with soothing Ember, as he shouldered his large frame uncomfortably through the passage. It was easier than addressing her own discomfort at the seemingly endless trek downward. Then, when Jack was beginning to consider abandoning the course, she saw the light from Bela's torch fall away up ahead, as though the dogkin had stepped into a larger chamber or crossway. With a whooshing sigh of relief, Tanner followed soon after, both his light and Bela's revealing a massive cavern beyond, as Jack, Ember, and Allie stepped in after. The feeling of worry planted in Jack upon seeing the jagged hewn nature of the passage behind them rose to new heights. Unlike the passage, this chamber looked to have been melted, the bubbling amorphous rock lining the walls and floor boasting a strange, almost igneous quality. And neither this chamber nor the passage sported the smooth dwarven magic of stone shaping that had left the confines of the cultist tunnels clean and unblemished. While Jack could guess at the myriad of picks and hammers that had likely chipped away at the rock to create the tunnel, that still left a rather weighty question. She took a moment to turn about, taking in the blob-like, seemingly flash-cooled walls of the chamber around her. Who made this one? And how?
"Well, Bela,"
an impossibly low, growling voice sounded from the far end of the chamber, still shrouded in darkness.
"What morsels do you bring me today?"
Jack's blood ran cold in her veins as a rising red glow began to swell in the distant shadows, and she was unsurprised to find her bow already in her hands.
"Those you requested, my lady,"
Bela said from nearby, her tone drenched in subservience. The ground beneath Jack's boots trembled, then did so again as the red glow drew nearer, growing harsh to Jack's dilated eyes and tracing a massive, horrifying silhouette between the far wall and the new arrivals. A long, lean, unmistakably reptilian form lumbered steadily forward, a large pair of gleaming red eyes now reflecting the firelight from Tanner and Bela. Muscular, taloned forelegs slammed into view, and a long, scaly tail lashed this way and that in the near darkness beyond. And, most horrifying of all, an immense red snout, brimming with white, spear-like teeth, swept into the light, the scarred lips curled back in a devious smile.
"So it seems,"
said the armored beast above the deafening pound of Jack's heart, its snake-like eyes slowly scanning Jack and her allies.
"Well, it is good to see you all have come."
Impossibly, the smile grew wider.
"We have much to discuss."
Staring up into the face of what could only be a dragon of legend, Allie experienced one of the sharpest moments of clarity in her life. Certainly, that the monstrosity before her could gobble her up in one bite, if it chose to. But that part was almost inconsequential. No, Allie was simply certain that she was sick of encountering powerful entities from the past. "Why can't you all just have the decency to stay buried?" she thought in an absurd moment of anger. When neither she nor her allies made any move to respond to the dragon's words, the thing cocked its head, displaying to Allie its asymmetrical nature. A long, curled horn protruded from one end of the dragon's cranium, but where the matching one should have been was, instead, a sickly lump of sunken scar tissue, as though the thing's second horn had been torn out by the root, and the resulting cavity seared beyond recovery.
"Strange,"
said the dragon, lifting a large, scaly brow.
"Given the tales of your exploits, I would have expected you all to be a bit more imposing."
"Well, you know," said Tanner, his voice cracking as the dragon looked his way. "We, like to be, accessible." The dragon's toothy smile returned as it leaned forward into Tanner's face.
"Indeed."
Tanner's eyes were wide with terror as he met the dragon's gaze. At this close of a distance, it was easy for Allie to gauge that the thing's eyes were almost as large as the frozen Tanner himself. But beyond that, the dragon's stoop forward allowed her a clear look along its body. A jagged scar ran almost the length of the dragon's long, scaly neck, appearing to have been carved into the softer plating there by a large, gnarled blade. Allie blinked, her eyes dropping to the dragon's feet. Or a claw. Her gaze then drifted down the ridge of the dragon's back, marking the lumps of scar tissue on either shoulder, and Allie began to grasp why the beast felt so strange. Unlike the paintings and sketches of these creatures from the last age, this dragon had no wings. The realization granted her an odd moment of boldness, and she stepped forward, finding her courage bolstered by the dragon's obviously maimed condition, and the fact that it hadn't decided on turning her and her allies into an early lunch. "So, you've heard of us," Allie said matter-of-factly, feeling her nerve waver as the dragon's eyes swept over to her. "Is that why you've brought us here?" A low, throaty chuckle slid from the dragon's throat as it held Allie's gaze.
"It is, morsel. I am Velidrock, one of the High Assembly, called together to serve the terrible will of Calivost, Lord of the Dragons."
The thing's mangled smile turned almost pleasant.
"And I require the aid of you all in reclaiming that which was taken from me."
"Meaning your wings?" said Jack, swallowing heavily when Velidrock turned her way and patting at the neck of the growling wolf beside her. "Or does this go beyond that? Is it really your dignity you want us to help you recover?" To Allie's surprise, Velidrock didn't rankle at the suggestion, instead giving a cordial, almost impressed nod.
"For a dragon, they are one and the same."
"Right," said Tanner, smiling weakly up to Velidrock. "But, if you don't mind me saying so, they seem like an awfully hard thing to misplace." Velidrock fixed the boy with a heavy, unblinking stare.
"They were not lost,"
she growled.
"I was betrayed, mutilated, and sealed away by the one I served. His mind twisted against his own kind by the dwarven warmonger Gamondel."
"Sure," Tanner said, nodding meekly. "Makes sense." Snippets of history gleaned from the tales the street kids back in Lorson would tell each other, as well as from the volumes Allie had read during her time at the Aranak Sanctuary, swept through Allie's thoughts as she tried to take everything in. It was largely common knowledge that the dwarf king, Gamondel, had brought his dragon-riding army bursting out into the surface world at the end of the last age. A history the people of Dragon's Nest knew far too well. But, Allie realized, little was ever said about Gamondel's fearsome mount, Calivost. Anything Allie had ever heard or read had simply depicted Calivost as a monstrous brute, a force of nature Gamondel had bent to his will. But now, here was Velidrock, perhaps the first dragon to be seen in centuries, claiming that the dragons had held their own council in times past, even forging alliances. For beings who could live a millennium and beyond, such bonds had to have been powerful. So what could cause their leader to break that loyalty and turn on one of his own kind? Allie wondered. One thing was certain from the fiery glint in Veladrok's eyes, however. It wouldn't be in Allie's best interest to press the issue. "What exactly is it you think we can do for you?" she said instead, fighting not to flinch as Veladrok looked back to her. "Find your old wings?" The dragon gave a bitter growl.
My old wings are lost to me, but I've had much time to consider the problem of acquiring new ones. You three have proven yourselves capable,
said Veladrok, sounding faintly reluctant at the admission.
And so, I wish to set before you a series of tasks that will see my dignity restored.
When Allie, Tanner, and Jack made no objection, she smiled.
Firstly, I will require a set of plans for a flying machine, reportedly in the planning stages near the end of the Dragon War, as you call it. The most likely place to find them will be in the ruins of Varby's Keep to the southeast.
Wonderful, thought Allie, catching the eyes of Tanner and Jack. We get to go picking about a pile of dusty rubble ripped apart by dragons, to find something that might not have even survived.
Second,
Veladrok continued,
I will require the aid of a skilled craftsman to make the necessary adjustments to the plans and construct them for me.
Tanner loudly shuffled his feet. I mean, I can try, of course, but that's a bit out of my area of expertise. At Veladrok's amused stare, he trailed off. Oh, you weren't talking about me.
No,
Veladrok said flatly.
My people will direct you to the craftsmen I seek within the walls of Falcon Crest.
Allie's feet began to hurt already at just the thought of traveling so far. Not even her journey from Arnak's sanctuary to Dragon's Nest had covered that much distance.
And finally,
Veladrok added,
I will need the services of a powerful mage from Lorsin, well versed in the art of binding flesh to machine.
Cold dread knotted in Allie's stomach at the mention of her old home. She hadn't set foot inside the city's vaunted walls since that awful day the darkness inside her had consumed her closest friend. But she was passingly familiar with the process Veladrok spoke of. A handful of the very elite in Lorsin sported mechanical limbs in place of the ones lost to infection, injury, or blood-borne defect. The service was far from cheap, however, with only the richest of even Lorsin's upper crust having the coin for such things. And how are we supposed to come up with the money for that? She asked, proud that she was able to hold Veladrok's gaze. The dragon's eyes slid past her to Bela.
My agents will supply you with everything you need to see this through. I'll not be coming with you,
Bela said gruffly when Allie looked her way.
Not to worry.
She produced a small metal disc from inside her simple cloak, the faint sheen of refined memory stone flashing over its surface.
Through these we will be able to keep each other and our mistress appraised of your progress.
Golden, Allie heard Jack mutter. Then, more loudly, So then, the question I'm sure you've been waiting for, Veladrok. The dragon turned back to the huntress in tandem with Allie. What exactly do we gain by undertaking this mission for you? Veladrok smiled wider than Allie had seen yet, issuing a low, guttural chuckle.
Though you have all displayed a basic level of competence, I'd wager that even you three could find a way to utilize the services of a dragon restored.
So, a favor for a favor then, said Allie, feeling like she was striking a bargain in one of Lorson's seedy backroads.
As you say,
said Veladrock, dipping her head. Well, that's all well and good, said Tanner, smiling sheepishly up at Veladrock when the dragon peered down at him. But we've got problems to deal with here at home. I can't just leave Dragon's Nest knowing that it could be burned to the ground by the time I get back. Veladrock gave a long, gurgling sigh.
If you continue to insist on troubling yourself with the well-being of those who are beneath you, so be it.
She lifted her gaze toward the top of the chamber, the glow in her neck rising to illuminate the rock around them further.
Look up.
Allie did so, seeing that the others did the same. Far overhead, she could see deep gouges in the rock, positioned at the pinnacle of what looked like monstrous footholds carved into the rock face. It was now that Allie also spotted scattered fragments of black chitinous material that could only be bits of dragonclaw torn away over centuries of frantic digging. And, at the apex of Veladrock's excavation efforts, Allie could see dirt and root beginning to peek through.
No, I cannot tear my way to the surface in my current state, for fear of being overwhelmed on the ground,
Veladrock continued, craning her neck back down to take in her visitors.
Mela can inform me should the town come under attack once more, and, in good faith, I will rise to defend what you inexplicably hold precious.
The dragon stooped, bringing her eyes as level with Tanner's as possible.
But be assured, should you fail to uphold your end of our bargain, your town will find no savior in me.
Right, Tanner said shakily, managing a weak smile. Got it. So, we'll just let Antothica know to expect you if things get hairy up top?
I had assumed you would, at the very least, inform her of my existence,
said Veladrock, grinning.
However, it should also be made clear that I will not hesitate to defend myself, should you attempt to have me eliminated.
Wouldn't dream of it, Allie said flatly, smirking pleasantly up at the dragon when it snapped its gaze her way. Veladrock chuckled.
It is good we understand each other.
Always best to keep it simple, said Jack. We provide a service, and we receive payment for our services rendered, with potential consequences for both sides if the terms of the contract aren't met. She gave Veladrock a cordial nod. Even my primitive people can recognize the tenets of a basic deal when we see one. As Allie took in Veladrock's broad, toothy smile, however, she knew for certain that this deal promised to be anything but simple. Chapter 3. To purchase the priceless. Antothica's tired, sunken gaze met Jack's from across a sea of open, half-read books, scrolls, and stacks of parchment. Dragon? The fatigue in the High Priestess's voice almost seemed to leave the air of the chamber itself cold and sluggish. Here? Beneath us? I'm afraid so, said Jack with a sympathetic grimace. She could only imagine how gut-wrenching it must be to hear something like Veladrock was threatening the town you'd tried to protect your entire life. Beside the high priestess, a familiar boyish gnome looked wide-eyed to Jack, Allie, and Tanner, his knuckles going white as he gripped the sword hilt at his side.
"I'm sure it's not easy for you either, Gefnar,"
Jack thought with a sigh. "So, the question is," said Allie, setting down the mug of half-drunk tea she'd been magically warming in her hands before Intothica. "Do we plan to do anything about it besides do as she asks?" She looked to the high priestess, who gave a grateful nod as she accepted the tea. "Veladrock seems awfully confident that we're in no position to eliminate her." "She's not wrong," Tanner said with a grunt. "The way I see it, we don't have much choice but to head out on her little scavenger hunt."
"No small task,"
said Intothica, even the effort of speaking seeming to tax her.
"But you're right. We can't risk bringing down such a destructive force on Dragon's Nest."
She gave a bitter shake of her head.
"Not again."
Jack nodded, recalling that the bluff below Dragon's Nest had served as the Dragon and Dwarf's alliance gateway to the surface centuries ago, with Kelavost himself belching fire down on what would be rebuilt as the ramshackle new Dragon's Nest portion of town.
"So, we leave?"
Jack said flatly, surprised to find how conflicted she felt at the words. Even Ember nuzzled her hand, seeming to grasp what had been decided. It was a genuine shock for Jack to realize the loss she'd feel at leaving Dragon's Nest behind. Certainly nowhere near as strong as when she'd left her family to set out on her pilgrimage, but even in just her short, frenzied time there, she'd grown attached to the place.
"So I can imagine how it must be for you,"
she thought, glancing over to the sour-faced Tanner. Intothica nodded, smiling warmly when Jack looked back to her.
"Were I in your place, or able to come with you, I'd begin my search in Varbia's Keep, a great stronghold of last age. Not only is it the nearest destination, but it will likely be the simplest task to complete, since you will be able to postpone dealing with the rising tensions between Lorsen and Falconcrest. Neither Volkrit, Blade Master of the Summoneer, nor Trelegon's exiled heir Mevod are likely to back down on their claim to the throne."
She seemed to come back from across a great distance, turning her smile to each of them in turn.
"Once again, I'm humbled by the selflessness in you all, and your willingness to assume the burdens thrust upon you."
Allie gave a bitter guffaw.
"A life of a hero, right?"
"We've still got some things to get sorted out in town first," Tanner said crisply, meeting Intothica's gaze. "First off, any movement on the Zaja matter?" Intothica dipped her head at the mention of the Birdkin wand merchant.
"Phylac has had her under surveillance, and I've had some of my people question her as well as go over her books." "And," said Jack, "is there any proof she was complicit in Lenmore's dealings on Nisaim?" "Hardly," Intothica said with a strained chuckle. "Their only link appears to be one of business, Zaja fulfilling an order for a memory stone, and she was more than a little flustered when the question of her loyalty was raised, nearly reduced to a blubbering mess of apologies."
"Good," Tanner muttered. "Glad not everyone's trying to hand the world over to the Denaxises and Lenmores of the world." He swallowed, turning a sheepish grin on Intothica. "And there was one other thing." At Intothica's patient nod, he added, "Atrisar. With everything that's been happening, Phylac's at his worst, and she's paying the price. Do you know of any way we might be able to get her out of there?" Intothica sighed, empathy creasing her already sleep-deprived face.
"Given the extent of her parents' crimes, Phylac is practically free to name his price. Though, he does have his vices."
Jack frowned. The captain of the guard? A man whose sole purpose seemed to be upholding the law and protecting the town?
"You may have noticed," Intothica continued, "that Phylac's home is covered in pieces of elven culture. Perhaps a gift in that vein would persuade him to lower the price of Atrisar's freedom."
Understanding swept over Jack's mind. She was no historian, and had assumed that the odd, swirling decor of Phylak's home was simply a matter of specific visual taste. Given the steps he'd taken to alter Atrisar's ears, however, the various plaques, trinkets, and baubles that adorned his estate now made a bit more sense. "Great," Tenor said with a groan. "Anyone know where we can scrounge up some ancient elven artifacts?" A strange look of guilt swept over Intothica's face as she stood slowly, waving Gefnar's offered hand away, and shuffling off down the hall to her bedchamber. Just as Jack and her companions were looking to each other with questioning glances as to whether or not they should follow, they heard her feet shuffling back down the stone hall towards them, and she rounded the corner, a small item wrapped in silken fabric in her grasp. Apprehension, but also acceptance in her vibrant gaze, she resumed her seat, placing the item on the book-littered table before her and slowly unwrapping it. Jack's eyes went wide as she leaned in, marveling at the craftsmanship displayed there. Two lean elven figures carved of an impossibly dark wood knelt facing each other, their hands clasped together before them with their fingers intertwining, wrapping around each other in an intricate dance to form great roots that fed upward into a trunk and a spreading lush tree crown.
"The elven lovers,"
Intothica said softly, lightly touching the carving.
"Their names lost to history, the fabled progenitors of the entire elven race."
How old?" said Allie, even her normally jaded stare slack with awe as she took in the minute blemishes and weathered markings.
"My mentor didn't know when he gave it to me,"
Intothica said with a sad smile.
"And neither did his before him."
"Intothica," Tenor breathed, mingled gratitude and revulsion on his face. We can't give this to Phylak."
"It would find no better home,"
Intothica said with a subdued laugh.
"No one would care for it like he would."
Before anyone could object any further, she gave a nod of finality.
"I believe this is the right thing to do. Perhaps my lord Norman Carroll has brought you all to me to show me just how selfish I've been all these years."
She reached out to caress the frail wooden tree crown.
"Maybe I should have done this long ago. It will do far more good in this than it ever has tucked away in a chest."
"Wow," Gefnar whispered, stepping forward to study the figurine at eye level on the low table. This must predate the Song of Kirikath by centuries."
"Perhaps millennia,"
Intothica said with a bittersweet sigh. Then, more sharply as she turned back to Jack and the others, "Take it. Phylak will know its value, and it will, at the very least, ensure that negotiations for Atrisar are opened." She stood shakily, her tone turning all business. "Beyond that, we'll have to prepare food and horses for your departure, and you should make sure to speak with Imidre before you leave. She'll soon have something very interesting to show you." As Tenor meekly stepped forward to accept the carving, Intothica turned down to Gefnar with an almost playful smile.
"Well, Gefnar, it seems that once again I must ask a monumental favor of you."
She looked about to the others, with Jack savoring the bridled excitement in the gnome's eyes all the while.
"Our heroes will need someone they know and trust at their side on this dangerous mission,"
Intothica continued, a tired twinkle in her eye as she turned back to Gefnar.
"Do you think yourself up to the challenge?"
Jack was surprised Gefnar could speak through the beaming smile on his face.
"Yes. I mean, yes, ma'am." "You certainly have a habit of meeting interesting people,"
Curtis grunted in the chair across from Tenor. "No matter how I try to cut back," Tenor said with an uneasy smile. Curtis didn't laugh.
"So, this dragon..."
"Veledrock," Tenor offered.
"Veledrock,"
Curtis said slowly.
"Why is she intent on sending you three
Tanner gave an awkward shrug. Apparently, we've proven ourselves over the squalor and rabble of normal folk. Makes us invaluable. Instead of glowering at Tanner for his mock pride, Curtis merely gave a slow, sad nod.
A burden I'd hoped you'd never have to bear.
Hey, Tanner said with a forced laugh. I'm still me. At Curtis's heavy stare, he added, I'm still your cub.
And you always will be,
Curtis said, his voice even more raspy than usual. Tanner swallowed the lump in his own throat, grabbing Curtis's book on magic laying out on the table between them. Damn right. Now then, let's see if we can get all this to make sense for you. Allie sat cross-legged on her bed, staring into the splotchy blackness behind her eyelids.
Let the breathing become your focus,
Intothica's voice rang in her ears.
Until all else becomes inconsequential.
That simple? Allie thought dryly, her mind flooded with thoughts of dragons, grandiose quests, and, worst of all, returning home. Even before the recent barrage of trouble, Allie had had no luck in stilling the flood of worries. Yet, somehow, as she fell into the breathing exercises Intothica had taught her at the temple, it was as though all of the stress, danger, and fear coalesced into a single entity, one that seemed to dissolve beneath her steady breaths. And for a single elated moment, there was just the breathing and her.
Now, in that place,
Intothica seemed to whisper in her thoughts,
where it's just you and breath, become the breath. Look back on the you that was, and tell me what you see.
Allie fought back her confusion as she attempted to do as instructed. She and Intothica had never gotten this far together, and yet it was like she was there in the room, still guiding her. Her excitement gave way to horror as she fulfilled her task, looking back to see a thrashing, dark presence. It was her, or perhaps it was another version of her, though still just as Allie had ever been.
The other part of me,
Allie realized, staring in resignation through the vibrant haze around her at the pit of jagged, shadowy power that spat and crackled as it seemed to clamber over itself, barely retaining its almost spherical form. Allie knew what this thing truly was. It was the seed of darkness, buried deep in her blood, tainted by the touch of a powerful specter from times long past. And she knew with absolute certainty as she studied its never-ending dance, the most awful of truths. It would always be a part of her.
But it doesn't have to control me,
she thought, somehow remembering to breathe in a faraway place. By sheer will, she drew nearer the darkness, letting its tendrils lash out to consume her, and feeling herself slip through their grasp. She felt herself smile.
It won't have me again. I am the master, and you will bend to my will.
With a sharp inhale, she came back to herself in her back room of the Iron Ladle, a contented smile on her face. It would take years, but she'd learned to harness the power inside of her. She'd never been more confident of anything in her life.
But for now,
she muttered, seeing that outside her window the sun had peeked overhead in the cloud-strewn sky.
I have some friends to meet for lunch.
You want Atrisar to join you?
Said Phylac, scowling over his cluttered desk at Jack and the others.
And what is it exactly you think she could offer your expedition?
Well, you know, said Tanner, already beginning to stumble over his words. She could help with setting up camp, and she'd still be under your employ, so she could maybe work to help us find elven artifacts? Jack suppressed a groan at Phylac's incredulous stare, stepping up beside Tanner. Already she could feel their hope of securing Atrisar's release without surrendering Intothica's elven sculpture slipping away.
We'd ensure she was out of harm's way,
she added, adopting a diplomatic smile.
And, since she'd still be in service to you, her contribution to the team could benefit you in whatever way you liked.
Phylac gave a slow grin, obviously beginning to gauge how much of an upper hand he had in these negotiations.
I see,
he said coyly.
I would of course require proper compensation for services lost here at home while she's away, which does promise to be quite some time. I've grown quite accustomed to the help young Atrisar provides, rendering her presence quite valuable.
Even as Tanner inhaled, Jack took a moment to wince.
There goes our pleasant chat.
Valuable? Tanner snapped, leaning over Phylac's desk to glare into the older man's bearded face. If she's really so valuable to you, you'd think you could treat her a bit better. Hot rage flashed in Phylac's eyes as they locked onto Tanner, and Jack held her breath for a moment, allowing the guard captain's fury a moment to dissipate. Which it thankfully did, as he looked quickly to both Jack and Allie, seeming to grasp that, however they might feel about Tanner's outburst, they had every intention of backing him up. At last, Phylac gave a snarling chuckle toward Tanner.
Well, it's clear you feel strongly about this, boy. But tell me, should I release Atrisar into your care? What assurances do I have that you have any intention of bringing her back to me?
Now it was Jack's turn to bristle with anger, her fists snapping up to her hips as she leveled a hard stare on Phylac.
I'd allow the slight on my honor had I done anything to warrant it, she growled. What assurances did you have that we'd step in to safeguard the town from crockbloods and cultists, or that we'd sail as proud envoys of Dragon's Nest to Nisaim, taking every possible step to assure the safety of this town?
She let the words settle for a moment as Phylac met her gaze, unflinching.
We have done nothing but prove our loyalty to your cause and your people, so I'd think very carefully about insulting our devotion to the common good if I were you.
Or our ability to see it through, said Allie, stepping up on Tanner's other side.
Fair enough,
Phylac said with a taut smile.
This does, however, still leave us with the matter of compensation.
Then let's remove that from the equation,
said Jack, savoring the confusion on Phylac's face as she nodded to Allie. The other woman returned the gesture, deftly producing a small item wrapped in plush fabric. Then, slowly, she unwrapped it. Phylac's eyes went wide as he took in the sculpt of the elven lovers, eased up from his chair, and circled around to gawk at the artifact up close.
Our counter-offer,
said Jack, waiting until, slack-jawed, Phylac turned back her way.
Something priceless for something priceless. The artifact for Atrisar's freedom.
A strange sort of pain lanced her heart at handing one of the temple's prized possessions over to a man like Phylac. But she knew as well as the guard captain that they could never hope to repay Atrisar's inherited debt otherwise. Phylac simply stared at the artifact for a long moment, finally turning back to look across their faces.
I don't suppose you could tell me where you acquired this object?
In our travels, Tanner said brusquely. And we didn't steal it, if that's what you're asking.
It wasn't,
Phylac said with a grunt.
But I suppose it's good to know.
After another long moment, he clasped his hands behind his back, slipping back around the desk to resume his chair.
I make a habit of not parting with anything of mine, unless I receive something of equal or greater value in its place.
Jack held her breath, a jolt of relief rushing through her as Phylac inclined his head.
And I believe these terms have been met.
Allie sat in a large, tastefully ostentatious living room, shifting uncomfortably on the plush cushions beneath her. It wasn't that she didn't have an appreciation for the finer things in life. She just wasn't accustomed to interacting with them. Dozens of Lorsan lords, ladies, and nobles had flaunted their wealth all around her when she was a child, and she'd caught glimpses of their vaunted parties whenever she and Shala had slipped in for an easy mark or two. But having been invited into such a lavish home simply on the basis of her own name was unnerving. From the oak stairwell nearby came the sound of descending feet, with a familiar human woman dressed in a moderately elegant gown practically gliding into view and up to where Allie sat. The woman was smiling, her pale cheeks artificially flushed with makeup, and her dark hair drawn back in an intricate, if subtle, fashion.
"Well, Mistress Allie,"
the woman said cordially, dipping in a slight curtsy before Allie's chair.
"This is indeed a surprise. To what do I owe the honor of hosting one of the heroes of Dragon's Nest?"
A matter of business, I guess," said Allie, wondering briefly if she should stand to match her hostess, for now, before the councilwoman gracefully eased to an adjacent seat, seeming more confused than angry. Belatedly, Allie scowled. Should I have curtsied back?
"And what manner of business would that be?"
said Frenal, her pleasant smile back at full strength. That is, myself and the others," said Allie, trying to retain her posture in a chair that threatened to swallow her up. "We've secured the release of Phylak's servant girl, Atrisar, and we were wanting a pair of the council members to notarize the documentation." She gulped at the dryness in her throat. Hope I said that right. Truth be told, she'd only ever interacted with paperwork and records as a matter of research. She'd never had to document anything personally in her life.
"Well, certainly,"
said Frenal.
"I'd be happy to help."
Then, with a faint scowl,
"I wasn't aware Phylak had any intention of parting with the girl."
"He didn't," Allie said flatly. "But, like anyone else, he's got a price." Frenal beamed.
"I'm sure. Well, did you have time for a cup of tea, or was this a more immediate endeavor?"
The second one," said Allie, pushing unsteadily to her feet from a marsh of pillows and smiling forcibly at the other woman when she stood. "We were hoping to make it a right-now endeavor, in fact, before Phylak decides to change his mind."
"Well, no time to lose then,"
said Frenal, gesturing for Allie to precede her to the door.
"Best be off before Phylak remembers how stubborn he is." "I'll tell you,"
Sally whispered excitedly nearby.
"If I knew I'd get to do this sort of thing as a councilwoman, I would have thrown my name in long ago."
Tanner gave a nervous chuckle as he looked about Phylak's office, standing from the contract he'd quickly written up while Jack and Allie had gone to retrieve Sally and Frenal. It was hard to quantify the elation he felt as the two councilwomen stepped forward to look over the document, one that already bore all the necessary signatures, save theirs. It's really happening, he thought, unable to keep from grinning as Allie returned from Phylak's kitchen, a hesitant Atrisar trailing behind, still wiping her hands dry on her apron. "What's going on?" said Atrisar, a hint of worry in her eyes as she scanned the room, finally meeting Phylak's heavy stare. "Have I done something wrong?"
"No, dear,"
Sally said, her eyes brimming with tears as she swept up toward the girl, having hastily scrawled her notarizing signature. Without warning, she caught Atrisar up in a tight hug, leaving Tanner to smile at Atrisar's baffled frown over the older woman's shoulder. "Atrisar," Jack said softly when Sally finally let go. The huntress stepped forward, fixing Atrisar with a warm smile. "You're free." She gestured to where Frenal had just added her signature to the contract on the desk. "We've just finished securing your release." Tanner let himself memorize Atrisar's face in that moment. The waves of shock, apprehension, then, finally, as she saw the affirmation in the faces about the room, unbridled joy. Her hand went to her mouth as she swayed on her feet, tears of shock and happiness spilling down her face as Sally stepped up to steady her.
"I don't—"
Atrisar choked out, her eyes filled with gratitude as she locked gazes with them all in turn, finally coming to rest on Tanner.
"Thank you."
She turned to Sally, furiously wiping tears from her flushed cheeks.
I suppose I can start my shift at the ladle early today."
"To blazes with that,"
Sally snapped good-naturedly.
"You'll be a patron there tonight, my girl, and I'll have no attempts to help with the food from you.
Atrazar gave a gasping laugh, her eyes finally settling on the stone-faced Phylac, who looked up to her over clasped hands. She swallowed, giving a gracious curtsy and nod.
Guard Captain, I thank you for protecting and providing for me all these years, and for allowing me to share in your home.
With a sad smile, she rasped,
I wish you all the best.
Tanner couldn't help but beam at her words. Even now, when she was free of him, her kind heart shined through. When Phylac made no move to respond, Atrazar turned back to the others, an almost crazed grin on her face.
I don't know what to do now.
Whatever the blazes you want, said Allie with a smirk. You're free. You're welcome, said Tanner, stepping forward. I know you've always wanted to see the world, and, well, we, that is, the three of us. He gestured to Allie, Jack, and an Ember that somehow managed to cringe more than any of them at his ramblings. We're all headed, well, other places soon, and
you're more than welcome to join us,
Jack cut in, resting a hand on Atrazar's shoulder. The other woman nodded briskly.
Yes, I'd like that.
Good, said Jack.
Then we should start seeing what you're made of.
She motioned for the door, walking Atrazar out of the office and down the hall.
First we should try to get a feel for what your natural strengths are, then we can build from there. I'd like for you to join me and Ember in the morning for our run. That should help.
While the conversation dwindled, Tanner retreated to swipe the contract from the desk, looking up to see that Phylac stared down the hall after Atrazar, deep sorrow and loss on his face. As Allie thanked Fernal once again for assisting in the effort, escorting the councilwoman from the room and, inserting an odd-looking curtsy, Phylac turned to regard Tanner, the elven artifact sitting stoically on the desktop between them.
What some lads won't do to impress a pretty girl,
Phylac muttered, a strange sort of spite in his eyes. Tanner bit back a retort, watching as the guard captain slid the artifact closer to him, staring at it morosely. Then, without looking up,
take care of her.
That's up to her, Tanner said with a grunt, making for the door with a victorious snarl. She's free. Chapter 4. A deal concluded. Tanner opened his eyes to stare up at the roof of his loft, a heavy, draining fatigue seeming to weigh on his chest and clutch at his eyes. Damn human hours, he thought with a groan, forcing himself upright in bed to take in the morning light outside his window. The decidedly late morning light. This wasn't an unusual occurrence, though it did seem worse than usual. Every so often, his fox blood seemed to catch up with him, demanding that he stop pushing himself to keep human hours and embrace his more nocturnal nature. Well, this is not a great time for it, he thought, arching his back as a long, toothy yawn spilled from his furry snout. Rankling at the quirks of his fox blood, he pushed up from the bed, willing his human form to emerge. It did so, but not with ease. He scowled, turning to catch his reflection in the nearby water basin. The face he saw there looked human enough, he supposed, albeit haggard and unkempt, but it felt wrong, like he was wearing another man's skin somehow. He shuddered at the eerie notion, letting his fur ripple back into place as he slipped down the steps of his loft into the home's main floor. Maybe it couldn't hurt to show a different face today. As he reached the bottom of the steps, he turned to make for the small room in the back corner where a large metal tub awaited him. Then he stopped, frowning as he looked about the home's main living area. It wasn't immediately clear what it was that felt off. Things were arranged much as they had been for years, with Curtis's simple wooden furniture and wall pelts seemingly just where they should be. Only they weren't. Things were shifted slightly this way or that, with the yak pelt over the fireplace in particular shifted a few inches downward. All right, thought Tanner, continuing to make for the tub and leisurely drawing himself a bath. Someone should really educate old Papa Bear in the ways of redecorating. There was enough hot water simmering over the coals in the fireplace to offset the cold water Tanner hand-pumped into the tub, and within minutes he'd thoroughly soaked himself, finding a strange sort of nostalgia in scrubbing down his fox-like form rather than his human one. Smiling as he stepped out of the tub, he drew the familiar touch of his fire into and over himself, letting the warmth of it dry his fur and leave it positively silken. Not bad for a novice, he thought proudly, smoothing down his fur once he'd slipped into his shirt and breeches, and ensuring that his tail was unhindered. Again raising an eyebrow at the slightly rearranged living area, he made his way outside, finding that Curtis was already deep into his day's work, and wearing a long-sleeve shirt. As if he doesn't get hot enough, Tanner thought, taking in the warm spring day beyond the porch. Good morning, he said, cocking his head at the slight flinch in Curtis's bearing.
Yes, good morning,
said Curtis, setting down the small, red-hot mechanism he held in his tongs, and turning to regard Tanner.
How did you sleep?
After our talk, you mean? Tanner said with a smirk, recalling how he'd found Curtis asleep in his chair, the magic book flopped open on his furry chest as he'd snored away. Tanner had helped the bearkin to bed then, briefly filling Curtis in on everything he'd accomplished that day before Curtis had again begun to snore.
Yes,
Curtis grunted, not at all mirroring Tanner's good humor. Tanner shrugged. I'm a bit tired, I guess. The burden of us half-breeds living in a human world, right? Nothing. Tanner thought with a twinge of concern as he monitored Curtis's face for any sign of camaraderie. The old bearkin hadn't even seemed more at ease when noting Tanner's very foxish face today.
Right,
Curtis grunted, not seeming sure what else to say. So, Tanner said at last, looking Curtis up and down. You're wearing a shirt. Curtis folded his arms, seeming abruptly defensive.
I've worn shirts before, Tanner.
Tanner raised an eyebrow. Not by the bellows you haven't. Come summertime, you overheat in just the apron.
It's a nice shirt,
Curtis said crisply. Sure is.
So, is it that I can't wear nice things as your father or as the town blacksmith?
Neither, Tanner laughed uneasily, raising his hands in placation. Look, I'm sorry, all right. It's a nice shirt. You look good. Curtis gave a sharp nod.
Well, thank you.
A long silence stretched between them before Tanner swallowed heavily. Does this have anything to do with me leaving? For one of the few times in his life, Tanner saw a sharp wave of fear sweep over Curtis's face, but it felt strange. Yes, there was obviously the fear of losing Tanner, but the way Curtis shifted ever so slightly backward, and the flicker of scrutiny in his eyes, Tanner felt himself slapped with a notion as abrupt as it was ludicrous. Is he afraid of me?
Look,
Curtis said at last, easing a step forward.
There are things we should discuss before you leave, but I think I need to figure some things out first.
Oh, all right, said Tanner. Well, yeah, just let me know. He tried on a smile. I do appreciate your advice and everything, you know. A different sort of discomfort came to Curtis's face then, and he gave a harsh cough as he cleared his throat.
Yes, well, on that end, Well, it's certainly nothing we've ever really discussed before, Cub, but Well, women, you see, can be rather complicated under the best of circumstances, and while I'm proud of what you did for Atrazar, I think it would be best if any sort of advancement in your relationship were to wait until you've both had time to reflect on what it is you...
Tanner had a grimacing smile plastered on his face by that point, fighting not to squirm on his feet. Dad, stop! Please. I didn't help free her, hoping for any sort of reward. He gave a tension-draining chuckle. She's free to chase whatever life she wants, whether or not that includes me. I just wanted her to have a chance at happiness. Curtis gave a tight smile.
Good. But still probably best to let whatever path lies before you both unfold at its own slow pace.
Yeah, said Tanner, making a show of wincing at the old bearkin's meaning. All right, Dad.
Are you quite done?
Said Nelina, drumming her long, claw-like nails along the far end of the table as Jack pointlessly peered over Tanner's shoulder. The book in his hands swirled in what Jack took to be elvish script, with even Tanner muttering an admission a moment earlier that he was barely able to decipher it. It's got some similarities to Gnomish and Sylvan, he'd said, scowling as he'd continued to read. So I'm able to piece together the general meaning at least. Jack had cocked an eyebrow.
Impressive. And how are you familiar with Gnomish and Sylvan?
Tanner's sheepish look back up to her had actually held a twitch of fear. Yeah, good question. Just about finished, Tanner mumbled in the present, tracing his finger down the last few pages of the book as a fiery light flashed in his eyes. If Jack had to guess, he was magically etching the words into his memory.
Not typically a skill useful for a blacksmith's son.
There, Tanner said at last, shutting the back cover of the ancient-looking leather-bound book and sliding it back across the table to Nelina. Done.
Good,
the Tigerkin said with a smirk, smoothly slipping the volume back into the satchel at her side.
Then it is high time that I'm off.
As she moved to stand, Jack leaned back in her chair, folding her arms over her chest.
Any chance you might feel like sharing your destination?
Nelina chuckled.
Not to worry, my dear. I believe our paths will cross again, someday.
As she spoke, her eyes drifted past Jack and Tanner to the tavern door, with Jack following her gaze as the door crashed inward amid a flurry of bright red feathers.
Right,
Jack thought with a sigh, smoothing down the raised fur on Ember's neck at the sudden jolt of sound.
Hard to keep track of all our loose ends sometimes.
The vibrantly feathered birdkin near the door glanced this way and that, fluttering up for a second to look over the handful of patrons in the ladle before her avian eyes settled on Jack and Tanner, the double clack of her beak apparently the equivalent of a smile. Ah boy, Tanner muttered as they both watched the exuberant Zaja flutter her way to them across the room, jostling patrons as she went. Briefly, Jack made eye contact with Allie and Atrazar across the room, seeing that the other women's conversation had also been interrupted by the intrusion. Allie pointedly rolled her eyes at the sight of Zaja, while Atrazar glanced about uncertainly, seeming somehow even more frail and slight in the more sensible attire Jack had instructed her to wear on their morning run. Though she was still flushed from the exertion over an hour later, Atrazar had surprised Jack by keeping up a moderate pace with only a handful of quick breaks. Then Zaja descended on Jack and Tanner, and Jack's focus couldn't help but be on the frantic phoenix blood.
Oh, I'm so glad I caught you before you left, which I've only just heard was happening, by the way,
said Zaja, her eyes darting back and forth between her audience so fast that Jack almost expected her to snap her own neck.
But I simply just couldn't allow you to leave still believing that I had anything to do with that horrid man on Nisaim. All I did was fulfill an order I received, having no idea what the results might be. and I feel ghastly about it. Just ghastly.
Jack raised a hand in hopes of cutting the birdkin short, catching sight of Nelina slinking her way out the door in the process. With a final wink, the tigerkin disappeared from sight.
Almost admirable the way she capitalizes on diversions,
thought Jack, managing a pleasant smile when Zeja looked her way.
It's all right, Zeja. We know you weren't—
But it isn't,
the birdkin insisted, wringing her feathered hands as she hopped from one taloned foot to the other.
And after we'd all become such good friends.
Jack was forced to bite her own cheek to keep from laughing at the squinting, slack-jawed bafflement on Tanner's furry face.
Anyway,
Zeja continued, her head swaying erratically back and forth like a broken metronome.
I simply demand that you allow me to make it right in some small way.
Swiftly, she produced a slender, shimmering stick from beneath her embroidered cloak, holding it out exactly halfway between Jack and Tanner.
The wands of healing are still in process. This is one of my most prized works, and I offer it to you now in hopes that it will aid you against whatever perils you may face in the world beyond.
Leaning forward, Jack studied the wand, watching as its slender surface seemed to shift and spark with something like ominous storm clouds from beneath a sheen of refined memory stone.
It's beautiful,
she said at last, genuinely admiring the craftsmanship. Yeah, said Tanner, attempting a grin. What is it?
Oh, didn't I say?
Said Zeja, frowning.
This is the most powerful wand I've ever created. You point, it zaps.
Zaps? Said Tanner.
Yes,
said Zeja, abruptly leveling the wand at the table between them, with a crazed look in her eyes.
Purest lightning, my boy. Point, zap.
Perfect, Jack said quickly, stepping forward and holding her hand out for the wand before the birdkin could execute a full demonstration.
We'll make sure to put it to good use.
Oh, lovely,
said Zeja, clucking joyfully.
Glad to help.
She frowned, cocking her head to one side, as Jack slipped the wand beneath her own cloak.
Just know that there's only so much zapping to be had. Oh, and do be sure that you only point and zap at bad people, yes?
Jack nodded, unable to suppress a smile.
Sounds like a good plan to me.
The door to the tavern, which Sally had yet to emerge from the kitchen area and close, produced another new arrival then, with a hesitant Gefnar stepping through, throwing a quick glance back over his shoulder.
Were we following her?
He said as he approached Jack, Tanner, and Zeja, obviously gesturing back toward Nelina. Not today, Tanner sighed. I just hope she's actually gone. No argument here, Gefnar said with a grunt, scowling faintly at Zeja, who seemed completely at ease sticking around, despite her mission being complete.
Anyway, I was asked to bring you all to the temple. Imagery's got something she's ready to show you.
Allie studied the array of tubes and flasks along the table before her, pointedly avoiding eye contact with the perched raven nearby.
Not polite to stare, Spearbeak,
she thought, turning to scrutinize the small metal cup in Tanner's grasp. Within was a swirling dose of faintly viscous liquid that emitted a soft, pulsing glow. So, what is it, exactly? Said the foxkin, looking up over the table to Imidre. The old scholar woman gave a mischievous smile, gesturing about the stone temple chamber around them, the scrolls and tomes strewn about every surface.
It's only what you asked for, boy. After extensive research, I've determined that this is the most trustworthy method of ensuring you are all able to remain in contact, even at a reasonable distance.
Right, Tanner said slowly, frowning in trepidation at the cup he held between his thumb and forefinger. But I was thinking about, small enchanted baubles or tasteful jewelry. This seems a bit more drastic.
The price of stronger magic,
Imidre said with a shrug. Are the effects permanent? Allie asked pointedly. Imidre gave a distant scowl.
Not precisely, though they are long-lasting. A potion is brewed to blend with your physical form, a form that is naturally replaced over a handful of years. As such, the effects will begin to dwindle near the end of that cycle, then vanish entirely.
Tanner attempted a carefree smile, looking back to Allie, Jack, Gefnar, and Atresar. Guess this means we're stuck together for a while. With a sharp inhale, he downed the potion in one gulp, an expression of sheer revulsion coming over his furry face. It looked like he tried to voice his disgust, only to find that he'd been rendered mute.
A temporary side effect,
Imidre said lightly at Allie's sharp glare.
He'll have recovered in a moment.
She was right. After a few long seconds, Tanner gave a testing yelp, jumping back at the sound of his own voice. Really still not sure about this whole magic thing, he muttered, setting down his empty cup. Satisfied, Allie stepped forward, hand outstretched for her own dosage. With a smirk, Imidre complied, turning the nozzle at the end of her hissing, bubbling apparatus to deposit a few further drops of the potion into another cup and handing it to Allie. Before she could second-guess herself, Allie gulped it down, shuddering at the impossibly bitter and sour flavor that swept over her tongue and gullet. Worse, the concoction didn't seem content to slide down her throat, instead halting halfway down, growing hotter to the point that Allie felt she'd drunk a steaming cup of tea too quickly. When that feeling subsided, it felt as though her throat and vocal cords were coated in the revolting mixture, and at an attempted hum, she found herself unable to speak. She fought down her panic with a few deep breaths, watching as Jack, Gefnar, and Atresar all stepped forward for a dosage as well. Not the worst thing I've ever drunk, Allie grunted when she'd found her voice again. And I thought my childhood was rough, said Atresar, shrinking away from her own cup after taking a whiff. And you're sure you're all right with this? Said Jack, turning to Atresar. Being, well, bound to all of us for the near future? It was easy for Allie to mark the way Atresar's eyes darted quickly to Tanner. Yes, said the former serving girl hastily. I think it's what's best for, well, whatever mission it is we're undertaking. In rapid succession, Jack, Gefnar, and Atresar all downed their dosages, with Gefnar's wide-eyed shock and disgust in response to the experience bringing Allie the most sadistic joy. Would this work on Ember? Jack asked Imidre after a few seconds, predictably recovering first.
The strength and range of the bond being reliant on the empathic nature of Memory Stone,
said Imidre, sounding as though she was giving a lecture as she tamed a few wild strands of gray hair,
is directly proportional to the link present between the individuals attempting to wield the magic, with the strongest of bonds, the texts say, even resulting in near telepathic communication. Though I'd advise you either to brush up on your wolf speak or teach young Ember here to communicate in the common tongue, if you intend to actually converse.
Tanner's mouth fell open halfway through Imidre's words, his eyes drifting to his empty cup. There's Memory Stone in there? Imidre gave a long, suffering sigh.
It is magical, boy. What did you think was in it?
Based on the flavor? Said Tanner, self-consciously massaging his throat. Cow bile and clam mucus? A coy grin came over Imidre's face as she scowled over the table at Tanner.
Well, you're not that far off, I suppose.
Nyah! Gefnar howled, his eyes darting about sheepishly as everyone turned to him.
Sorry,
he rasped, clearing his throat.
I was just getting a little nervous I'd have to start carrying around a notebook.
Chapter 5 Slight Deviations You don't have any preference? Said Allie, cocking an eyebrow across the tavern table to Atresar. There's no weapon you think you'd be more comfortable with? Atresar gave a big shrug, looking uneasily about the table to Allie, Jack, and Tanner. I don't know. A broom? An amused snort slipped out of Allie before she could stop it. Ah yes, fear the mighty Atresar and her deadly sweeping. All right, so we'll figure that part out later, I guess. For now, we can focus on basic self-defense. Sounds good to me, Atresar said with a meek smile. I do feel a bit guilty, though, that I'm not helping Gefnar get supplies ready for the trip. He assured us he had it all under control, Jack said softly. And you shouldn't feel guilty about it. He's handling the grunt work so we can all get you as ready as possible to take on the world outside Dragon's Nest. Insisting on it more like, said Tanner, smirking over at Atresar. I'm pretty sure our gnome's taken quite a shine to you. Somehow Tanner didn't seem to register when Atresar's face flushed a peculiar shade of red. Yes, well, I'm just not used to letting others handle the manual labor, I guess, said Atresar, managing a smile. Well, let's check in on him then, Tanner said with a grin, his eyes drawing tighter as he focused. Gefnar? After a faltering second, during which Allie let the gnome come to prominence in her own mind, Gefnar's voice sounded in her head, as though the sound was hitting her ears from the wrong side. Yeah? Everything going all right with the horses and supplies? Said Tanner, his grin widening as their communication link was seemingly pushed to its limit. Yeah, came the response. I've got the horses reserved, and I'm just picking up a few things at Bunden's wares. Oh, said Tanner, visibly deflating as he realized how close Gefnar was. Throughout the afternoon, they'd systematically tested the strengths and limitations of their new link, finding that they could speak normally to each other at a distance of nearly a quarter of a mile, simply by mentally reaching out to another person or persons in the link. And, to Imidre's point of a personal bond strengthening the connection, Tanner and Atresar, two individuals who'd known each other for years, had even been able to whisper to each other at a slightly greater distance, a fact that had visibly brightened Atresar's mood. Well, let us know if you need any help, said Tanner. I will, Gefnar said hesitantly. Then, after a long pause, not sure I enjoy all the staring when I talk to the air, though. Allie chuckled, imagining Bunden, the dogkin owner of Bunden's wares, scowling quizzically at the muttering gnome in his store. The thought made her consider how accustomed she'd grown to Dragon's Nest and its people, and how much her stomach churned at the thought of a maimed Veladrock bursting up into the streets to wreak carnage on those who'd survived the Crockblood attack. If there was a contest for unluckiest town in the world, she thought, her eyes drawn to the ladle's door as it swung open to reveal a frazzled-looking human guardsman. The man quickly spotted Allie and the others, and he turned to stride their way. The man said hesitantly, shifting his helmet atop his head as they all turned to face him. The guard captain would like an audience with the heroes of Dragon's Nest. Tanner frowned. Right now? The guardsman gave a quick nod. Right now. It took every bit of Tanner's self-control to keep his fur from ruffling as he studied the small note on the desk before him, easily imagining the hand that had scribed the flourished lettering. I couldn't pass up the added bonus. You understand. That smug, slimy tigerkin bitch, thought Tanner, glancing to the empty strongbox that sat nearby, and the coldly staring Phylac behind it, the man's bearded jaw set in bridled fury. You can see how this might look bad, Phylac growled, his eyes sliding across his desk from Tanner to Jack to Allie and back again. Unsurprisingly, Atresar had opted to stay behind at the ladle. Tanner adopted his most confused frown, glad of all the practice he'd had in recent days. What do you mean? Who wrote this note? A thief, Phylac said icily.
One who'd apparently taken the time to become well acquainted with where I keep my most prized possessions, and how to disable the wards set in place there. They even possessed a very specific key, one I'd thought lost in the Crockblood attack.
Well, I'm sorry, said Tanner, surprised to find that he almost meant it. But what does that have to do with us? Phylac glared up at him.
One of the items taken was the artifact recently offered in exchange for young Atresar's freedom.
Tanner let himself wince at that one. He'd expected it, but it still stung to hear it out loud.
Not a talk I look forward to having with Antarctica. We commiserate, obviously, said Jack, stepping forward. But the contract we all signed is still legally binding. The exchange has already been made.
Indeed, said Phylac, his knuckles cracking as he flexed them.
And as I have no proof of wrongdoing, it appears I have no recourse.
Just what exactly are you accusing us of? Allie snapped from Tanner's other side. Phylac's brow impossibly creased further.
Do you three really claim to have no knowledge of the person who stole my belongings?
None, Tanner stated. Barely even a lie. Nalina's not exactly the most forthcoming comrade. But we'll promise to keep an eye out for any sign of a trail while we're gone.
What else was taken besides the lover's tree?
Jack inquired.
A book, Phylac said slowly. One of the more detailed accounts of elven history to survive until present day.
Then we'll stay alert for both items, Tanner said with a solemn nod.
I'd appreciate that,
Phylac growled, finally easing back in his chair.
And when you're sure you have the culprit, feel free to express precisely what stealing from me really means.
The threat in his tone made it apparent he was still entertaining the thought of throwing Tanner and the others in the nearest prison cell, but without proof, he knew he couldn't follow through. Not with individuals as high profile as the heroes of Dragon's Nest. And despite Phylac's unwavering glare, Tanner could tell he'd begun to doubt. So long as there was a chance the three ruffians in his office could recover his artifacts, he couldn't afford to insult them any further. Happy to, Tanner said with a smile. Was there anything else?
Nothing,
Phylac admitted with a sneer.
I wish you all a pleasant evening.
Jack stared past the wolf curled up at her feet into the flickering glow of the fireplace before her. Sally typically kept the ladle's fire smoldering throughout the night, with the inn's patrons free to stoke or feed it at their leisure. With everything swimming around in her mind, Jack had decided to impose on that freedom. The ladle's common area had died down hours earlier, with locals returning to their homes, and the town's few guests retreating to their rooms well after dark. Behind Jack, the shuttered windows of the iron ladle leaked pale moonlight, with Sogan, the least of the moons, a full shining sphere in the sky outside, while Tarchik and Derev, his greater brothers, waxed and waned.
Can't sleep either?
A soft, girlish voice sounded from behind Jack. Hardly caught off guard, Jack's only response was to slide her eyes across to Atresar as the other woman brought a chair up alongside the huntress. Ember's ears flicked up at the sound, but his furry head remained draped over his paws.
I don't know,
Jack sighed, smiling pleasantly toward her visitor.
I haven't tried yet.
Atresar chuckled through the obvious fatigue in her eyes.
Guess that makes you smarter than me, then. Here I've been wasting all this time tossing and turning when I could have been sitting by the fire. Fire helps me think,
said Jack, her eyes drifting over to the muted flames.
Watching a raw force of nature, it gives me clarity. Mind sharing?
Atresar said with a grunt. Jack gave a short laugh, shifting her focus back to Atresar.
We've got a job to do, a goal to accomplish. As long as I have that, I'm golden.
Atrazar gave a slow nod as she stared into the flames.
I understand. You like knowing what's expected of you. It makes things feel certain, safe.
I suppose, Jack said with a frown.
The world's a big, scary place,
Atrazar went on, clutching her arms around herself now.
Having a path set out for you makes it seem conquerable.
Jack's brow slackened in understanding, and she adopted a maternal smile.
You're learning quickly, Atrazar. Nobody expects you to be able to take on a dire bear overnight.
Waiting until Atrazar turned to face her, she continued,
Allie says you've even mastered the nuances of her meditation technique in minutes.
Atrazar gave a self-deprecating smile.
She's exaggerating. I'm just used to clearing my head.
One hand came up along her face, pushing a few strands of blonde hair back behind her modified ears as she seemed to stare into her past.
Something you have to learn, when it's your only escape.
Anger flared in Jack's chest for Phylac, and she began to question just how guilty she felt for turning loose Nelina's sticky fingers.
Who we've been can help us become who we want to be, she said, leaning closer to the other woman. No matter the situation, you may have learned more in your time with Phylac than you realize, and you certainly have the drive necessary to better yourself.
Jack gave a playful smile.
You were able to keep up with me on our run, weren't you?
Atrazar grinned, comically shifting her frame.
Guess I was, though I don't look forward to how sore I'll be in the morning.
Jack laughed softly.
I am told it's the best kind of hurt.
Then, sobering.
You're with us now. Phylac can't get you back, no matter what became of the artifact. Tanner made sure the contract was strong as iron. I know,
Atrazar whispered, a wistful smile on her face. Easily interpreting the expression, Jack smirked.
He cares for you. We all do, and we're not going to toss you aside just because you're more comfortable wielding a broom than a sword. I'd hope not, said Atrazar with a laugh. I'm really good with a broom.
For a moment, she seemed to be preparing to add something, and Jack thought she was going to press about the nature of the mission. Then, seeming to let the thought go, Atrazar pushed stiffly out of her chair, smiling over at Jack.
Thank you. I think I just had a couple of things I needed to hear. Good night, Jack.
Good night, Atrazar, said Jack, watching as the other woman retreated down the hall into the ladle's rooms. Atrazar's obvious curiosity about the reason for their departure had returned Jack's thoughts to the mutilated dragon beneath their feet.
Maybe we can tell her once we're on our way, and Veladrok is well behind us.
It wasn't that she expected Atrazar to yell the news to everyone within earshot. She and the others had just all agreed that they should probably speak about such things as little as possible.
Meaning we all have to sort through our thoughts on the matter on our own,
Jack thought, turning back to the fire. She hadn't lied to Atrazar. Having places to go and things to do was certainly reassuring. It gave Jack a purpose in this strange world beyond her home. She just wished it felt like she had more choice in the matter. Allie glared hatred up at the man in shackles on the platform before her, almost wishing that he'd spontaneously combust and save them all the trouble.
Or that I'd stabbed him in the throat when I had the chance, she thought coldly,
listening as Bert, aide to Denaxis and Phylac's shared affairs, and most recent witness called upon to testify in the former mayor's hearing, stuttered along in his testimony.
And, these documents clearly show,
said the wiry man, looking across the platform to the seated council members,
that Denaxis deliberately overruled Phylac's patrol orders on the night in question, purposely leaving the gate unguarded in order to allow his crockblood allies entry into Dragon's Nest.
A wave of angry murmurs swept up through the crowd to match the dark gloom overhead. For his part, the shackled Dynaxis continued to stare stoically down at his hands, barely seeming to acknowledge the proceedings at all. Abruptly, Bert's testimony faltered as the man's brow knotted in confusion, displaying for Allie and the others that he still bore the mental scars of Antothica's rather invasive interrogation on the night of the attack. Seated nearby on the platform, a flash of sympathy and guilt came over Antothica, though, Allie noted, not regret. Believing as she had that Phylac was behind it all, Antothica had taken the necessary steps to protect her people. But even the right choice can be hard to live with sometimes, thought Allie, watching as Phylac stood from his seat beside Antothica, stepping up beside his aide.
"That will be all, Bert,"
said the guard captain, motioning for the other man to excuse himself.
"Oh, yes, quite right,"
said Bert, shuffling slowly down the platform steps.
At least he's getting better,
Tanner muttered from beside Allie, watching sadly as Bert retreated.
But the temple healers tell me it's a lot easier to destroy something than to fix it.
Unfortunately true, Jack said from Allie's other side, audibly shifting on her feet as the crowd around them began to seethe with scattered murmuring.
I just hope we can help this town on the road to recovery before we leave.
As though waiting for the prompt, Phylac turned down to face the three of them, motioning them up onto the platform. He disguised the suspicion and anger in his eyes admirably, setting aside his personal feelings toward them and their seemingly underhanded contracts, as he declared to the gathered townsfolk,
"We will now hear from the heroes of Dragon's Nest."
Instantly feeling her skin crawl as she stepped up to the platform alongside Jack and Tanner, Allie found herself folding her arms and slipping instinctively onto a defensive back foot as she met hundreds of gazes from the crowd below.
"During our time in the cultist tunnels beneath the city,"
Jack began, mercifully starting them off,
"we overheard a conversation between the cultist leader and Sergeant Thane, a loyal operative of Dynaxis. The exchange quickly confirmed that a deal had been struck between Dynaxis and these cultists, allowing them access to the temple in order to use it as a focal point in their ritual."
Probably a good plan, not blabbing to everyone about the fallen, near-omnipotent scorpion Thecur intent on clawing his way back to reality, thought Allie darkly, shuddering as Kravog seemed to manifest before her waking eyes. Shrugging the sensation aside, Allie stepped forward. "Beyond that, we found Memory Stone refined to display a single moment in its past that showed Dynaxis also striking a bargain with Chief Baskug of the Crockbloods. He'd let them exact their revenge on us city-dwellers, provided they only ransacked the temple." She shot a glare back at Dynaxis. "If everything went as planned, his allies would have wiped each other out, and the temple would have been ruined, leaving him as the most powerful voice left in Dragon's Nest." Actual shouts of anger went up from around the town square, with representatives from numerous species joining in. "But perhaps worst of all," said Tanner when the shouts had died down, "this is a man without sympathy or remorse." He motioned back to the unfazed Dynaxis, his foxkin eyes drawn in sorrow. "This man's actions led to the death of his own son, and not even that could convince him of his own guilt." Almost before she realized why, Allie's heart stuttered. Then, as she followed Tanner's gesture, turning to regard the stone-faced Dynaxis, it was as though she was looking into a more weathered version of another face, one she visited frequently in her meditations.
Crexus was his son.
The realization struck her like a rampaging bull, and she felt her knees buckle beneath her, barely catching herself in time. She briefly caught Tanner's eye, seeing confusion there for a moment, then understanding, then regret. Allie spun to face Jack, seeing the other woman's face drawn in infuriating sympathy.
"They all knew,"
thought Allie, finally shooting a heavy stare over at Antothica. A strange sort of fury flared in her chest as the High Priestess gave a sad, affirming nod toward her. Allie clenched her jaw, determined not to fall apart in front of everyone in the middle of the trial, sending a final, hate-filled glare to Dynaxis, before turning calmly back toward the crowd.
Was anyone planning on telling me? She fumed inwardly,
barely registering as Phylax stood and dismissed them all from the stage. Fists clenched at her sides, Allie led the way down the steps.
"Hey, Allie," said Tanner, his voice trailing off as Allie spun back to level her sharp gaze at him at the base of the platform. I'm sorry. You weren't there when Antarctica told us, and you were already so angry." "There never seemed to be a good time to tell you," Jack added soothingly, looking as though she wanted to offer the other woman a hug, but knew better. "And it didn't feel right to burden you any further." "So I'm that breakable, am I?" Allie thought, biting back a snarl. Aloud, she said nothing, instead giving a curt nod and resuming her place at the front of the crowd. She studied her hands intently as, overhead, Phylax began to wrap things up. "The council has studied the evidence against the accused, and they will now pass judgment. As officials of the people, a majority ruling on their part will be the final say on the matter." Allie looked up in time to see Phylax turn an eager glower on Denaxis. "At least Phylax and I can agree on one thing," thought Allie, her gaze fixed on the former mayor. "It's high time Denaxis got what's coming to him." "Councilwoman Sally Withers," said Antarctica, turning across the stage past Denaxis and his guards to the seated council members. "What is your verdict?" Needlessly brushing off her dress as she stood, looking more than a little self-conscious, Sally gave a crisp nod.
"Guilty on all counts, I'm afraid."
She looked pointedly to Denaxis.
"Quite guilty."
As she sat, Curtis rose to his feet from beside her, looking just as uncomfortable in his long-sleeve shirt and well-tailored pants.
"Guilty,"
he said with finality, just as quickly resuming his seat. Next in line was Frenal, the councilwoman Allie had brought in to oversee Atresar's emancipation. The thought of the former serving girl caused Allie to turn to find her near the ladle door, looking just as eager for the proceedings to close. Distracted as she was in that moment, Allie almost didn't hear the timid words from above.
"Not guilty."
Allie's eyes snapped back up to the platform as a stunned silence settled over the crowd. Not daring to make eye contact, Frenal resumed her seat, the shame in her gaze unmistakable. Next was Pevek, the no male on the council, who hoisted himself down from his seat, softly cleared his throat and said,
Not guilty."
Murderous shouts erupted from the crowd now, with Allie only unable to join in because of the way she furiously gnawed on her own tongue. Last to stand was Laura, another human female, who, lips pursed with dark certainty, gave a defiant nod.
"Not guilty."
The uproar all around Allie was deafening as some townsfolk began to surge forward, calling out for blood. Allie barely heard it, her eyes locking onto Denaxis as he was hurried away from the stage under guard. There was no trace of surprise on his face, and though Allie could never be sure, in the fleeting glimpse she had of him, she thought she saw the faintest tug of a smile on his lips. Deep in her chest, Allie's blood began to pulse with inky blackness, and, for once, Allie felt a rush of elation in letting it. Chapter 6. The Power of the Damned.
"Back away, all of you!"
Phylax shouted, resting a hand on his sword as a handful of townspeople neared the platform. The shouts never dwindled, but, one by one, the potential rioters eased back from the guard captain's imposing form. Satisfied, Phylax waited for a lull in the torrent of outcries, finally bellowing over them all.
"The council's word in this is final."
He turned, fixing the traitorous majority of the council members with a dark stare as they were hurried away from the stage by town guards.
"And we'll all just have to live with that."
Tanner almost couldn't bring himself to grasp what was happening.
"Are they out of their minds?"
he whispered. watching as the offending council members were rushed off back to the safety of their homes.
No,
Jack said from beside him, sounding more angry than shocked.
They're terrified. You can see it in their eyes.
Of what? Allie snapped. The fact that they've all just ruled to let an arrogant lunatic go free? Denaxis has something on them, Tanner said with a frown, catching the frantic glances back at the mayor as they disappeared from sight. Jack nodded.
Or over them. I'd guess with being tapped into the town's power structure for so long, he's mastered the art of manipulating the rest of the leadership.
I don't care how he did it, Allie growled, watching as Denaxis was escorted back up the temple steps to the last light of sunset. We can't let this stand. Pretty sure we won't, said Tanner, his eyes drawn past the row of guards that stood between the angry crowd and their targets. Phylac and Intothica had drawn away to speak privately, with Intothica now motioning the three of them forward, along with the sour-faced Curtis. Tanner and his friends readily complied, slipping unhindered through the guardsmen after a quick bark from Phylac to allow them through.
Obviously this is troubling,
said Intothica, her eyes drawn with worry.
It's a mockery,
Curtis said with a grunt, having dropped down from the platform to join them. Sally, meanwhile, had quickly retreated into the ladle, doubtless suspecting that people would want a place to withdraw and discuss the turn of events.
Agreed,
said Phylac, folding his arms.
The evidence was clear. The only explanation is that the council was compromised. Then we'll need to reconvene quickly to persuade them to reverse their verdict,
said Intothica, sounding exhausted at the prospect.
In the meantime, we'll also have to bring some new evidence to light in order to reopen the case.
She turned to Tanner and the others, a resigned smile on her face.
If I may ask it, it would go far in expediting things if the council was invited to the temple at the request of the heroes of Dragon's Nest.
Tanner responded with what he hoped was a charming grin, seeing that Gefnar too was hustling their way. Worry not, my lady. We are on the task. Jack winced as the window she was prying open gave a faint squeak, betraying her position to anyone who was nearby. Luckily, nobody seemed to be. Find a way in? Gefnar's voice sounded in her ears. Well, not a dignified one, but it'll do, said the scrawny human boy in front of her. Having been alerted to the fact that Tanner had assumed the illusory form, had done little to keep her panic at bay upon seeing a stranger circle the large home before them to join her when she'd announced the discovery of the alternate opening. They'd arrived at Frenal's home a few minutes earlier, finding the building shuttered and completely dark. Ordinarily, Jack might have decided that it would be best not to press the issue and continue their search elsewhere, but Phylac had been adamant that the council members had each been escorted back to their homes. They were here, just doing their best to go unnoticed. Nimbly, Jack hopped up through the raised window, alighting on the lacquered floor inside and hearing only the faintest scuffing of boots and claws as Tanner and Ember slipped in behind her. In the dim light, Jack's human eyes fought to pierce the darkness, but she could tell that her companion's sharp animal senses had already concluded that there was no one downstairs, and they were beginning to make their way toward the steps.
I hope Allie's having more luck with Sally,
Jack thought, recalling the street urchin's quickness to volunteer for the closer duty. Before departing, she'd confided at Jack's concerned scowl that she needed a moment to calm herself.
Not surprising,
Jack mused, feeling yet another stab of guilt for not informing Allie of Crexus's parentage. A part of her doubted that it would have made a difference, but
she still deserved to know.
Finding herself on the second floor behind Tanner, Jack navigated by the traces of moonlight sneaking through the shuttered windows, following Tanner and Ember into the nearby bedchamber, and stopping short as the room was illuminated by the light of an overturned dying candle. On the floor was the prone, unmoving form of Frenal, a small flask toppled from her outstretched hand where she'd fallen.
"Damn it!"
Tanner hissed, rushing to the woman and turning her over to stare vacantly at the ceiling, while Jack stooped to take in the pristine letter on the floor nearby. From the way the author addressed Fernal, he seemed to be a grown son, far off in Falconcrest. As for the flask, Jack identified its contents with only a cursory sniff.
Poison,
she sighed, noting that some of the concoction still dripped from Fernal's colorless lips.
What is it?
Said Gefnar in her mind, seeming to sense that something was wrong.
It's Councilwoman Fernal, said Tanner, pointlessly feeling for a pulse at the woman's neck, his shoulders quickly slumping. She's dead.
And you hear me? Tanner's voice blared in Allie's mind, sounding muddy and canned, as though he was at the very edge of the range of their link. Allie's eyes shot open where she sat in her bed, her posture growing more rigid.
Tanner?
She said with a wary frown. She'd heard the tension in his voice.
What's...
The frantic pounding on her door cut off the rest, and she was instantly on her feet, swinging the door open to reveal a frantic Atrazar.
Fernal's dead,
the other woman hissed, glancing quickly about to make sure she wasn't overheard.
They found her body.
Allie snarled a curse and grabbed her cloak, already bolting past Atrazar for the ladle's main door.
We need to get to the others,
she growled, opening the link up to everyone with surprising ease.
Jack, Tanner, you two get to the other council members while Gefnar reports to... Hang on.
Jack cut her off, audibly shifting course.
We've got something.
Allie skidded to a halt in the town square, nearly causing Atrazar to slam into the back of her by the babbling central fountain.
What is it? It's a guardsman,
Jack said, her words barely discernible as she shifted to give pursuit.
And he's in an awfully big hurry.
Fine, Allie grunted, taking off once more for Old Dragon's Nest. I'll go for Pevek and Laura. You three keep on the suspect. There was a short pause before Tanner's voice sounded on the link once more. You two be careful, all right?
You too,
said Atrazar, her voice audible to Allie over the link, as well as in the breathless panting from behind. Allie didn't respond, running on in silence until she felt her connection with the others waver.
Out of range,
she thought, swerving down a side street as Atrazar gasped that she knew a shortcut. At the thought of her allies rushing headlong into an unknown danger, Allie's heart gave a surprising flutter.
Good luck,
she thought, willing the winds to carry her words where their link could not. Then she and Atrazar were coming up on Pevek's home, seeing that light shone out of the grandiose windows through elegant drapes, barely illuminating the nighttime streets beyond against the efforts of the 3 shifting moons overhead and the flickering street lamps. Only one room on the back corner gave off any glow, however, its single open window morosely inhaling a cool spring breeze as Allie and Atrazar rounded to the front of the house. Allie pounded up the building steps, slamming the side of her fist into the door and shifting impatiently as she heard someone shuffling up to answer it. A mousy gnome woman greeted her gaze on the other side as the door swung inward, giving a small curtsy as she motioned for Allie and Atrazar to enter.
I suppose you'll be wanting to speak with the master then,
she said, quickly glancing to the unmistakably gnomish children sprawled about the living area nearby. Right now, Allie said with a curt nod, planting her hands on her hips.
Yes, m'lady,
the gnome woman said meekly, hurrying off down a lavishly decorated hallway and rapping on a door near the end.
Master, the Lady Allie and a friend of hers are here to speak with you. Master?
The knot in Allie's stomach tightened as she watched the woman ease the door inward, exploding into dark fury as the gnome let out a scream, bringing a hand up to her mouth. Allie was moving before she remembered willing it, rushing down the hallway to peer through the door over the gnome's diminutive frame. Slumped, still and drooling in a chair before a short opulent desk, was Pevek, a small glass flask shattered on the floor beneath his feet. Snarling, Allie darted back down the hall, her eyes briefly finding the eyes of the gnomish children who'd frozen in their play, fear and uncertainty in their gazes. A quick stab of sorrow pierced Allie's chest. The oldest couldn't be more than 13. Unable to find the words to voice her sympathy, Allie motioned a teary-eyed Atrazar to follow as she bolted from the home.
Laura's place, now,
she snapped, falling back to let the other woman take point as they sped out into the streets. Atrazar nodded quickly, taking off northward.
Really hope the rest of you are making someone pay for this right about now, Allie thought.
Tanner inhaled deeply as he, Jack, Ember, and Gefnar slipped down another alleyway after their guardsman quarry. It wasn't a scent he knew well, but he could definitely recall seeing and smelling this individual before.
My father used to say it's the nameless enemy you should fear,
Jack whispered from beside him when they came to a halt at the corner of a particularly drab new Dragon's Nest building.
The enemy you know is one you can attempt to understand, but the enemy with no face is the one too easily underestimated.
Smart man, your dad,
Tanner hissed back, catching sight of the fleeing guardsman as he slipped northward toward the stables.
Or maybe I was just naive to think that all the surviving guardsmen actually wanted to, protect this town from people like Denaxis. We have no proof yet,
Gefnar heaved from a pace behind.
He may not be.
Then he picked a bad time to be sneaking around, Tanner growled. Fresnel's body, as well as the many who had fallen in the Crockblood attack, flashed through his mind as he took off after the guardsman once more. Approaching where he'd last seen the man, he was unsurprised to see the town stables come into view. Built before any walls or gates, Tanner supposed the old hovel stood as a testament to the town's resistance to change, especially after its restoration following Kelevost's attack centuries earlier.
It's also where someone planning to skip town would need to go for a horse,
he thought darkly, slinking up to the rear entrance with his companions close behind. As he drew near, he could hear hushed voices conversing inside, though he was unable to make them out. One presumably belonged to their guardsman, as it sounded more frantic and winded, while the other... Tanner could feel the fur on the back of his neck bristle with anger. The other voice belonged to Denaxis.
"Take me to your mistress," Allie yelled to the servant girl before her. "Now!"
"All right, my lady,"
replied the teenaged human brunette, obviously rankling at the lack of etiquette.
"No need to shout."
At Allie's glare, she shuffled up the nearby steps, disappearing past the landing and down a hallway. After a few seconds, Allie heard a light knocking and the girl's meek,
"Mistress?"
No response. Beside her, Allie could hear Atrazar give a small gasp of dread.
"Mistress? There's—"
Allie was already bolting up the stairs, startling the servant girl as she appeared in the upstairs hallway. Quickly, she took in the door before her. Small, flimsy lock. She felt a small wash of relief as she threw her shoulder into the barrier. She'd learned long ago that a door was only as strong as its lock. As the door crashed in before her, she stumbled to regain her footing, registering that both of the other women had entered the room behind her, Atrazar frantic, the servant girl indignant.
"Now look here,"
the girl was yelping.
"This is hardly proper.
Allie drowned out the rest, slowly circling the perimeter of the room's thick drapery and the canopy bed at the center. At the far end of the bed, so still that, at first, Allie thought she'd again arrived too late, was Councilwoman Laura, peering down at a small open flask in her hands. The flask was still full. "Laura?" Allie said softly, stepping tentatively up to the bed's corner. Laura gave no reply, continuing to study the deadly greenish mixture within the glass, a look of resigned dread in her eyes. As Allie took another step, preparing to lash out at the flask, Laura seemed to regain her senses, bolting upright and retreating to the room's corner.
"Don't!"
she blurted, her gaze twitching and frantic. "You can't drink that," Allie snapped. "If you do, Denaxis wins." Laura gave a defeated sigh.
"He's probably already gone by now, but I'll never be free of his reach."
"You can be," Allie pleaded. "We can get you out of here."
It's not that simple,"
Laura whimpered, pathetically shaking her head.
"He knows us all, our weaknesses, who to threaten to make us his tools."
Allie nodded slowly. "He got to you. Said he'd kill someone you loved. At Laura's teary-eyed affirmation, Allie relaxed her stance. Who was it? Laura gave a sad laugh.
When you're born as privileged as I was, the only heir to a family name, you convince yourself you'll never find someone who truly cares for you.
A tear spilled down her cheek as she gave a wistful smile.
Until you do.
Her eyes met Allie's amid a bittersweet laugh.
We were to be married by now, but we decided to wait for the town to recover after the crockblood attack.
She shook her head.
We thought we'd have more time.
And you think he'd want this? Said Allie, minimally shifting her weight as she prepared to spring.
He'd die for me,
Laura said with finality, refocusing on the flask in her hand.
So, I can do no less for him.
Before Allie could react, the flask was at Laura's lips, already half emptied by the time Allie slapped it aside to shatter against the wall. Instantly, Laura began to gasp for breath, her eyes going wide as her knees buckled, depositing her in Allie's arms. "Atrazar!" Allie snapped, her mind racing as she eased Laura down onto the bed. She looked up to make eye contact with the other woman as she raced up, standing at the ready. "Don't break on me now." "Back in Lorson," Allie said evenly, her tone nothing short of commanding. "The nobles used to carry drinks with them to fancy parties that would help them vomit the last few courses." She didn't need to finish. Atrazar's brow furrowed in understanding, and she bolted from the room, dragging the wide-eyed servant girl after her down to the main floor. Allie could hear them clattering about the kitchen below as she scooped out what poison she could from Laura's mouth with her fingers, doing her best to keep the woman's air passage open. In what must have been under a minute, Atrazar returned, a foul-smelling concoction spilling over from the mug in her hands as she sprinted back to Allie's side and thrust the mug into her hands. "Here!" Indelicately, Allie poured the awful mixture down Laura's constricting throat, catching the mingled smells of unbrewed coffee along with something impossibly sour, fused together in a potent alcohol base. It wasn't the concoction Allie recalled, but with any luck. Laura gagged, with Allie barely turning the woman's head in time for the puke to spew out across the bed's embroidered pillows. When the flow finally stopped, Laura gave a few long gasps, still shuddering as the effects of the ingested poison racked her body. "Get her to the temple," Allie barked to the servant girl, motioning for Atrazar to follow her as she swept from the room. If Dynaxis was planning on leaving, he'd need a horse. And something over the link felt very wrong. Chapter 7. Accelerated Plans. Jack winced as Tanner stepped brazenly out into the middle of the stable doorway to be backlit by the moonlight.
"I would have liked more of a plan than that, but all right."
"Really?" said Tanner, flames licking around his clawed fingers as both Dynaxis and the guardsman spun to face him. "You're just gonna sneak off in the middle of the night, Mayor?"
"It seemed an opportune time," Dynaxis replied, pointedly resting a hand on the sword hilt at his side. "Who would expect an escape after the acquittal?"
"So, manipulating the council, murdering them, was just a diversion?" said Tanner, his words dripping with disgust. Dynaxis shrugged, with Jack barely able to catch his arrogant smirk in the dim light.
"The town is hardly worse off for it. The council has been ineffectual for many years, but now they've at least paved the way to my freedom. The people of Dragon's Nest would hardly have stood for the council's verdict, eventually coming for my head, but the immediate anger will serve to conceal my departure."
"Not while we stand between you and the gate,"
said Gefnar, moving to stand next to Tanner. The guardsman readied his halberd to defend the mayor, as Dynaxis gave an exaggerated sigh.
"You don't really want to do this?"
"It's this or apathy," said Jack, stepping into view as well as she drew her sword. Denaxis slipped his own blade from its scabbard, markedly keeping one hand on his dark cloak.
Very well. I could do with some catharsis.
Everyone moved at once, with Tanner lashing out with a geyser of flame as Gefnar, Ember, and Jack drove in for Denaxis. They were forced to shift course partway through, as Denaxis dived forward toward the near corner of the stables, bringing his cloak up to splash aside Tanner's flame, the fabric rippling with expended warding magic.
Fire-resistant,
Jack growled, finding herself locking blades with Denaxis as the guardsman charged for Tanner. She quickly scored a minor hit along the mayor's side, feeling a small surge of relief that, even if Denaxis managed to break away and escape, Hellfade now had the taste of his blood. Angered, Denaxis was pushed largely on the defense, slashing wide to keep Ember at bay while also glancing aside Gefnar's powerful strikes. It was clear, however, that Denaxis was focused on Jack, masterfully parrying her blows while still managing to sneak in the occasional riposte. The battle unfolded to the backdrop of whinnying horses, thrashing about in their stalls. But Jack remained focused, allowing herself a faint smile as another blast of flame surged up to engulf Denaxis. The mayor saw the attack coming in time, though, once again bringing up his cloak to intercept, slinging his cape around to buy some room from Gefnar and Ember, and sneaking his blade past Jack's defenses. Jack staggered a pace back, feeling blood begin to pool in her armor from where Denaxis' sword had sunk between her ribs. She heard a ferocious snarl as Gefnar stepped between her and Denaxis, watching as Ember clamped down onto the back of the mayor's leg, tearing with his fangs as he tried to drag Denaxis to the ground.
Good boy,
Jack thought with a weak smile, glad of the moment to focus as she began channeling the light of the forest into her free hand, and touching the site of the wound. It would take more time or magic to mend completely, but for the moment, she was able to stay on her feet, plugging the blood loss at least, before it compromised her abilities. And that was when she saw Denaxis' resolve falter. Glancing over to see that his guardsman had yet to remove Tanner from the fight, the mayor gave a growl of frustration, leaping nimbly out of the skirmish.
Another day, perhaps,
he growled, sounding spent and out of breath despite his bluster. In seconds, he was at his travel-ready horse, swinging up into the saddle and preparing to spur his mount into motion. Only by that time, Jack's bow was in her hands, its arrow leveled at Denaxis' shoulder as he leaned down over his horse's neck. Jack fired, watching the arrow sink through armor and flesh. His eyes going wide, Denaxis fought to remain upright, slowly succumbing to the shock of the injury as he went limp and toppled from his saddle. Tanner, meanwhile, had drawn more fire to himself, his eyes and both arms swirling with flame as he took a menacing step toward the already charred guardsman. Glancing to the fallen but breathing mayor, the guardsman stumbled back, dropping his halberd to the stable floor.
All right,
he stammered, sounding almost dejected when he added,
You win.
Breathing a sigh of relief, Jack moved over to Denaxis' side, feeling a strong pulse still in his neck.
It's all right, Atrisar, she heard Tanner say, looking up to see that the foxkin spoke only to the air, his eyes flaring softly as he reached out over the link. It's over. We've got him. Tanner paced at the stable entrance, watching as both Allie and Atrisar ran up to join him. Cold fury in her eyes, Allie glanced inside the stable when they drew near, seeing the disarmed guardsman and the prone, unmoving Denaxis.
Is he
alive? Tanner muttered, seeing his own dark disappointment reflected in Allie's gaze. If you have any plans on fixing that, you'll have to get in line. Allie grunted, walking right up to the seated guardsman, who seemed transfixed on Gefnar's still-bared blade.
Any particular reason you wanted to help that monster kill half the council and escape punishment for his crimes? She snarled down to him.
Though he was interested in the exchange, Tanner found himself glancing to an out-of-breath Atrisar, who seemed to be staring at him for some reason.
What is it? He said, frowning. Are you all right?
Fine,
Atrisar said quickly, offering up a self-conscious smile.
I'm just glad you are too.
Well, so am I, Tanner said with a muted grin,
unable to enjoy the talk as he thought of all the people who weren't. All the people we failed.
"He's our mayor,"
the guardsman was saying when Tanner refocused on Allie.
"He was only trying to bring Dragon's Nest into a new age." "He's a power-mad murderer," said Jack, stepping up beside Allie. "You're helping a man who sees people as a means to an end, nothing more."
"It's not that simple," the guardsman mumbled down to his feet.
"Then make it that simple," Jack said coldly. "We choose what we stand for in life, and you've shown you value pomp and charisma over all else."
Even Tanner winced at that, sharing an uneasy glance with Atresar. From what he knew, at least, it seemed like Jack would be a highly capable mother someday. He was jarred from the thought by the sound of approaching feet, the scuffing staggered by the clunk of what sounded like a staff. Turning, Tanner saw that Intothica herself was drawing near, looking even more drained and haggard than she had at the trial. Tanner barely kept himself from offering an arm of support as Intothica entered the stable door, whispering instead, "Are you all right?"
"Fine,"
said Intothica, sounding as though she'd aged a decade in the last hour.
"I've just been deep in a ritual to help me find."
Her eyes drifted to the softly breathing form of Dynaxis on the stable floor.
"That."
She looked wearily about the group, shaking her head sadly.
"What exactly happened here?"
Aided by Jack and Allie, Tanner quickly filled her in, noting the pain in her eyes when she learned of the deaths of Fernal and Pevik.
"Damn,"
Intothica finally breathed after hearing the whole sordid tale.
"What a mess we've made for ourselves."
She looked again to Dynaxis, heaving a few steps forward.
"The people will demand blood, even by murder, and that would sully us all, leave us no better than he is."
She turned slowly to the others, looking as though she might crumple to the floor.
"I'm sorry to, again, ask more of all of you, but he can't remain here. And if you're willing to escort him from Dragon's Nest, neither can you."
Tanner shared a brief look with his companions, marking the resignation in their eyes, but also their resolve. Mutely, they all nodded back to Intothica, who almost looked ashamed at their response.
"Then," she sighed, "I think it's time we test our fledgling relations with the Glenadoc."
Tanner shifted uneasily on his feet outside the town wicket gate, trying to put the poor, misguided guardsman out of his mind. A pair of temple guards had escorted the man back to the temple in the hubbub of saddling and supplying the horses, and Tanner knew well Intothica's methods of interrogation. Only if she has to, he reminded himself sharply, watching as the high priestess shared some final words of wisdom with a scowling Allie, also handing off a large, bulky satchel. Briefly, his eyes also found a large bedroll draped over the back of Jack's horse. "Never hated a bedroll so much in all my life," Tanner mused darkly, knowing what lay beneath the deception of their illusory cloak. Their murderous, petty cargo.
"Tanner!"
A familiar voice growled, causing Tanner to turn and see a familiar, massive bearkin push through the wicket gate and stride right for him. "Hey, Dad," Tanner said sheepishly, staring up into Curtis's face as his father clasped him tightly by the shoulders. "Sorry about all this. Things took a bit of a turn."
"Never mind that,"
said Curtis, shaking his furry head as he drew Tanner a few paces away from the others and their horses.
"I need to speak with you."
"Now would be the best time," Tanner said with a strained smile, catching the quick glance between Curtis and Intothica, as well as the High Priestess's affirming nod. Shrugging off the bad joke, Curtis fixed his eyes on Tanner's.
"Cub, I don't know how to tell you this."
"I'm sure that's not true." Tanner filled the awkward silence. "Around the ladle they call you Curtis the Eloquent."
"Tanner!"
Curtis snapped, his bearkin eyes heavy and dark. Tanner gulped. "Yes?" Curtis sighed, looking down to Tanner's wrists.
I thought the bracers would help keep it at bay, but...
His eyes locked on Tanner's once more.
Since you were a boy, Tanner, there are nights when you become something else entirely.
Even as Tanner's mind fought to reject what he was hearing, Curtis pulled up his sleeves, revealing deep, scarring burns. "Dad!" Tanner yelped, barely remembering to keep his voice down in time as he reached out to heal swollen masses of flesh and fur.
I'm fine, cub,
Curtis grunted, though he didn't bat away the healing as the soft warmth of Tanner's touch began to mend the burns.
But when you become this thing, you seem to lose all control.
He looked past Tanner to the others.
I thought I could keep this a family affair, but I finally brought Antothica in to help with the bracers before you left for Nisaim. They were meant to help you fight it, but she didn't know what else to do.
Tanner could practically hear his mind clacking furiously as he added up the strange occurrences of the past few weeks. The bracers he told me never to take off. The moved furniture. He was covering up the scorch marks. You're saying Tanner said, scowling as he tried to absorb it all. I set myself on fire? Curtis shook his head slowly.
I'm saying that you become fire itself.
He was silent for a long few moments as Tanner reeled from his words.
I'm sorry, cub. I didn't want to tell you like this.
Yeah, well, said Tanner, forcing a grin. Not sure there's really a good way, to be fair. With a heavy sigh, Curtis enveloped Tanner in his arms, holding him so tightly that Tanner half expected to break in half, and thought that he wouldn't have minded so much.
Whatever that thing is, Tanner,
Curtis said softly,
it's not you.
I know, Tanner mumbled into Curtis's shoulder, squeezing the old bearkin back as fiercely as he could. Finally, they pulled apart, and Tanner tried on another grin. Don't worry, Dad. I'll figure something out. Curtis nodded, obviously struggling to speak past the emotion in his throat.
Good. And I expect to hear about it.
He produced a pair of scrolls from beneath his cloak, handing one off to Tanner.
Imidre put this together so we could remain in contact. What's written on one, the other will reveal.
He nodded over to the High Priestess.
Antothica's gifted you with others, designed to help re-establish contact with potential allies across the continent.
Tanner felt a small surge of relief in all the chaos of his mind, quickly slipping the scroll in his saddlebags. Thanks, Dad. I'll keep in touch, I promise. With that, there seemed to be nothing else to be said, the next few moments passing in a blur. Curtis helped him up into his saddle, the others climbed into their mounts, and the band was off, with Tanner looking morosely back over his shoulder as Dragon's Nest, Antothica, and Curtis began to shrink away in the distance. Chapter 8 Relocation. Allie found herself experiencing a strange sense of loss the following evening as she and the others sat about a small campfire within a grove of trees. She'd only come to Dragon's Nest under her mentor Lethold's behest, growing infuriated with the place over her long months of fruitless studies into the darkness held within her. Now, however, knowing that they were unable to return to the little town on the bluff, at least until Dunaxis was secured and their task for Veladrock was completed, she was surprised to find that she felt a little sad. She looked around the campfire, taking in the musing, firelit faces of her allies. Since being swept into whatever this bizarre adventure had become, alongside Jack and Tanner, Dragon's Nest had begun to feel like home, a sensation she'd once thought beyond her reach after that dark night in Lorsen. For the first time in years, and despite her best efforts, she'd begun to let people back into her heart, bolstered by the confidence Antothica had gifted her in learning to keep the darkness at bay. The pain of such closeness was still there, of course, lashing another scar across Allie's soul when Crexus had died, and again whenever those she considered to be in her care had fallen. Osgur, and now Frenal, Pevic, and, well, she supposed Councilwoman Laura still might have made it. Then Allie's eyes fell on the architect of all her freshest pains across the crackling fire, and she allowed herself to savor the hatred that roiled in her chest in response. Dynaxis didn't seem to notice, his bound hands wrapped around his knees as he calmly nibbled on the dried trail rations Atrisar brought to his lips. In between his bites, he seemed to whisper a few words to the young woman, causing her to avert her gaze and give a faraway stare. Allie wasn't the only one who seemed to notice, with Tanner abruptly striding up beside them. "You all right, Atrisar?" he said, leveling a heavy glare on Dynaxis.
"Fine,"
Atrisar muttered, even as Dynaxis gave the foxkin a pleasant smile.
"I'm not attacking her, young man. I'm merely expressing my apologies that I did nothing to separate her from Phylac over the years."
He turned back to Atrisar, genuine sympathy seeming to flash in his eyes.
"I was, of course, aware that the man was ill-equipped to be anything remotely resembling a father to you. But there were other priorities. Perhaps if I'd made more time to fight for the plights of those whom I served, I would truly have been the leader I've always strived to be."
"That's enough," Gefnar snapped from beside Allie, standing to his diminutive height and pacing menacingly up to Dynaxis. "You broke Dragon's Nest. You don't get to pretend like you care about its people." Dynaxis gave a meek shrug, meeting the gnome's gaze with a needling smirk.
"As you say, I could hardly challenge the word of such a loyal temple guard, indoctrinated since near infancy in the only home he's ever known."
Gefnar's eyes fell to his feet, his posture slumping at the jab. "Yeah, well," Tanner cut in, motioning Atrisar away from the prisoner. "When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it."
"And now we see the nobility of the blacksmith's son," Dynaxis chuckled darkly, sneering up at Tanner. "Unsatisfied with his station and mired in delusions of grandeur. You're not the first boy so eager to prove himself foxkin, and others before you have ended up dead or warped into the very monsters they espouse to hate."
Just when Allie thought she might leap across the fire and gouge the man's eyes out, a faint snapping of twigs nearby heralded Jack and Ember's return from their hunt, their apparently meager haul tucked into a satchel at Jack's side. The huntress sized up the moment quickly from the looks on everyone's faces, walking pointedly up to Dynaxis and crouching down to his eye level.
"We've been patient and merciful with you, Dynaxis," she said evenly,
her tone almost causing the night to feel colder on Allie's skin.
"But don't forget that you're a prisoner here, and prisoners should learn to weigh their words more carefully."
Dynaxis gave a consenting nod in response, falling silent as Jack set about skinning a rabbit from her satchel. Allie, meanwhile, continued to glare at the man, absent-mindedly clutching the temple pendant around her neck. The prisoner met her gaze after a while, his eyes falling to the pendant with a flash of discomfort Allie hoped was guilt. She continued to meet his gaze, daring him to say another word. It didn't take him long.
"A question, if I may,"
he said, watching Jack as she worked. Raising an eyebrow, Jack turned back to him, responding with a slow nod.
"Your people,"
Dynaxis said in his smooth, measured voice,
"are known for effecting change in the world beyond their home, altruistically altering the places they find, only to leave before the full impact of their actions is seen."
Jack held his gaze, finally muttering into his long pause.
"Was there a question?"
"Just this," said Dynaxis, feigning deep thought.
"How do you know the world wouldn't be better off if you just stayed home?"
Visibly chewing on her lip, Jack inclined her head with a tactful smile.
"I suppose we don't, but all that can be expected of anyone is to execute their own best judgment." "So, you know better than us all," said Dynaxis. Your secluded, naturalistic lifestyle infuses you with a merit beyond us common rabble.
Allie had had enough, finally vaulting to her feet to stand menacingly over the bound Dynaxis. "High time you shut up again," she growled. Dynaxis merely scowled eagerly up at her.
"And you, the scared little girl running from the monsters inside. Is it atonement you seek, or are you truly deluded enough to think you can overcome the darkness within? Beings stronger than you have tried and failed to control the dark specters they carry. What makes you think you'll fare any better?"
Allie was at his throat before she realized what was happening, locking him into a grapple with her arm snaked across his neck as he choked out his final, vitriolic words.
"You all think that the world needs protection from visionaries like me, when you're the ones who carelessly spin the fates of others. The threat here is all of you, and the childish pride you represent. You think you're protecting the world? You're only systematically cracking it apart."
In the final second of consciousness before Dynaxis blacked out, Allie leaned in next to his ear, not bothering to keep her voice down as she snarled through her teeth.
"You're insane."
If Dynaxis had a response, she never heard it. The man's body went limp in her grasp, and before Allie could justify herself applying the torque to snap his neck, she threw him aside, climbing back to her feet to stare down at his still but breathing form. Across from him, Jack gripped a long strip of cloth she'd stepped aside to grab, hesitating only for a second before bending down to gag the unconscious Dynaxis. "Throw a bag over his head, too," Tanner snarled from nearby. "None of us need to hear anything else he has to say."
"Yeah,"
Gefnar mumbled from beside the foxkin, his armored gauntlets folded over his chest.
"Never thought I'd be so eager to reach a tribe of orcs." "I just hope they take him off our hands,"
said Atrisar, the words shaking slightly as she rubbed at her arms in the chilled evening.
"I'm sure even orcs have standards."
Jack stood, arms folded, across the smoldering fire of the night before from a nervous-looking Tanner. Allie and Atrisar were to either side of her, with Gefnar positioned in between, glancing back and forth as he shuffled uneasily on his feet, his armor slick with morning dew.
"So, yeah, I just thought you all deserved to know,"
said Tanner, self-consciously tugging at his sleep-mussed fur.
"Figured you should all be aware that you're traveling with a walking fire hazard."
Jack's eyes narrowed to a squint as she absorbed the news, looking Tanner up and down for any hint of impending combustion.
"And there's no way you can learn to control it?"
"Never tried," Tanner said with a shrug. "Until Curtis saw us off the other night, I had no idea this was even a part of me."
"But Intothica must have known,"
thought Jack, recalling the pointed look between Curtis and the High Priestess as Tanner had been drawn aside that night.
"And she still thought it was a good idea to send us all out together."
"And before you jump to any conclusions," Tanner added quickly, motioning to the armored gnome nearby, "I only told Gef about it last night." He gulped, looking over to where Dynaxis lay nearby. "I felt like I needed a practice run after the way you handled our dear mayor last night."
"What's that supposed to mean?"
said Allie, sounding more confused than offended.
"Dynaxis was just talking,"
said Tanner, scuffing the toe of his boot in the dirt.
"I'm potentially a real threat to you all, if the fire takes over."
Even without looking, Jack could feel Allie's posture stutter.
"We already know what Dynaxis stands for,"
said Jack, sending Tanner an affirming smile.
"You've stood with us, fought with us. We know we can count on you to fend off your darker impulses with everything you have."
She caught herself from glancing over at Allie, deciding it best to press one issue at a time. Whatever the other woman's inner demons were, she'd voice them when she was ready. "Thanks," Tanner said modestly, meeting Gefnar's good-natured told-you-so look with a grin. "And don't worry, I will. Fight it, that is, However the blazes I'm supposed to do that.
And if you do fail, said Jack, what's the best way to handle your more fiery side?
Put me down, said Tanner, all traces of mirth vanishing from his eyes as he met each of their gazes in turn. For good, if you have to. Just be sure to let Curtis know what happened. That's a last resort, Allie said sharply, stepping forward. If at all possible, we save you. Well, said Tanner, his grin flickering back into place, if it's not too much to ask.
We're a team, right?
Said Jack, giving a firm nod to the foxkin as she recalled nearly sinking into acidic oblivion beneath Dragon's Nest. And Tanner's selfless dive in after to haul her out.
You've put yourself in danger to pull me back before, and I'd do no less for all of you.
Her warm smile swept unseen past Atresar, who had stared heavily at Tanner through the whole exchange. In a fraction of a second, Jack grasped what Tanner seemed to have seen there as well. There was little to no surprise on Atresar's face. You already knew, didn't you? Tanner whispered later that morning, saddled up for the long ride south to the Glenadock tribe before a vast swath of rocky, overcast terrain. Atresar took a long moment to respond, pointedly avoiding Tanner's sidelong glance as he rode up beside her. Tanner let her take all the time she needed. He knew she'd heard him. He could sense his words reaching her over the link.
I knew something,
Atresar finally responded, her voice so soft that Tanner could only decipher it through the link.
I spoke with Curtis the other day, and it was easy to tell he was doing his best to warn me without going behind your back.
And it didn't scare you out of coming with us? Tanner said with a chuckling grunt.
No,
said Atresar, turning to him.
Curtis was right, Tanner. Whatever it is that takes you over, it isn't you, and you're going to find a way to beat it.
Tanner blinked, dumbfounded by the certainty in her words. I'll certainly do my best, but if even Antarctica doesn't know how to control it...
Then we'll figure it out,
Atresar said crisply, a determined smile on her face.
Together.
Whatever response Tanner might have offered vanished at the sudden dryness in his throat, and he found himself subtly nudging his horse a bit further from Atresar's. Well, best to give her some space to think, he convinced himself, focusing on the steady thuds of his horse's hooves and the swaying forms of his companions in front. After all, she's got a lot to consider.
The arrangement is acceptable,
said Argos, chief of the Glenadock Orc tribe. His scarred, muscular frame resplendent with bone jewelry and furs across a thick wooden slab of a table from Allie and the others. His heavy brow furrowed as he took in his guests, seeming to search for the right words in an unfamiliar tongue.
I am, however, troubled that Dynaxis's location is to be kept secret from the people of Dragon's Nest.
Allie glanced about the table in the candle-lit chamber, seeing that the half-orcs to one side of Argos appeared to share the chief's reservations. Bozina, the woman practically left a widow after Osgur's death at the hands of the exiled orc, Tagathis, on Nisaim, gave a slow, worried nod, pushing a strand of black hair out of her pale green face. Drogal, meanwhile, a long-time friend of Tanner's from his time in Dragon's Nest, didn't bother restraining a long, groaning sigh.
It's a fair point, lads and ladies,
said Drogal, looking most directly to Tanner.
If the good folk of Dragon's Nest hear about Dynaxis being secreted away to hide among the orcs, who do you think they'll be inclined to blame first?
He gave an apologetic shrug, as though he defended their delicate, non-orc sensibilities.
Not exactly the best way to be improving relations between us.
Intothica is honorable,
said Jack, seeming glad of the respite from the plate of heavily seasoned food before her, discreetly slipping some down to an eager ember.
If people discover what we've done, she'll take ownership of the decision.
Argos raised a large green hand.
You need not defend Miss Jack. You've all displayed your honor in returning Osgur's body to us, and so I will return the gesture.
Perhaps you'd, feel better about things if you could communicate with Antarctica directly,
said Gefnar, his voice strained and hoarse after a recent coughing fit in response to the Orcish cuisine. Clearing his throat, he glanced pointedly to Jack, who gave a nod. Reaching into the satchel at her side, Jack withdrew a single scroll, handing it across the table to Argos, who accepted it quizzically.
It's magically bonded with a scroll in the High Priestess's possession,
Jack explained with a diplomatic smile.
You'll be able to write directly to her.
I see,
said Argos with an impressed nod.
I'll need the aid of your French to scribe in the common tongue.
At this, he nodded to Drogal and Bozina.
But this should help greatly in advancing diplomacy.
Bozina gave a dutiful nod, her burdened expression seeming to turn even sourer. And how have things been going here? Said Tanner, obviously picking up on the same thing. I know it hasn't been long, but...
No,
Bozina said heavily.
No, it hasn't. But already it's becoming clear who opposes the change and inclusion we seek to bring, and who supports it.
She glanced to Argos, begrudging respect in her eyes for the man who had allowed the young half-orc girl she'd once been, along with the human boy Osgur, to be pushed down and ostracized by the orc tribe.
Our chief has earned the tribe's respect over the years, however, and any blatant opposition seems to be in the minority. Still, change doesn't come overnight. Even those who are open to realizing Osgur's dream of a tribe strengthened by representatives of all species seem lost as to where we might even begin.
It's a bit of a foreign concept for a people so reverent of the glorious battles of old,
Drogal added with a grimace.
But the tribe's not stupid. The world's different now. The kingdoms of the humans, gnomes, elves, and giants are laughable compared to what they once were, which has left the orcs with only infighting to occupy their blades for centuries, and even the pinnacle of those days is long past.
Allie saw Argos shift in his seat at the half-orc's words, seeming to recall his own youth in the struggle against the other tribes. From her brief time with Osgur, Allie recalled that this was the very reason a scrawny human boy had found himself reluctantly adopted by the Glenadoc. Osgur's father had been a trusted mercenary ally of Argos's in bringing the other local tribes to heel, leaving Argos to do the honorable thing and take in the orphaned Osgur when his parents were slain by a rival tribe.
Still,
Drogal continued with a toothy smile,
we've got hope at least. Orcs strive for strength in all things, so all we've got to do is make them realize that unity is the greatest strength you can have.
Bozina gave a firm nod.
It's a cause worth standing for, and I have no intention of stopping.
Allie let herself mull over the words as the conversation turned to the night's accommodations, with Chief Argos reminding them all that the Glenadoc were unaccustomed to visitors, and that an early departure might be in order.
Unity,
Allie thought, glancing left then right to take in her band of allies, the quiet but attentive Atrazar, Gefnar with that faint scowl he wore while concentrating on the conversation at hand, Tanner and his disarming grin, somehow just as effective while he was covered in fur, and Jack, her senses ever as alert as the growing wolf at her side, visibly weighing her own words and everyone else's with balanced calculation and empathy.
And then there's me,
Allie mused darkly, recalling how deeply Denaxis's words to her had sunk into her flesh.
And you, the scared little girl running from the monsters inside. Is it atonement you seek, or are you truly deluded enough to think that you can overcome the darkness within?
It hadn't mattered in that moment how he'd even known about her past. All Allie had wanted was to shut him up. Forever, if it had been necessary.
Maybe even if it hadn't.
Allie's gaze finally settled on Tanner, recalling the fear in his eyes that morning as he told them all of the mysterious fire inside of him. There had been the fear of having them all attempt to restrain him, as he'd said, but it had been more than that. It hadn't been hard for Allie to recognize the cold anguish in his eyes. He'd been afraid of setting himself apart, of placing a barrier between them.
And he still came clean, Allie thought, unable to help a brief glare at the distracted, chattering foxkin. Not because he'd done the right thing, despite the possible implications. But now I probably have to get over myself and do the same. She gave a low groan as the evening progressed, letting herself loathe Tanner and his bravery for a moment. Things were damn sure simpler when I was alone.
Chapter 9. Bonds enforced by proximity. Days of long, saddle-sore riding stretched on into weeks as Jack and her companions made the tedious journey south and east along the southern shoreline of the continent. The grass beneath them became long, brownish, and wispy, billowing in the humid, salty winds that swept along the coast, and thrashing against Jack's booted ankles in an almost whip-like fashion whenever she dismounted her horse to walk. Ember took to the change in scenery rather well, constantly drinking in the scents and sounds that wafted his way, occasionally shooting Jack an imploring look whenever he seemed to sense that prey was about. Jack indulged him as often as she could, knowing that, with 5 hungry mouths to feed, they'd need all the meat they could find to supplement their bland trail rations. Only when she feared losing Ember from sight did she summon him back to her side with a sharp whistle, the wolf still often returning with at least one small kill in its jaws, his eyes seeming to gleam with pride. When evenings came and the group was mercifully freed from their chafing boots and saddles, Jack or Allie would spar with Atrazar after supper had settled, testing her fledgling abilities with her fists, and the quarterstaff she'd asked Gefnar to claim for her from the temple. Jack could easily match Atrazar's efforts with an unstrung bow, offering what meager instruction she could when it came to feints, parries, and gaining the upper hand with the surprisingly technical art of staff combat. Atrazar would always accept Jack's input gracefully, proving herself to be a quick learner as she adapted to every new lesson. Jack never felt as though her guard were in danger while defending from Atrazar's blows, but there was no denying that the former serving girl was able and eager to improve.
"You're coming along nicely," Jack said after their series of bouts one night, smiling as she motioned to the quarterstaff in Atrazar's hands. "Out of curiosity, what made you decide on that particular weapon?" Breathing heavily, Atrazar gave a sheepish grin as she glanced to the nearby Gefnar by the fire. "His idea, actually." Gefnar looked up, seeming to grasp where he had entered the conversation.
"Oh, well, he wasn't trying to say anything by it, but the quarterstaff seemed like a good option because, well, it's the closest thing the temple armory had to a broom."
He gave an apologetic wince, obviously fearing that he might have dredged up bad memories for Atrazar. But the two women glanced to each other, both falling into a brief fit of laughter.
"Makes sense, I suppose," said Jack with a final chuckle. "Sometimes a bridge from one skill to the other is necessary."
Atrazar giggled, shooting Gefnar a good-natured smile.
"And I certainly won't object if it means I might actually be of help someday." "You're helpful already," Jack said with an admonishing scowl. "And never measure yourself by where someone else is."
Jack's memory easily slipped to thoughts of home and her many siblings, most of whom seemed to excel beyond her abilities in one form or another.
"But none of them have a ferocious wolf at their side,"
Jack thought with a smirk, looking to where Ember had curled up contentedly by the fire, even allowing Gefnar to stroke the dark fur of his neck. Jack smiled warmly as she also took in Tanner, the foxkin furiously scribbling in one of his books, and the quietly musing Allie. Already she could feel the moment slipping comfortably into memory, and she found herself hoping for many more just like it.
"Allie,"
she said softly, striding up to where the other woman sat cross-legged on her mat.
"I think Atrazar's had enough of my clumsy teaching. Up for a little boxing?"
Allie grunted, seeming to rouse herself from some weighted thought.
"Oh, sure,"
she said, glancing between Jack and Atrazar before rising to her feet. She almost looked relieved to have been interrupted.
"Been thinking about our match yesterday,"
Atrazar declared with a smile as Allie approached.
Maybe if I can't throw the whole attack wide, I can deflect myself away.
Allie shook her head, seeming to sink into the moment as she adopted her usual defensive stance across from Atrazar.
It'll just leave you open for a follow-up. Never underestimate the value of an outright retreat. It buys you room to think and prepare. And a stupid enemy can grow overconfident with the advance.
Atrazar nodded, doing her best to match Allie's stance.
But what if I'm cornered?
An unsettling grin came over Allie's face.
Then your enemy gets to see what you're really made of.
The two women fell into it as Jack settled down by the fire, distractedly massaging her own feet as she looked up into the starry sky. Whatever awaited them in the ruins of Varbius Keep, she'd remember these nights for the rest of her days.
I was completely alone,
said Jack, clearly recalling one of the most isolated moments of her life.
Too big to be carried along and too slow to keep up on my own.
Tanner swallowed, his eyes wide as he took in the huntress's story. She'd never opened up to the rest of them like this before, and hearing about a moment in this confident, deadly woman's past when she'd been a scared, vulnerable child was humanizing.
My siblings had all gone ahead,
Jack continued, staring down at her hands in the blaze of the campfire.
Hot on the trail of some quarry or another, and I was alone in the woods with no one to hear my calls.
Glancing to the others around the fire, Tanner could see that they were all as enthralled as he was, with Gefnar even absurdly looking concerned for the safety of the poor young Jack of the story.
But just as I was feeling at my lowest, helpless and afraid, I heard a weak voice call back to me.
An affectionate smile spread over Jack's face as she turned to the prone wolf beside her, scratching him behind the ears.
I'm not sure what made me go to it. We are all taught as children that a small handful of predators can adopt the voice of a helpless creature to lure in prey. But it sounded so lost, alone.
She smiled around at her ring of spectators.
As I'm sure you've all guessed, what I found was a tiny wolf pup.
Her gaze fell to the contented Ember once more, as she gave his lean side a soft pat.
His eyes were barely even open, and I searched the rest of the day without finding any trace of the mother. So I took him home. Once I found my way, anyway.
She gave a wistful chuckle.
My parents were worried sick by the time I made it back early the next morning, and Ember here's been with me ever since.
Her brow furrowed as she looked back down to him, her voice growing softer.
Once I found him, I felt complete. Like I'd discovered a part of me I hadn't known I was missing. And I felt strong enough to maybe set out on my own, to take my pilgrimage into the outside world, like my elder siblings, and the generations before me.
She grinned back at the others.
And I know he's not the biggest wolf around, but we complement each other. We cover each other's weaknesses and bolster each other's strengths.
Tanner could tell she was choking back emotion as she added, leaning in against Ember's furry body.
He's the best friend I ever could have asked for.
A long moment of silence settled over the circle as Jack finished her story, with Atrazar gleefully setting the last bit of her stew in front of Ember to be sloppily lapped away.
Friends like that are once in a lifetime,
said Allie, sounding far away as she stared into the fire.
If you're lucky.
Tanner turned to her, an eager grin on his face at the prospect of learning more about his companions. You had an Ember back in Lorson? Allie slowly met his gaze, an amused frown puckering her brow.
You could say that. Only her name was Shala, and she was decidedly human.
Well, nobody's perfect, Tanner said with a chuckle. He let the silence return, hoping that Allie would volunteer more. To his surprise, she did.
We were inseparable,
said Allie, her faraway tone barely audible over the crackle of the fire. A tight smirk came to her face as she continued.
We hit so many targets together, we probably could have started our own criminal empire. Almost wasn't fair, really. She was an absolute stunner, with most everyone easily distracted by her perfect smile and curly dark hair. Made my job easier. Not that we weren't each good on our own, but together, we were unstoppable. And we shared everything. We'd stay up until the dark hours of the morning at an expensive inn if she'd charmed a wealthy noble out of his coin purse that day, or live like royalty if I'd learned the local heiress was off to find a suitor in Falconcrest. And if another street urchin had a problem with one of us, they'd learn we were twice as dangerous as a team. To Tanner's shock, Allie actually laughed. Shala even took a few hits to her pretty face for me over the years. Nothing too damaging, thankfully. Wouldn't have known it the way she lorded it over me, though. Without warning, Allie's voice trailed off, the heavy silence sweeping easily back into the void. So, where is she now? Said Tanner. From the way Allie's narrowed eyes shot over to him, Tanner thought for a second that he'd unwittingly drowned a kitten. Then her posture slackened, leaving Allie to blink back tears as she stared into the flames between them. She's dead. Tanner had never felt more intent on learning the magical art of invisibility. I'm sorry, he stammered. Just as he was about to make some awkward shift in topic, however, Allie inhaled deeply. It was a few years ago, a day just like any other. Her voice wavered, but she visibly powered through, like she needed to say the words. We'd shared a meal at the tavern, paid for by her latest mark, and she'd wanted to try on some dresses. I'd had enough of that, so we were headed to the docks to fish. She gulped, obviously reliving the memory as she told it. Some thugs jumped us. Said Shala owed them a cut of a mark. They hurt her, and I couldn't fight them all. She was in danger, and I realized I had the power to destroy them all. Allie looked up, making eye contact with each of her listeners as hot tears began to spill down her face. So I did. Tanner gulped, trying to absorb what Allie was saying. You killed them? Allie shook her head. I annihilated them, she snarled. This spectral darkness inside of me, the one Kravog could see, it poured out of me, and for a moment it was like I was blinded to the world. Anguish swept over her face as she hung her head in shame. But I could hear the screams. Shala. And I thought I had it bad, thought Tanner, his face contorted and furry ears laid back in sympathy. All I've done is set a few floorboards on fire. She has to live with accidentally killing her closest friend. No one spoke for a moment. Gefnar, Jack, and Atrazar all looking as heartbroken and subdued as Tanner, as they all waited for Allie to regain her composure. When I woke up, said Allie, visibly chewing on her cheek. Half the city block was gone. Stone, mortar, people. I was still in shock when Lethold threw me over a horse and bolted out the nearest gate. He'd been watching me, I guess, suspecting what I was. I spent the next few years at his school, Aranak Sanctuary, trying to learn how to control the darkness inside, but I could tell the other students were scared of me. I think it was partly out of pity that Lethold sent me out on my own to Dragon's Nest. I was supposed to learn more about this. She gestured vaguely to her heart. But I think he also knew that I needed more distance from what had happened, somewhere to sort out my thoughts on my own. And have you? Atrazar asked quietly. Allie sniffed, wiping tears from her eyes in frustration. I don't know, some. Antothika's helped, and she scanned the circle once more, a tight smile on her face. Having something to do, a purpose with all of you besides working on myself, it's given me a reason to hope that I could be better. She swallowed, her eyes wide and vulnerable as she studied the others' faces. That I might have something like my old life again, someday. Abruptly, Jack stood, striding over to sit beside Allie, and looking like she wanted to wrap up the other woman in a ferocious hug. Instead, she contented herself with a teary smile and a pat on the knee.
If nothing else, you have friends again. We're not afraid of you, and we're not going anywhere.
Not even if you really want us to, Tanner said with what he was sure was a dopey grin.
Thanks,
Allie said with a grunt, managing a brief smile as Atrazar gave an affirming nod. Tanner's eyes settled on Gefnar, who was pointedly studying Allie's face. "Gef?" said Tanner. "You all right?" Said the gnome, seeming to grasp that he'd missed the moment for reassurance. "Oh, no, you're fine, Allie. If Intothica's put her faith in you, that's good enough for me. It's just... You said the entity, Kravog, could see the specter blood inside of you." Gefnar turned to Tanner. "And he seemed to sense the... whatever it is you become." Finally, the gnome's eyes settled on Jack. "Maybe there really is something to this whole Huntress of the Green thing. Something we don't know about yet." Jack gave a broad shrug.
"I only know as much as I've told you all. I'm meant to be some great warrior who walks with the steps of a great beast."
She motioned down to her petite, lithe frame.
"Maybe I'm blind, but I don't feel particularly fierce."
"But that was part of what Kravog said," Allie cut in, seeming glad to have the focus off of her once more. "When he called us all anomalies, he said I knew what that meant." She looked to Tanner. "And that you were beginning to understand." "Right when I was starting to explore my control over fire," Tanner said, nodding. Allie inclined her head, turning back to Jack. "And he told you that whatever you were was still a mystery to you." Again, Jack shrugged.
"I'm not saying there's nothing to it, but what am I supposed to do when I'm not sure how to make it manifest? Or even the result I'm looking for?"
"And for all we know," said Atrazar, frowning, "having all of you embracing your, well, anomaly side might be just what Kravog wants." "Lovely thought," Tanner mused with a grimace.
"Either way,"
Jack said with a sigh,
"we'd be better off taking things as they come. I'd rather not live my life worrying about what a power-mad scorpion entity might feel about my actions."
"Hear, hear," said Tanner, raising his water skin like a goblet in Jack's direction. "All the same, though," he thought, "it's not a notion that easily goes away." Chapter 10. Noble Hospitality. Allie enjoyed having such a large landmark on the horizon. It gave her something to focus on besides her chafing thighs and the pungent smell of both horse and saddle beneath her. Even better, the gnarled mess of rock and rubble on the horizon had to be what was left of Varbius Keep, its lone surviving tower seeming to stand sentinel over the swath of farmland to the north. Glancing that way, Allie could make out the crisp lines where the well-tended local farms marked an end to the near-endless sea of brown, wispy grass that had carpeted their band's journey in the weeks since they'd departed the Glenadock tribe. Pouring down from a cluster of hills too shy of each other to be declared a full plateau, a broad river poured southward, its fresh water naturally irrigating the farms between it and the vast rocky shoreline to the south. "You know what I miss?" Tanner said from atop his horse nearby. "Pillows. I've wished ever since we left Dragon's Nest that I'd grabbed mine from my loft, but you don't really hear much about great heroes carting their pillows around with them on adventures. Still, in retrospect..." Allie let the foxkin ramble on, his nothingness of a conversation failing to irk her as much as usual. He wasn't speaking for her benefit. Glancing further ahead along the faint path that had carried them along the continent's southern shore, she easily spotted the speck of glinting armor that marked Gefnar's position in the near distance. Even as Allie watched, Gefnar's voice sounded in her ears. "You're just starting to..." He visibly paused, reining in his pony to let the others catch up a few paces. "And you hear me?" "Yep, you're back," said Tanner, grinning as he took in the distance between them and looking back to Allie, Jack, and Atrazar for confirmation. His grin only widened as all three of them nodded back to him. "Guess this trip's brought us closer together after all."
Despite rankling at having her emotional outpouring stripped down to a science, Allie found herself inclined to agree. Gefnar had to be nearly a half-mile away, meaning that the strength of their communication link had practically doubled since their tests back in Dragon's Nest.
Good to know,
said Jack, giving a smile of her own.
Though, for my part, finding an even greater camaraderie with you has been reward enough.
To her own surprise, Allie agreed, though she merely gave a curt smile and nod in reply.
So, what do we actually do when we reach the keep?
Atrisar ventured, to her credit not sounding at all like she was prying for information on their mission.
It'll be night soon,
said Allie, looking up to the dimming sky. The days had grown longer and warmer as summer began to settle over all of Covorum. But at the pace they were going, it would still be dark by the time they stopped for the night if they continued to press for the keep. And, despite the old fortress's seemingly innocuous nature, she thought she would prefer a more homey place to bed down. As she thought this, she saw that many of the distant figures who had been working in their fields over the long, hot hours had retreated to their homes. With a small cluster of buildings past one of the nearer farms lighting up from within, as the locals congregated to eat, drink, and savor their delightfully boring lives. Allie was unable to keep back a stab of jealousy as she considered what she might have been like, had this been her upbringing. Then, absurdly, her eyes found a lone figure still working one of the fields as they all approached, Gefnar having trotted back up to rejoin them. And, just as absurdly, the figure seemed to halt her plowing and look back, peering at the strange band of travelers riding toward her from beneath a rather goofy-looking wide-brimmed hat. With the sun having largely retreated on the horizon, the woman stepped back from her plow, removing the hat to fan her work-flushed face with it. Kind, faintly wrinkled features were revealed as the group approached, with the woman unceremoniously wiping sweat and tangled light brown hair from her dark gray eyes. When Allie and her friends had drawn within a few dozen feet, the woman seemed to catch their glances toward the ruins in the near distance, cocking an eyebrow as she looked back and forth between them and their destination.
"Hello there,"
she called out, a neighborly smile on her face in the dusky light.
"Interested in the local landmarks, are we?"
Her voice was forceful, but not unpleasant, her accent quickly reminding Allie how far they'd traveled.
"You could say that,"
said Jack, slipping from her saddle and leading her horse the rest of the distance between them, as she fixed the woman with a polite smile of her own.
"The truth is, though, we're a bit unfamiliar with the area."
She gestured to the unglorified keep.
"Can you tell us anything about it?"
The woman again looked over her shoulder at the ruins, smirking as a small grunt escaped her lips.
"Oh, I should. It's mine."
Allie blinked.
"Yours?"
Obviously delighted at the reaction, the woman laughed, executing a comical bow.
"Gutherin Ed Varbius, at your service. Very likely the last straggling bit of the Varbius line."
"Well, perfect," said Tanner, beaming at their seeming stroke of luck. "You probably know all about it, then." Gutherin gave a humble shrug.
"More than most, I'd suppose. But you'll not be making it there tonight. Leastways not smartly."
A faint scowl came to her face as she looked about the group.
"Dark things have been afoot around here. Suspicious folk. Not your usual vagrants, neither."
"Of course there are,"
thought Allie, pursing her lips.
"Our string of bad luck has a reputation to uphold, after all."
"You're welcome to stay with me and my family for the night,"
Gutherin continued, grinning.
"My husband, Nyola, has always got something tasty a-cooking, and we've more than enough floor space. And better accommodations than you'll be finding at the inn, I can tell you that. I'll not have you eating the swill they serve there." That sounds lovely, ma'am,"
said Gefnar, squinting in focus as he fought to remember his manners over what must have been the furious growling in his stomach.
"Thank you."
Gutherin smiled.
"You're quite welcome, Master Gnome."
"Oh, Gefnar," Gefnar volunteered. One after the other, the rest of them introduced themselves, with Gutherin's look barely wavering as Jack identified the wolf at her side.
"A pleasure to meet you all,"
Gutherin said warmly, stepping back to the strange plowing contraption slung behind her nearby horse as she replaced her hat.
"I've only to finish this last run before we can head home and get you all well and situated. Won't be long."
"Need a hand?"
Jack offered, but Gwytherin waved her words aside.
It's hardly back-breaking, dear, she said, motioning to the system of pulleys and levers she adjusted to leave her body weight dipping the plow head into the turf, even as she was able to tweak height and course correct when her horse took off at a steady walk. Me husband's quite the inventor. Always insists on working smarter, not harder.
Sounds like a great man to me, Atrazar said with a smirk, having dismounted to stretch her legs.
That he is, dear,
Gwytherin agreed, grinning back over her shoulder as affection shone in her eyes.
That he is.
True to her word, Gwytherin was finished with her work shortly, hoisting up her plow on a pair of wheels and lightly slapping her workhorse on toward a nearby cottage.
Now,
she said, turning to the others as they began to lead their horses afterward,
before we go any further, me home does have a few rules.
She gave a serious stare about at the visitors, counting off on her fingers as the promised rules were listed.
Wash daily, do your part, and say nothing unkind. We clear?
At the responding sweep of nods, she smiled.
Good. We've posts and feed for your horses outside. Come along.
In short order, they'd all neared the cottage, with Allie easily marking the impressive sturdiness of the wood and stonework walls. In tying up her horse near a feeding trough at the side of the home, she even spotted an intricate system of cogs and pulleys in the back that looked to be in use, hauling water up to the second story of the home from what looked to be a tank of water over a bed of glowing coals. The sight made Allie recall Gwytherin's first rule, and she gave herself a self-conscious sniff.
About what I expected,
she thought, crinkling her nose as she began to channel magic down to her fingers. With well-honed skill, she cleansed the worst of the dirt and grime of travel from her body and clothing, smoothing back her hair and ensuring that even the lingering scent of old sweat had largely faded. As a child in Lorsen, she'd learned that personal odor could be just as devastating to stealth and cover on a job as clumsy fingers. Even with her meager skills from back then, she'd learned to keep herself clean and unassuming. It was always the dirty children who put the local nobility on edge. Tanner and Jack had demonstrated their similar methods of cleanliness they'd utilized during their long journey, with Tanner's hands glowing hot as he passed them over himself and his fire-threaded robe, and Jack utilizing the nearby rain barrel, quickly demonstrating for Atrazar and Gefnar the finer points of a quick freshening. None of it was dignified, and Allie found Gwytherin with a faint smile on her face as they all reconvened and made for the home's front door.
Not at all disturbed to see magic on display either,
Allie thought pointedly as she stared at Gwytherin's back. Such a reaction was generally welcome, but it did cause Allie to wonder what this seemingly simple farmer had already seen in life that neither magic wielders nor pet wolves seemed to cause much of a reaction. Ahead of Allie, Gwytherin pushed in through the home's door, motioning her guests inside as Allie quickly took in the simple common area and sizable table that dominated much of the ground floor. It looked like 8 places were set at the table already.
Someone's been busy,
Allie thought, glancing to Gwytherin just as a warm, booming voice echoed to them all from the kitchen, tucked away in the corner, seeming to mingle with the steam and scents that wafted throughout the home from inside.
"Is that you then, my lioness?"
the voice called out, audibly grinning.
"Aye, it's me, you badger,"
Gwytherin replied, grey eyes sparkling over her smile as she motioned for Allie and the others to make themselves at home in the common area's well-crafted seating. The voice from the kitchen chuckled.
"I was worried you might not be making it for dinner, love. I'd only left you with one last run."
Gwytherin rolled her eyes, planting her hands on her hips as she turned back toward the kitchen.
"You know Daisy's getting on in years. A good plough horse knows when to take her time."
"Is it Daisy who's getting on in years, then?"
said the voice, drawing closer before a figure appeared in the kitchen doorway, a towel slung over its broad shoulders.
"Or is it— Oh,"
said the figure, a self-conscious but pleasant smile on his face as he surveyed the room full of guests.
"We've got company, I see."
Allie wasn't sure who was more surprised, the new figure at finding guests in his home, or the guests themselves at seeing the form of a broad, stocky dwarf before them. Like the handful of dwarves Allie had seen back in Lorsen, this one's hair was thick and coarse, brought together in a pair of massive dark braids that hung down past his neck. His beard, in contrast, was trimmed short, though still thicker than any ever seen on a human. The dwarf's rounded features, creased with the furrows of middle age, deepened more sharply as he beamed at the visitors, wiping his hands on his towel as he stepped forward, extending a brawny hand to be shaken.
Pleasure to meet you all, I'm sure. The name's Njoller.
He smirked over at Gwytherin.
And I see you already met my bigger half.
Introductions were made once more, this time ending with Gefnar, as Njoller seemed positively tickled that one of his house guests didn't tower above him.
Little fella, aren't you?
Said the dwarf, giving Gefnar's hand a vigorous shake.
Yes?
Said Gefnar, seeming unsure how to respond. Njoller laughed, clapping the gnome heartily on the shoulder.
It's all right, lad. Just passing along what I get all the time. We small folk have no more to prove than anyone else. You remember that.
Thanks,
Gefnar said slowly, finally managing a smile.
I will.
Well, in the interest of doing our part,
Jack interjected, motioning back toward the kitchen.
Were you needing any help with the meal?
The dwarf glanced to his wife, chuckling as he leaned toward the others, feigning a whisper.
She's told you the rules, hasn't she?
Laughing again, he spun on his heel and motioned broadly for everyone to follow.
Well, come on then. You're a bit late to be helping with the food, but we'll need more bowls and plates on the table now.
He motioned to a cupboard across from a busied stove, one topped with a bubbling pot and a simmering dish from the nearby oven.
You'll find what you need over there.
Following Jack's lead, Allie grabbed the appropriate number of bowls, returning to the dining area just as a small swarm of children swept down the nearby stairs. They looked off to Allie in the split second before she scolded her own slowness. Though the oldest were clearly nearing their teenage years, they were shorter than human children at that age, sporting instead a stockier build halfway between that of Gwytherin's and Njoller's. All 6 of them dutifully lined up near the base of the stairs, the oldest girl holding the youngest, as their 12 wide eyes scanned the faces of Allie and her friends. Gwytherin, meanwhile, went down the line of them, looking over the roundish faces and damp hair, stopping as she reached the second oldest boy. Her hand returned from the base of his neck, a small clump of mud on her fingertips.
What's this, then?
She said sternly, looking down into the boy's sheepish face.
It's mud, isn't it?
Gwytherin continued when the boy made no answer, then gave a quick, silent nod.
You're lucky I need to be washing up myself, else I'd be dunking you back in, you hear?
The boy nodded, giving a bashful smile as Gwytherin stooped to kiss him on the top of his head.
Love you deeply, boy, and never forget it,
she said, tousling his hair as she motioned for the lot of her offspring to claim a seat at the table, then trotted upstairs to bathe. Allie and Jack stood awkwardly to one end of the table, the dishes still in their hands before the children seemed to grasp the situation, the oldest boy and girl whispering for the other children to scoot down the benches arranged around the table and glide their place settings along with them. Smirking at each other, Allie and Jack continued their task of adding the new place settings, finishing up just as Njoller appeared from the kitchen, a steaming pot of stew in his grasp. He comically stepped up onto one of the benches to deposit the stew on the table, glancing between the children and the visitors.
Ah, yes,
he said, glowing with pride as he gestured to the children.
Me and Gwytherin's little ones, if they've not been introduced.
He started with the eldest, calling them off down the line.
Delest, Kedun, Jetrude, Fierd, Mefeth, Sejet.
Strong dwarven names, said Tanner, smiling to them all as he found a spot at the table.
As well they should be,
said Njoller, sounding firm but not defensive.
Our people have a long, proud history.
His jaw set, and Allie could see his large, hairy hands flex at his side.
One we shouldn't let the actions of a few fanatics drown in shame.
It wasn't hard to guess his meaning as Allie watched his more jovial nature return before he slipped back into the kitchen to fetch the rest of the meal. Even the few dwarves she'd known peripherally in Lorsen had been ostracized by many for their people's part in the Dragon War. In some circles, dwarves were even more hated than the dragons themselves, since they had been the ones to spur the beasts into battle. Allie sighed as she recalled the way dwarves had even been taunted and mocked in the daylight streets of Lorsen. Yes, the entire world still bore the scars of the Dragon War, but even with their longer lifespans, not a single dwarf alive could have been directly involved with the slaughter.
People were trying to hold individuals accountable for the actions of generations sometimes long past. A shudder shook Allie's form as she recalled learning of her own dark heritage from Antothica.
Call me biased, but I'd prefer if people weren't blamed for things on the basis of their blood alone.
Gwytherin had returned from her bath by the time Njoller had brought out the rest of the food, the woman still looking flushed, though refreshed after her long day's work, as she now sported a simple, clean dress. Smiling at her guests, and motioning for those still standing to find a seat, she sat herself down at one end of the table, while Njoller took the other, providing a buffer between their shy children and the strangers who sat across from them.
"We're not fancy around here,"
said Gwytherin as she began to fill the plate of the small girl beside her, and gestured with her chin at the meal.
"Serve yourself up whatever catches your eye."
Allie readily complied, her growling stomach intrigued by the sharp smell of fish and tubers laden with spices. She'd soon eaten far more than necessary, reflecting that the potent flavor of the meal reminded her of the orc spices they'd shared with the old seer, Balki, on Nisaim.
"So, you're wanting to know about the old ruins, then?"
Gwytherin prompted after a few long minutes of silent, vigorous eating.
"Yes,"
said Jack, managing to swallow her smaller mouthful of hash, while Allie still ruminated at capacity.
"Any information you can provide would be helpful."
Gwytherin gave a little chuckle.
"It's been long before my time since any thrill-seekers came about, hoping to uncover the keep's secrets. Well, not much to tell, really. The old pile of rubble was one of the last to fall near the end of the Dragon War. Me great-something grandfather stood in defence of it, but it fell to the dragons and an army of dwarves."
"Which makes me very popular around here, I can tell you that,"
Njoller added with a snicker. Something dark flashed over Gwytherin's eyes at this, but she pressed on.
"Whispers persisted for a while that me family had been working on some kind of weapon against the dragons, which brought in a stream of historians and scholars to pick over the rubble after the war. But, to my knowledge, no one found anything."
Allie shared a brief glance with her companions, seeing that they shared her suspicions.
"Sounds like what we're looking for, all right. Just hope we have better luck finding it."
"You'll not have an easy time in locating whatever it is you want, though,"
Gwytherin continued.
"Unsavoury folk have been seen about the ruins of late, as I mentioned earlier, and not just your usual ne'er-do-wells. Well-armed, armoured. I'd guess you're not the only ones hoping to find something after all these years."
Again looking to her companions, Allie chewed slowly on her food, seeing that especially Atresar had grown withdrawn at the mention of possible rivals. Something protective and almost maternal flared in Allie's chest at the thought of the untested Atresar charging headlong into battle. She caught Gwytherin looking at the former serving girl as well before their host resumed.
"Dark things afoot there. They have not been trouble for us, but I'd be wary of marching in there if I were all of you."
One of the younger girls across from Allie and her fellow guests gave a vigorous nod, seeming to have dredged up the courage to speak as she looked wide-eyed around the table.
"I heard one boy say he saw ghosts in there too."
At a quick motherly glance from Gwytherin, Njoller gave a brief nod, lightly flicking the girl on the ear.
"That'll be quite enough, feared. I'll not have you spreading such unfounded rumours."
The dwarf's words were said sternly, but with enough affection that the girl appeared merely silenced, not shamed.
"You all have the look about you that you're able to handle yourselves,"
said Gwytherin, looking back to Allie and the others.
"But I feel as though I'd be remiss if I didn't advise you to consider, is what you're after truly worth such a risk?"
"Keeping Dragon's Nest from being destroyed by Veladrock?"
thought Allie, seeing to her relief that the resolve on the faces of Jack, Tanner, and Gefnar had hardly diminished.
"Having a dragon owe us a favor in case a certain scorpion Thakur comes knocking again? Yeah, I'd say it's worth it."
"I think it's probably best not to pretend like we have a choice, ma'am," Tanner said flatly, ending with a faint smile on his foxkin snout. Gwytherin squinted lightly, looking as though she inwardly wished to pursue either that or Tanner's unusual appearance. In the end, she did neither, simply smiling to her visitors before raising a spoonful of hash.
"Well, I suppose we all have our duties."
At this, she turned to her husband and children, the warmth in her eyes causing Allie to choke up before she even knew why. It wasn't for jealousy or even longing that she took in the idyllic, if unconventional, family.
Mostly, she thought of the potential love and support of her own parents that had been denied her by some unknown twist of fate, and she was just angry. But maybe, she thought, looking down the length of the table beside her and the faces of her friends, life can try to make up for that sort of thing sometimes. The rest of the meal passed in small talk and the occasional compliment toward Njolar on the exquisiteness of the meal, which was always accepted with a gracious, bearded grin.
"I wish I could say it was my mother's old recipe," he said when even Gefnar chimed in that the hash was just delicious. "But the truth is, though she was a lovely woman, me mother couldn't have cooked a slab of mutton if it was enchanted to roast itself. Self-taught, trial and error, all the way." He beamed across the table at Gwytherin. "Luckily, I'd figured most of it out by the time a certain goddess stumbled into my life."
"I think it's fair to say you did the stumbling," Gwytherin said with a smirk, and it went on from there. By the time the loving jibes had stopped, most everyone was done eating, with Allie and Jack aiding in the washing of dishes, while Tanner, Gefnar, and Atrazar helped clear the table. The children had been sent up to bed when Allie returned to the living area, and she saw that the others were already laying out their mats in preparation for bed. "A good night's rest to all of you," Gwytherin bid with a wave as she and Njolar headed up the stairs. "Fair warning, we're up horribly early."
"No worries," said Jack, looking up from her bedroll with a smile. "We probably should be too. The sooner we take care of things, the better."
Something flickered in Gwytherin's eyes as she nodded and disappeared from sight. Or maybe it was just from the lamp in her hand. Either way, Allie was beginning to feel like their simple search around the keep would be slightly more complicated than they'd hoped. Still, wrapped up in her blanket against the cool evening breeze that wafted through the nearby windows, and her stomach filled with warmth and good food, Allie had soon fallen into a peaceful, dreamless sleep. Chapter 11. A Search Begun.
"And it's clear to me that you've all had your share of scrapes," said Gwytherin, brow furrowed and hands on her hips, in full motherly fashion as she addressed Jack, Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar outside the front door of her home the next morning. "But I'll not have you leading that poor girl off into danger with nothing but a stick to defend herself."
"Well, it's what she's been practicing with," Tanner muttered slowly, glancing to the others against the backdrop of a bright, dew-refracted sunrise. "But I guess, Allie, you could give her a spare dagger, too?"
"I don't think that's what she means,"
said Jack, looking back through a front window of Gwytherin and Njolar's home to see Atrazar gathering up her bedroll. Gwytherin was nodding when Jack turned back to the conversation.
"Aye, it's not. She's too proud to admit it, but Atrazar is frightened of what awaits you in the ruins. Never been in a real fight in her life, she says."
Gwytherin fixed them all with a disapproving scowl.
"She's not ready."
Jack was finding herself inclined to agree. In the few weeks she and Allie had had to help guide Atrazar in her chosen combat style, the former serving girl had shown remarkable promise, but she was still new to all of this, overeager. Throughout her life of servitude, she dreamed of adventure and excitement. It was the responsibility of Jack and the others to make sure those dreams didn't get her killed. And if Gwytherin had been able to sense Atrazar's fear in their short conversation before breakfast, it wasn't just the young woman's lack of training that could turn fatal if things went south. As Jack had been told since she was a small child, sober confidence in one's abilities was crucial in staying alive. The ability to make a strike or a judgment call and know you'd done your best with the information at hand. Atrazar was far from that level of confidence. "I mean, is anyone ever exactly ready?" said Tanner, frowning as he looked to his comrades for support. "I'd only been in a couple of bar brawls in my life before Antothica brought us in on all of this." Gwytherin shook her head.
"Entirely different. You all clearly have some proficiency with magic as well. Not all of us are so fortunate."
Jack winced, her eyes shifting over to Allie as she silently willed the other woman not to argue the supposed gift of magic. But Allie's face merely bore that scrunched-up look she got whenever she considered something.
"Sure, but
said Gefnar, looking around to the others.
These are the heroes of Dragon's Nest. We can protect her, right?
Nobody can make that promise, Allie said curtly, pain flashing in her eyes as she turned to Gwytherin with a nod. Atchesar can stay with you until we get back?
She can,
said Gwytherin, returning the nod as her frown relaxed.
And she'll be more than welcome provided she follows the rules.
Shouldn't be a problem,
thought Jack with a smile. Whether by nature or as a byproduct of cleaning both the iron ladle and Phylak's home over the years, Atchesar was probably the most fastidious among them. Add to that her impeccable work ethic and soft-spoken nature, and she might as well have written Gwytherin's house rules herself.
Fine,
said Tanner with a begrudging sigh, retreating a few steps, seemingly to mutter to himself. It was clear to Jack, at least, that he was actually conversing with Atchesar over the group's link.
Just hope it doesn't make us lazy like the mage schools of old,
thought Jack, chuckling to herself that Tanner couldn't be bothered to take a few more steps inside. But she realized as she peripherally took in his drawn expression, maybe she wasn't giving him enough credit. Not only could the link allow him to give Atchesar warning of the development, Tanner could allow her to save face by coming forward with the idea on her own. Which was why Jack was hardly surprised when Atchesar joined them outside a few moments later to declare her intention to stay.
You all don't really need me,
she said with a self-conscious smile toward the others.
And besides, someone needs to try to repay all of the hospitality Gwytherin and Yola have shown us. And in that skill set, you humble us all, said Jack warmly, inclining her head to affirm the praise.
We'll be sure to tell you about all the old rocks we find, too, Tanner added, his fox-skin snout creasing in a smirk. Atchesar nodded soberly.
I just hope you find what it is you're really looking for.
Having come to know the other woman over their time together, Jack knew to take the words as intended, sincerest well-wishing. Not once in their journey had Atchesar pressed to know more about their mission. She was just happy to be along for it all, and to be away from Phylak, Jack was certain.
If it's there, we'll find it,
Allie said firmly, her posture straightening with the declaration. Even Ember gave what appeared to be a grunt of agreement from Jack's side, causing Jack to smile and pat the wolf on the head.
And why not?
Jack thought as they completed their preparations for the short ride to the keep ruins on the southern horizon.
After all, we are the heroes of Dragon's Nest.
She couldn't help a self-deprecating chuckle as she swung up into her saddle. Somehow the title didn't sound half so sincere as when Gefnar said it.
Well, not much to look at, is it?
Said Tanner a few hours later, scanning the small peninsula of the coastline before them, covered in the remains and rubble of what was probably once a grandiose fortress. Now, however, the fringes of the outer wall had fallen away, eroded by the centuries and the constant rise and fall of the tides that purred softly in Tanner's pointed ears. A large gash of an opening lay before them where a proud gate had once stood, its wooden beams long since rotted away in the sands and spray, the fragments still laying petrified on the rocky beach. Porous, jagged rock formations rose out of the sea behind the keep, speaking of a solid foundation beneath the rubble, one that had kept the bulk of the keep from falling away into the waves over the years. Tanner supposed he should have been in awe of the craftsmanship that had held what was left of the keep intact since the dawning of the age, but all he felt was anxious. There was an eerie presence to the weather-worn wreckage before him, one that was hard to define. It felt similar to the way the fire did when he called it to him, but with none of the warmth. Colder, detached, indifferent.
Yeah, well, hopefully Gwytherin's ancestors had the foresight to keep the dragon wing plans somewhere safe,
said Gefnar, feverishly glancing this way and that at every little tick of wildlife or swish of grass about their horses' hooves.
But, not so safe we can't find it.
Not asking much, then,
Allie said with a good-natured grunt as they neared the gate.
If Gwytherin's right, more than a few people have tried to uncover the keep's secrets through the years. A bit optimistic to think we'll do any better.
Except we don't have a choice besides succeeding, Tanner said darkly, the image of Veladrak obliterating Dragon's Nest and all its people from the world causing him to shudder. The comment caused a heavy silence to settle over the group as they all dismounted, looking about the courtyard of the keep. Tanner spared a look back the way they'd come as he did so, convinced he could still make out Gwytherin, Njolar, and their children working their land in the distance. "Hope they're not working you too hard, Atrisar," he thought. "You were supposed to be getting away from all the forced labor, coming with us." The concern was less than sincere. Neither Gwytherin nor her dwarven husband seemed the type to abuse someone's capabilities. They were just good, hard-working folk, who had no patience for those who weren't. "Then they should be incredibly long-suffering with Atrisar," Tanner thought with a smile, momentarily able to forget the cold tingle in his gut that seemed to hang about the surrounding ruins. He thought briefly about reaching out to Atrisar through the link, but he had been able to feel Atrisar's presence in it slowly fade shortly after leaving Gwytherin and Njolar's home early that morning. She'd be well beyond his mental reach by now.
"You all feel it, right?"
said Jack, locking eyes with Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar in succession as she rested a protective hand atop Ember's raised hackles. Gefnar nodded, retrieving his helmet from his pony's saddle as he looked warily about the overgrown rock and sand.
"There's magic here. Powerful magic."
"But it feels different,"
said Allie, a frown of concentration on her face.
I think I've read about this."
"Oh, which means people live to tell about it," Tanner muttered. "Encouraging." Allie shook her head.
"But they didn't. Tell about it, I mean. There was only ever mention of a strange magical sensation, and then nothing. The stories pick up again later with a complete shift in tone."
Tanner gulped. "Like the stories had to be finished by a different author?"
"Maybe,"
said Allie, chewing on her lip as she tied off her horse on a large piece of driftwood.
"But it almost felt like a chunk of the story was just missing." "Which begs the question,"
Jack said slowly, audibly working the logistics in her mind.
"Were the missing pieces lost or removed?"
The coldness in his gut sent a shiver along Tanner's spine, even as he attempted to tamp it down with a self-assured grin. "Well, not to worry, my friends." He patted the satchel at his side, where his slowly filling journal rested. "As self-appointed scribe of our many adventures, I'll be sure to record every detail of whatever we find inside." Movement in a nearby patch of grass caught Tanner's eye as he tied up his horse, causing him to give a small jump when he spun to see a large snake sluggishly slithering away, its belly distended from a recent meal. Flame crept over Tanner's fingertips before he even thought to summon it, but he quickly dismissed it as his adrenaline subsided. It'd be a little petty to burn the thing to ash when it hadn't actually attacked him. With the soft roar of the ocean in their ears, Tanner and the others began skirting around the slick, crumbling walls of the keep, finding that there were a pair of small entrances to either side of what had once been the main opening to the structure. Now, however, the large double doors were crushed under a mound of rubble, the entire front of the keep looking to have imploded long ago.
"Best to take the other one, I think,"
Jack said after they'd examined the second opening.
"This one looks a lot clearer."
Gefnar frowned.
Doesn't that mean it'll be easier to find a path?"
"It also means,"
said Allie, sounding like she was stifling a groan,
"that whoever's squatting here now uses this one the most."
She looked to Gefnar.
"Probably best to avoid them if possible."
"Right,"
Gefnar said, swallowing. Silently, he followed the others as they slinked back around to the other side of the keep, where a tear in the rock marked where a door had once stood. The hall beyond was littered with rock and jetsam that looked to have been dragged indoors after being deposited on the shore by high tides. None of it looked particularly fresh, with the oldest of the crates appearing rotted to the core, and even the crab traps likely used by the vagrants Gwytherin had mentioned looking as though they'd been on dry land for quite some time. As the band pushed deeper into the keep's hallways, Jack lit up the path with a soft magical glow, as, for a long few moments, an uneasy silence settled over them all. Seeing the sad, filthy state of the once proud keep filled Tanner with a strange sort of sadness, a longing for a time he'd never known. This had been one of the great strongholds of the last age, a testament to all the four races could accomplish. Tanner had read the basic histories of the world. Varbia's Keep and the near score of others like it built across the continents had been the result of the combined efforts of humans, elves, gnomes, and giants, all coming together to build these symbols of strength and unity. It had been a time of unbridled peace, philosophy, and invention, the histories agreed. At long last, the major races had managed to set aside their differences, thinking themselves so above the petty squabbles of the past, even dealing with orcs and the like with mercy wherever possible. But then the dwarves had emerged, a new people whom the four races didn't understand, and the fear and mistrust of millennia past had proved to be thriving more than ever. So we all get to share the blame in the Dragon War, thought Tanner, wistfully feeling along the cracked wall of the hallway before him as he and his companions drove deeper into the ruins. True, as a half-breed, one of the infant races that had sprung up in just the last few centuries, Tanner supposed he didn't have to take ownership of the four races and their instant prejudice toward the dwarves. But he supposed it was only fair that, since he was able to pose as one at whim, he should shoulder the responsibilities of the past as much as any human. And who's to say the half-breeds would have done any different, he mused, veering left down a corridor after his companions. A heavy skittering from behind the door they neared caused everyone to stop in their tracks, exchanging quick glances as they all reached for their weapon of choice. Or, in Tanner's case, summoned it from the core of his being. Flame burned brightly in his grasp as Allie flung the door open, Jack's light spilling into the dark chamber as Tanner's friends swept silently into the room. Sounds of battle greeted Tanner's ears as, heart-pounding, he charged in after, seeing that the others were engaged in combat with ants, Tanner thought in revulsion, taking in the cat-sized insects scurrying about on the floor. He lashed out with his fire at any he could see, his skin crawling as the creatures swarmed in on his friends to be ripped apart by blade and teeth. Soon the chamber was filled with the stench of insect gore and charred exoskeleton, with Tanner unable to relax even as the last of the enormous insects thrashed about in their flaming death throes. "Ah!" Tanner yelped, sending a final blast into one that still twitched. A shudder racked his body as his eyes darted about for any more. "What in the blazes are—" His voice trailed off as he saw the other bodies littered about the room. Humans, mostly, all dressed in rags or simple clothing, people who'd come to the ruins looking for a haven from predators and the elements. And, from the look of it, finding a horrid death at the hands of these ants. How does this even happen?" Tanner asked coldly, his face contorted in sympathy and disgust at the scene around him.
"It's not like anything I've ever seen," said Jack, her tone subdued as she took it all in. "But I do know that wildlife often reacts strangely when magic is involved. The typical flow of nature shouldn't drive Memory Stone mad, but if it's otherwise tampered with—"
Allie nodded, wiping her dagger clean of ant gore.
"I think it's safe to say that whoever these suspicious folk are the locals have seen about, they've been stupid enough to bend the natural order of things to their whim."
Gefnar looked about at the mess of slaughtered ants.
"And that's what made these bugs like that?"
"Best guess, anyway,"
Allie said with a grunting nod.
Is that even normal?"
asked Gefnar, revulsion on his face.
"I mean, powerful magic users can just do that?"
"With the right know-how, they can do worse," Tanner said somberly, recalling many of the stories he'd read in the temple archives back home. Jack gave a slow nod.
"Which means whoever's behind all this is probably planning to do just that."
She gestured to the smeared ant bodies.
"It's likely this is just a symptom of whatever is really happening here. I find it hard to believe that a bug army would be someone's endgame."
"Seems plenty sadistic to me," Tanner muttered, averting his gaze from the dismembered human forms about the room and pressing on for the door across the chamber. Now wasn't the time to lose focus. Whatever was going on had to be secondary to their main goal.
finding those plans. The swarm of scorpions swept in on Allie, each of them nearly coming up to her knee as their curved, venomous tails lashed about for purchase in her flesh. Allie snarled, matching their strikes with her own, her dagger quickly tearing into their carapaces and thinning their numbers. Only a handful were left by the time one of their stingers sank into her right calf. Wincing in pain, Allie impaled the offending scorpion into the stony floor, looking about to see that Gefnar, Jack, Ember, and Tanner had cleaned up the rest, with Jack quickly stepping over to Allie's side.
"Where'd it hit you?"
said Jack, kneeling in front of Allie and holding out a hand for Allie's injured leg. Allie complied, turning around to present Jack with the injury, as pain continued to pulse up and down her leg.
"Been there," she heard Tanner say,
glancing over to see his face turned up in commiseration. A sharp grimace nearly cloaked Allie's nod of response, as she recalled that one of these things had stabbed Tanner that first night together in Dragon's Nest. Now, however, Jack thankfully had the time to put her skills to work, drawing the poison out with the soft glow in her fingertips, and numbing the site of impact. After the ritual was complete, Allie withdrew her leg, cautiously putting her weight on it and finding that her movement was hardly impaired. "Thank you," she said to Jack, looking about the open-aired chamber around them, what was likely once the second half of a divided central courtyard. More bodies. This had been the norm as they delved deeper into the keep, finding nearly every room infested with some oversized insect or arachnid, and this latest room had proven to be the most unsettling.
"This is starting to feel a bit too familiar, isn't it?"
said Tanner, sounding as though he loathed bringing up the point. He lightly kicked a charred husk of a scorpion with the toe of his boot, his face drawn in worry as he looked to the others.
"These things seem an awful lot like the ones back in Dragon's Nest."
"Then we make sure to be doubly cautious,"
said Jack, standing after briefly examining a light cut on Ember's hide, where a scorpion had managed to graze the wolf.
"But we can't exactly afford to turn around."
There was merely a silent chorus of nods at this. They all knew how right she was. So they pressed on, finding more grisly carnage as they searched every inch of the keep's labyrinthine rooms and corridors. Some remains seemed to belong to poor squatters who'd made a home for themselves in the ruins, while others appeared to speak of travelers thinking to bed down for the night, either for the experience or to save some coin. In either case, the night didn't seem to have gone as they'd expected.
"At least 2 weeks old,"
Jack declared after looking over one of the bodies in more detail, the expression on her face speaking of her urge to retch on the floor. The stench of decay in the more closed-off rooms was nearly unbearable, even to Allie's human nose. She couldn't imagine how overwhelmed Tanner and Ember's senses must have been.
"Yeah, well, let's keep moving,"
said Tanner, emphasizing Allie's thought at the obvious queasiness on his face. There was still no sign of anything resembling plans for great mechanical wings in sight by the time they'd exhausted what appeared to be the entirety of the keep's chambers, the closest thing they'd found appearing to be a tucked-away back room, filled with journals and notes of a mage who'd lived here at the time of the keep's fall, who had less than nothing interesting to say. The most pertinent thing in his notes appeared to be some vague mention of a specialist brought in by Kylimus Ed Varbius, Lord of the Keep, a specialist who spent her days secluded in her chambers, working on some project or another that the mage, Eplemus, obviously considered to be trivial. He seemed far more interested in the dissection of various sea creatures and the properties their enzymes might have on magical brewing.
"This Eplemus must have been the talk of the continent," Tanner said dryly after flipping through the last of the ancient mage's journals.
Allie couldn't help a snicker. The fact that these journals remained after centuries of curious treasure seekers picking over the keep was enough to solidify that no one had ever found what Eplemus had written to be remotely exciting. It was hard to believe that the blatantly false wall outside the chamber's door could have kept everyone out over the centuries.
"But at least we know that someone was here working on something," said Gefnar,
looking about ready to topple over of boredom as he set the last of his allotted stack of journals to the side. Frustration boiled up inside of Allie, causing her to hurl one of the journals across the windowless chamber to collide with a shelf on the far wall.
"Not exactly what I'd call useful,"
she growled, leaning back against the old rotting desk behind her. It groaned, but didn't crack.
"Maybe not,"
said Jack, taking a final glance about the room before making for the door.
"But hopefully it means we'll find something in the last wing of the keep."
Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar exchanged a look, turning after Jack as she stopped to turn an expectant gaze on them from the doorway.
We've all gotten a bit turned around in here," said Tanner. "But I'm pretty sure we've exhausted all the rooms." The slow, sly smirk on Jack's face silenced him, as the huntress merely beckoned for them all to follow, leading them back to the courtyard where they'd fought the scorpions. After a minute or so of Jack scanning the southwest corner, sliding her fingertips along the seams in the stonework, she took a step back, glancing over her shoulder at the others.
"Notice anything?"
After a few long seconds of staring, Allie found that she did. A small rectangular patch of stones was a slightly different shade from those around them, almost as though they'd been excavated from a different patch of a quarry, or
"Brought here from interior stonework,"
Jack declared, motioning along the faint outline.
"The stone weathered differently indoors."
"Right," Tanner said slowly, stepping forward to examine the offending segment of wall. His eyes brightened with intrigue as he looked back to the others after a moment. "And it gets better. The mortar here, it's fresh. Well, not fresh, but someone probably put this wall here within the last month."
"Thought you were a blacksmith's son," Allie said playfully, "not a stonemason's son."
"Heh," Tanner chuckled. "I am, but the mortar's still got that smell." He pointed to his fox-like nose, glancing to the wolf at Jack's side. "I'm sure Ember would have picked up on the same thing." "So, another secret door?" said Gefnar, gesturing with his thumb over his shoulder back the way they'd come. "Like the one outside the mage's chamber?"
"Looks like,"
said Jack, pointing up to the half-broken tower on the keep's southwest corner.
"It seemed we'd locate one somewhere, since we haven't found a way up there yet."
Allie followed the gesture, looking up into the bright early afternoon sky to the peak of the tower, the strange coldness that hung over the entire keep flaring in her chest as she did so. For some reason, she found herself transfixed on the tower and the crumbled battlements beneath, and for a second, she thought she saw a flash of movement behind a mound of rubble. Her attention was jolted back to her companions as Tanner gave a sharp yelp of alarm, leaping back a step as a long, jagged spear shot out from the wall beside him, slowly retracting after failing to impale him through the side for his efforts. "Think I found the handle," Tanner said, laughing nervously as he eased the discolored patch of wall inward, slipping inside the dark room beyond. Allie sighed as she followed the others in, throwing a final look up at the tower.
"Nothing. Just my imagination."
Chapter 12. The Bones of the Past. The cold, magical energies that saturated the air of the keep palpably intensified as Jack stepped through the hidden door after Tanner, bringing light to the darkness beyond with a small twirl of her fingers. Tanner followed suit, bringing fire into his grasp as they began to look about the chamber beyond. Jack could feel the hair on the back of her neck bristle at the strange, tingling sensation that hung about her, and she looked down to her side to see that Ember was having a similar reaction.
"Easy, Em,"
she whispered, holding her light up like a candle as she scanned the sparse furniture in the chamber. A few decrepit tables and a crumbling dresser. What drew Jack's eye, though, was the stack of documents on one of the tables, as well as the wax that seemed to have dripped onto the wood atop the layers of dust. "Someone was doing some light reading," said Tanner, quickly flipping through the pages.
"Can you read it?"
said Allie, coming up from behind and quickly noting the strange, violently scratched lettering and some indecipherable text. It wasn't an absurd question. Given Tanner's affinity for languages, even ones he seemed to have no recollection of learning, it wouldn't be completely ludicrous to expect that he might. But Tanner shook his head. "Bits and pieces is all. It's in some language like the Thekur book we found under Dragon's Nest, but whoever wrote this one was paranoid enough to encode their notes as well." He visibly focused for a bit, something flashing in his eyes before he resumed, this time uttering what sounded like garbled nonsense. Only, as he did so, the cold electricity in the room seemed to deepen, as though the air itself was responding to the foul words on Tanner's tongue. He continued only for a few seconds before looking about and quickly cutting off mid-phrase. Not especially pleasant to speak, either. Or hear, said Gefnar, shuddering. Get anything? Tanner shrugged. It seems to reference shadow, whatever that is. The person who wrote this was trying to find it? Understand it?
Whatever it is, said Jack, making for the second door out of the chamber. It doesn't sound good. Let's see if we can find... Her hand had barely brushed the handle of the door before it swung inward on its own, revealing a flurry of crackling, spitting energy. It quickly coalesced into a handful of vaguely creature-like forms, the foremost one lashing out at Jack's midsection. Spectres! The word sprang to Jack's mind with such force that it was almost deafening. She bit back a startled cry as a limb of pure, swimming lightning raked across her body, sending jolts of pain up and down her spine as it seemed to pass through her. She stumbled back, giving a sharp gasp as she brought up her bow, and Ember leapt forward to defend her. "Jack!" Gefnar shouted, sprinting as fast as his little legs could carry him across the room to aid her with his scything blade, even as a small swarm of the creatures poured in through the doorway. A pair of arrows flew from Jack's bow before she was even cognizant of her own movements again, the shafts seeming to pierce through the nearest energy creature to minimal effect. In her peripheral vision, she could see that the other enemies were slashing into her friends, the beings' featureless faces somehow managing to convey a wild ferocity. Her friends began to cry out as Jack watched Ember lunge forward, trying to find purchase on the one that had attacked her, and rearing backward as his jaws closed around pure energy. The call to retreat was rising in Jack's throat as she heard a slow melodic chant droning from Tanner's foxskin mouth. Sparing a quick glance in his direction, she saw a blast from his hands catch one of the energy creatures at center mass, the flames lashing over and around the thing as though igniting fresh, dried tinder. Before Jack's eyes, the flames seemed to curl around the thing like fingers, ripping the thing apart as a crackling, bone-chilling scream echoed off the chamber walls, and the creature vanished in a muted explosion of energy. But, absurdly, that wasn't what held Jack's attention. As the pleasant words Tanner sang, harmonious sounds that could only be the language of the Thakur, reached Jack's ears, she felt as though her senses heightened, bringing the world before her into crisp alignment. Time wasn't moving more slowly, Jack knew, nor was she moving faster. The sensation could only be described as sober confidence, seeming to pulse in her ears in concert with Tanner's song. And from the startled but focused looks on her other companions' faces, the melodious chant seemed to affect them the same way. "Fireworks!" Tanner yelled between verses, loosing another blast at one of the creatures. Great, thought Jack, her mind working feverishly as she continued to retreat behind a barrage of arrows. Not exactly one of my specialties. Then, to her surprise, she glanced in Allie's direction to find that the other woman's brow furrowed in concentration, a subdued fiery blaze springing to life in her palm. All right, Jack thought with an impressed smile. Maybe we're fine after all. Even as she watched, Allie drew back, the dark power in her hands fanning out in a writhing spray of flame that swept over 3 of the energy creatures, each of them thrashing about as they tried to escape the blaze. Allie didn't let up, a snarl on her face as she continued to bear down on them with her less furious fire, until they met their companion's fate, while Tanner's powerful, more precise blasts quickly cleaned up the rest. When the blazes subsided, the room was plunged back into near darkness. For a moment, nobody spoke, Tanner's chant abruptly ending as they all looked to each other to ensure everyone still stood. Slowly, Tanner looked over to Allie, his eyes drifting down to her hands as the fire there faded to nothingness. Didn't know you could do that, the foxkin said finally. Only when I can't afford to be more precise, Allie replied with a pointed smirk that soon faded into a squint. And what about you? Gefnar nodded, the leather straps of his sword hilts straining as he flexed his grasp, staring wide-eyed at Tanner. Yeah, that was some song. Can you do that every time? Tanner chuckled,
looking sheepishly around to the others. Not indefinitely, no. It's just something I've picked up in the Thekur writings. There are actually a handful of the chants I'd like to learn, and this seemed like a good time to test this one. Just a way to boost strength and clarity for a few important seconds. Kind of like magical adrenaline, I guess. He paused, obviously wary of sounding like a self-important scholar from the way he self-consciously met the other's eyes, but pressing on when he saw only genuine interest there. Right, well, the language of the Thekur holds inherent magic, as you can probably tell when I'm just reading someone's lunch menu out loud, so I thought I'd try to channel that into some kind of practical use, instead of just sounding pretty. He shrugged. I've still got to fuel it, though, so it's not like I can just keep chanting all day and have it still do anything. From what I can tell, the words are just a catalyst, I guess. A way to speak the magic into reality. Allie nodded. Some of the more complex spells Lethold would demonstrate at the Sanctuary relied on something similar. Even he didn't seem to be half the linguist you are, though. The words almost sounded like a compliment, but Jack could tell they were laced with curiosity. Again, Tanner shrugged. Sorry, you'd think I'd remember studying the most complicated languages of the world, but I just understand them. Well, until it stops working in our favor, said Jack, bowing her head toward Tanner with a gracious smile. I'm just glad that you do. She fought back a wince, as her tone audibly shifted towards something far more maternal. But try not to overexert yourself. A finite ability like that should be reserved for when it's needed the most. And we can't have you keeling over of exhaustion before you even take a hit. Tanner nodded. Right, I'll try to figure out my limits with it when we're someplace a bit more friendly. Well, make sure I'm around when you do, Gefnar said with a grin, performing a small flourish with his sword. I was feeling like I could slice a tree in half while you were singing, and I wouldn't mind putting that to the test. Jack smiled, quickly looking over Ember for any sign of serious damage, besides his spectre-singed whiskers, before pressing on deeper into the base of the tower. So, I guess the little girl was right, Tanner said softly, falling in behind the others, his furry hand spilling over with a fiery glow. There really are ghosts here. Spectres, Allie said curtly, sounding more than a little on edge at the mention of the energy beings. Not the same. Ghosts are fantasies, tricks of the light and delusions of people desperate to believe in a simplified afterlife. Spectres are just people born on another plane of existence, and they can be killed. And, apparently, somehow make offspring in another plane, Jack thought heavily, recalling all they'd learned of Allie's heritage. Sure, Tanner said slowly, obviously sensing the nerve he'd struck. And it's good to know that fire does the trick, 'cause that's kind of all I do. But what are they doing here? Unless powerful magic is at work that destabilizes the barrier between our planes, Gefnar chimed in, sounding as though he was reaching into the depths of his memory. Spectres need to be specifically called. Tanner audibly gulped as they emerged into a hallway with an upward staircase to one end. Not really sure I like either of those options. But we've got a clear theory as to which one it is, Jack sighed, turning from the staircase and slipping down the hall toward the slightly ajar door at the other end. The cold aura of magic seemed to sweep over her in waves now, strengthening with every step she took, and forcing her to steady her breathing in an attempt to fight the nausea. Lamplight flickered from inside the room as Jack neared it, easing the door inward to reveal a large chamber of desks, tables, and shelves, stacked high with parchment and notebooks, as well as strange metal contraptions that housed what looked to be memory stone and other rocks in various translucent capsules. Jack quickly trained her bow around the room, finding no living target inside, before slowly circuiting the area, trying to decipher the point of the mess before her. They're running tests, said Allie, flipping through a stack of notes on one of the tables. On what? Said Gefnar, craning his neck and raising his visor to peer uneasily about the strange apparatuses. Jack came to a stop at one of the tables, her eyes falling to one capsule that held what looked to be a small chunk of memory stone, as well as a handful of the strange, unknown rocks. One was gnarled and nearly black,
with veins of coppery red ore snaking along its surface. Another was a deep, unblemished green, while still another was crystalline in nature, its silvery surface glinting a strange purple in the lamplight. As Jack reached out to touch the casing, it was like she was pushing through the clear waters of a pond, almost able to convince herself that she could see the ripples peeling off her every movement.
Magic,
she breathed, frowning at the simplicity of the answer.
They're studying magic.
Gefnar's armor creaked as he glanced about to his comrades.
But all magic comes from Memory Stone, right? What are they doing with these other things?
I think, at this point, said Tanner, his lips curling up in a snarl, his pointed ears leaning back against his head. We can't be afraid to ask the deeper questions. He locked eyes with each of the others in turn. Why are these very un-Memory Stone rocks clearly filled with magic?
They're transferring magic for some reason?
Said Gefnar, sounding a bit too hopeful at the suggestion. Allie shook her head.
In case anyone's curious, there is a clear answer here. Whoever we're dealing with isn't just supplied with Memory Stone. They have access to alternative sources of magic.
The thought felt as absurd to Jack as she saw mirrored in Gefnar's incredulous frown, like someone had just told him fish could fly. Yet she couldn't deny what she could see with her own eyes, feel with her own senses. These other minerals were as filled with magic as any Memory Stone, though theirs was cold and raw, unbridled by Memory Stone's inherent empathy.
Indifferent. We can argue the point later,
said Jack, cutting short Gefnar's retort, as well as her own inevitable disbelief.
Do we know what these people are trying to do with all of this?
Tanner gave a negative grunt as he flipped through pages of parchment and notebooks. These are mostly written in that same dark Thakur nonsense, using mostly terms I don't understand, and whatever isn't is in languages I don't recognize at all. He gave a sheepish shrug back toward the others. Guess we've found my limits on that front anyway.
I've got something,
Allie said coldly, turning from one of the desks to reveal a large notebook in her grasp. On the front page, Jack could see what looked to be a scrap of parchment torn from another book, meticulously pasted into place, and, even from where she stood a few feet away, she could recognize the letters of the common tongue in the flowery script.
Here today,
Allie began, reading off the page,
we press forward on this the purest of endeavors, and the bonds of time will not stand in our way. Long have our shadows sat in darkness, unreachable and forgotten. But now we have been gifted knowledge beyond mortal comprehension. Knowledge even the most powerful mages of our world could not have guessed. One cannot only find the shadows they seek, but these very shadows can also be bent. One merely has to become a shadow.
Allie looked up from the book, her brow creased in obvious discomfort at having voiced what seemed to be their magic-minded host's propaganda. For a long moment, they all merely ruminated on the words, until at last Tanner cleared his throat. Right, well, that certainly sounds bad, but I'll be honest, I still have no idea what that means. Gefnar nodded slowly. Yeah, what are they planning to bend? Time? Light? If they're not talking about actual shadows, then what in blazes is a shadow? A heavy clunk that shuddered through the stonework around them drew all eyes pointedly upward to the implacable ceiling. Something was happening up there, something that hopefully held answers.
I say we go find out,
said Jack, her jaws set as she swept from the room and back to the stairwell down the hall. Ember crept along at her side all the way, and she could hear the faint shuffling of feet as her companion slipped quietly after her. At a quick glance, Jack saw that Gefnar had had the good sense to hang back a few paces, obviously aware of the fact that his loud, clunking armor would do little to keep their movements unnoticed. With scarcely a sound, Jack slinked up the curving stairwell, bypassing a pair of crumbled archways that seemed to lead off to the two-tiered battlements. Past that, she began to hear muffled voices near the top of the stairs as she came in sight of a large wooden door set ajar, looking a bit too new for the rest of the keep.
Jack shot a quick nod back to the others in the trace light that leaked into the stairwell, seeing in the eyes of her companions that they were all ready for whatever lay ahead. Cautiously, Jack maneuvered up to the door, peering out into the sunlight beyond. The battered southwest tower met her gaze, what remained of its large stony floor weathered smooth where large portions of the tower had long since been stripped away. And, bustling about on a dozen different tasks, were figures in shrouded faces and dark armor that bore the mark of a coiled scorpion. Try as she might, Jack couldn't let herself feel surprise at the sight, nor when she saw the two massive scorpions standing docile near where the tower wall had been ripped away in centuries past. She'd somehow known since their victory over Kravog and his minions back in Dragon's Nest that this wasn't over. A powerful being like Kravog would not be one to give up so easily, and he'd have more underlings ready to do his bidding.
Or the same ones,
Jack thought, finally able to feel shock as her eyes settled on a figure on the far end of the tower. He was a blonde-haired man of perhaps early middle age, his clothing and goatee equally immaculate as he issued orders to the cultists around him. From what Jack could tell, the figure appeared to be overseeing the construction of a strange metal apparatus at the tower's center.
"Secure that band,"
Jack caught, unable to keep back a wave of revulsion as the familiar voice drifted to her ears. It was almost worse that she didn't have a name to attach to the disgust she felt when studying the man, but his deeds more than compensated. This was the same person who'd led the efforts of the servants of Kravog back in Dragon's Nest, who'd dealt with Mayor Denaxis to his own ends, murdered Sergeant Thane after learning of Denaxis's treachery, and nearly ransacked the Temple of Nomen Kal. The same man who'd killed Crexus. Jack could feel her teeth baring in a snarl that matched that of the wolf by her side, as she glared cold anger at the man across from her.
"I guess we'll just have to make sure you stay down this time."
Loathing welled up inside of Tanner almost before he knew why, his pointed ears twitching this way and that as the strong, pompous voice of Crexus's killer wafted down the stairs to him. A quick look at Allie made it clear that the woman hadn't picked out the voice yet, and Tanner wondered briefly if he should fill her in. Which was about the time Tanner heard the cultist leader issue a new order.
"You there! We need more securing rods. Go and fetch some."
Tanner's heart stopped as he heard feet shuffling their way to comply, and he instantly realized they had no time to retreat.
And only one chance to catch these bastards off guard.
So, before he could second-guess himself, he reached deep into his very core with his mind, drawing up all the power he could muster and channeling it into a taut, glowing fist. Jack's eyes darted his way, and she shot him an affirming nod, performing a quick 2-second countdown with one hand, while the other braced to throw the door inward to the tower floor. Tanner inhaled sharply as the countdown ended, bursting into the sunlight beyond the door and into the face of a startled cultist before lashing out with the potent fire in his grasp. All eyes, both human and arachnid, spun his way as the crackling, flaming ball of energy shot out from his hand, arcing through the air like an innocuous pebble, before erupting into a blast of fiery rage at the room's center, warping the metal of the apparatus there. Instinctively, Tanner ducked back from the blast, feeling the furious heat of it against his fur as he shielded his eyes from the explosion. An acute exhaustion overtook him in the seconds that followed as, the flames of his blast quickly subsiding, he saw that a handful of cultists already lay scattered about, unmoving, while others had managed to throw themselves to the floor, avoiding the worst of the blast. Still, there wasn't a foe in sight who hadn't felt the flame, including their arrogant leader. The man still smirked, however, taking in Tanner and the other new arrivals as Jack, Allie, and Ember rushed in behind, with Gefnar loudly clunking up the steps after. In seconds, Jack had loosed a pair of arrows, one at the recovering cultist, the other toward their leader. While the cultist fell still, his master managed to sidestep, receiving an arrow to the shoulder rather than straight through his heart. He barely seemed to wince.
"We could talk."
His strong, grating voice rang out in the eerie silence before anyone could react further.
"No thanks,"
Jack growled, her finger twirling as she summoned a spell to her hand.
"We've seen how you communicate."
She released her spell at the same instant Allie's dagger flew from her grasp toward the man, causing him to second-guess his sidestep.
The cost of his indecision was a bloody slash across his thigh from the dagger, and scalded, blistering flesh as Jack called a large, spitting orb of magma-like energy into existence behind him. Yes, Tanner thought, sensing the battle turn their way as he spun to face the horse-sized scorpions that skittered toward him. He supposed he should have been more worried, but he could also hear the sound of other feet, Gefnar's, racing up beside him. You're in for it now, Tanner thought with a growl, drawing fire into his hand as he stared down the scorpions. I've got a gnome with me. Allie hated her own mind at the moment. She hated the panic she felt at the sight of the enormous scorpions. She hated the blind fury that drove her forward to send a fiery shockwave through the remaining cultists, the blast seeming almost dull in comparison to Tanner's blazing strikes. But most of all, she hated the horrible sadness that had swept over her thoughts, stinging at her eyes with tears and compromising her view of the battlefield. Her eyes were locked onto Crexus's killer as she prepared to slaughter everyone in her path to take the man down, for good this time. Enough, the man said sharply, his low, commanding voice somehow sweeping over the tower as he brought up his staff. Allie could now see that it was topped with more of that strange, dark mineral, its copper-red veins pulsing with magic as its wielder brought its power to bear. Indignant fury welled up inside of Allie as, her hand still extended from her fire spell, she felt her limbs seize up, her feet rooted in place. In her peripheral vision, she saw that Jack had met a similar fate, the other woman's bow half drawn for another strike, while Ember planted himself beside her, snarling for any potential enemies to dare approach his helpless mistress. You really should learn to better guard your minds, said the man, throwing up a thin, shimmering barrier between him and Tanner just in time to catch the slack-jawed foxkin's next blast. Before Tanner could loose another, one of the scorpions swept in, catching him up in its claws and holding him in place, while Gefnar was put on the defensive with the other. Well, the man continued, surveying the scene of his mostly dead forces, as well as his incapacitated enemies. Let's try this again. I'll admit to being a little unprepared for this meeting. I didn't think to be seeing the three of you again so soon after our time together in Dragon's Nest. But my apologies. We weren't properly introduced last time. When you immolated me and flung me over a cliff. He shot a dark look over at the squirming Tanner, executing a full, elegant bow. I am Solak Ulemoris, chief instrument of our Lord Kravog's will. And as I assume you may be wondering how I survived our last encounter, I am deeply honored by the trust Kravog has shown in me, and, of course, grateful to have been restored. I live only by his mighty will, and at the cost of others, lives offered willingly to the cause, and it is with great humility that I serve, knowing that I am a part of something greater than myself. And now you have a name, Allie thought, forcing herself into the breathing exercises she'd learned with Antothica, stilling her mind in preparation of shrugging off Solak's hold over her. She closed her eyes, feeling her fingers begin to twitch in response to her commands. Seconds left to live, but you have a name. Tanner thrashed in the grasp of the giant scorpion who clutched him in its pincers, looking to Gefnar, in time to see the gnome brought to his knees under a flurry of blows from the other scorpion. Soon enough, Gefnar was held in place by scorpion claws as well. Damn it, Tanner thought with a hiss, fighting to maneuver around the barrier Solak had erected. It was no use. The scorpion held him in place. There was nothing he could do to protect his friends. Nothing except... Abruptly, Tanner shifted tactics, fumbling with the straps of the bracers around his wrists, the one Curtis had gifted him to keep the fire entity inside of him at bay. I'm sorry, Dad, he thought as the first one clunked to the stony floor. I need to save them. Jack had always thought of herself as a well-moderated person, she supposed. Even as a child, she displayed more self-control than most of her siblings combined, which made the moment of pure hatred she was experiencing as she stood frozen in place and staring down the pompous cultist leader, Solak, all the more delicious. Even through the haze of impotent anger in her chest, however, Jack fought to look down to Ember, to communicate with him somehow in this moment of defeat all he'd come to mean to her, her first true friend.
And the others that had followed, Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar, they were all beaten. Try as she might, Jack couldn't break free of Solak's magical grasp. She'd come this far only to fail.
"Now, I'm afraid you've all placed me in a bit of a delicate situation," Solak continued, sounding as annoyed as if someone had just accidentally caused him to spill his drink. "My Lord Kravog has taken an interest in all of you, and he has commanded that, were it at all possible, you are to be taken alive. To that end, I wish you all pleasant dreams." With that, Solak hoisted his staff with the blackish copper-red veined stone atop it, and Jack felt true hopelessness sink in. Whatever fate awaited them, she only hoped she would have a chance to stand tall in the face of evil once more. With a final burst of pure, focused will, Allie wrenched free of Solak's invisible bonds, stumbling forward as she summoned up another wave of fire. The few remaining cultists rushed forward, placing themselves between Allie and Solak as their leader's eyes flashed dark with the end of his spell. "No!" Allie thought with a snarl, watching helplessly as Solak's loyal minions leapt in to intercept her flames, shielding Solak from them entirely. Before she could draw Biryak and charge forward to finish the job, Solak struck the butt of his staff against the floor, sending out an inky shockwave from the black and copper stone atop it. In an instant, the wave washed over Allie, and she watched Solak peel away to nothingness before her eyes.
Too late, Tanner thought coldly as he wrenched free of his second bracer. To his horror, the flame entity Curtis had spoken of was in his mind immediately, hungrily looking for release as Tanner summoned it to the surface. Purest guilt sweeping over him as he saw Curtis's pained face in his mind's eye, Tanner closed his eyes, inhaled, and uncaged it. The result was immediate, just as Tanner opened his eyes once more to see the dark wave from Solak spill out over them all, and, for the briefest moment, Tanner felt himself diminish, his body now taken over by a being of unbridled flame. Even so, he was caught up in the wave, feeling the shock of it hurl him off his feet as the scorpion holding him in place melted away. Twisting in midair, Tanner came back to himself as fear jolted through his system. The wave had flung him back to a portion of floor fallen away centuries earlier, and he was granted a clear view to the courtyard far below. The last thing I'll ever see. Then, absurdly, it wasn't, as solid stone floor materialized directly before his eyes, and he impacted hard against the surface, feeling the coolness of it against his furry cheek. He lay there, baffled for a moment, finally turning to see Gefnar lying winded on the floor nearby, his gnomish eyes darting around for any sort of sense. "Let me know when you find some," thought Tanner, worriedly taking in Jack, Ember, and Allie nearby as he hoisted himself to his feet. "I think we could all use it right about now." "Where did you go?" Allie growled, grabbing her dagger as, thrown back a pace from the impact of the dark shockwave, she scrambled back upright, glancing about for any sign of Solak. The man was nowhere in sight. And that was when Allie noticed a few other things. The broken tower was whole once more, the harsh light of early evening sneaking through the slits of the embrasures around her, and there was a loud rising shriek that spilled through every crack of the room to rake at her ears. "Get down!" a voice shouted behind her, an instant before a large armored form slammed into her back, bearing her back down to the floor as the shrieking reached its apex. As it did so, there was a sharp explosion of noise, somewhere in between the hammering of a bell and the crackle of lightning, as the portion of wall where Allie had just stood sundered beneath an unstoppable force, the stone wall crumbling inward, just where it already had been a moment before. Shoving the form that had tackled her aside, Allie shot back to her feet, her brow knitted in confusion as she looked about the room, and at the tower's fresh wound. Her eyes went wide as she looked out into the landscape beyond, seeing the outer wall of the keep down below, its gates flung inward, and an armored horde of dwarves spilling through. Overhead, she could hear deafening roars in the steady thwum, thwum, thwum of massive wings, as she caught the end of a scaly blue tail slipping past above her.
"I'll wager you've never fought one of these before, young lady."
That same unfamiliar voice sounded beside her as the figure that had tackled her resumed its feet as well.
"But if you want to live to tell about it, You do well to show a bit more fear in the presence of a dragon.
Chapter 13 Into Shadow. Allie spun to face the figure, seeing a scarred, bearded human, probably a few decades older than her, in dinted green armor, a large, bloody mace hoisted in his grasp as he looked about to the astonished faces of their group.
A little warning next time,
Allie snapped, her confusion and frustration fueling her anger as she glanced about for any trace of Solak.
Nothing.
Only the scattered bodies of tower defenders, clad in armor Allie didn't recognize. The man who'd tackled her blinked in surprise, glancing about to Jack, Tanner, and Gefnar as they climbed back to their feet as well.
My apologies, miss.
Allie groaned, finally letting her mind grasp what her heart refused to. Solak was gone, and she and her friends had simply been tossed aside, either to another plane or another time. She was too infuriated to care which at the moment. One by one, the others hesitantly offered up their names as well, leaving the man to scowl about at their faces.
Were you lot part of the detachment from Falconcrest?
Not exactly, said Tanner, glancing to the rest of the team guardedly. We, came from out west. As the man regarded Tanner, Allie could see curiosity creasing her rescuer's brow, more than Tanner usually drew. This seemed to indicate more than the fact that the man had never seen a foxkin before.
It's like he's never seen a half-breed before.
As you can imagine,
said Jack, stepping toward the man coolly,
we're a bit disoriented. Do you mind telling us what's happening here?
The man stared at her in bafflement, obviously bracing for the punchline of a bad joke.
What's happening? Dear girl, the war's on our doorstep. The dwarves have come to wipe Varbius Keep from the face of the world.
Again, Allie's eyes slid to the portion of wall that had been ripped away by what had appeared to be a powerful bolt of lightning. Seeing that, down below, the army of dwarves was pressing forward to the keep proper, their numbers hardly thinning as the archers lining the battlements rained arrows down on them. As she watched, a pair of giants burst out of the front gate to meet them, smashing into the dwarven ranks to momentarily halt the shouting wave of attackers.
My lord Calemis!
A shout rang out from the battlements, just at the edge of Allie's vision through the gash in the tower.
Are you well?
Fine! The man by Allie bellowed back, moving up to the broken portion of wall to peer down at his comrades.
But the tower is lost.
Allie retreated a few paces back to her friends, looking over to see that Tanner was staring at the armored man before them.
Kylemis?
The foxkin breathed, looking as though he'd just been smacked in the face with an unassailable truth. Beside him, Gefnar frowned.
You know him?
Tanner shook his head just as Allie placed where she knew the name from. The ancient mage's documents they'd found in their search of the keep.
That's Kylemis Varbius,
Tanner said with a gulp, his wide eyes meeting the others.
The lord of Varbius Keep who died in battle defending it 500 years ago. I guess now we know what Solak and his minions meant by being shadows,
Allie said with a grunt.
Do we?
Said Jack, her brow creased in concentration.
How can we know if we're really here, in the past? What if this is all just some illusion?
Her eyes drifted past Allie, prompting the other woman to follow her gaze to the center of the room, where Ember had trotted over to sniff at empty air. As Allie watched, the wolf turned back to his mistress, cocking his furry head and offering up something between a whimper and a growl. Before Allie's eyes, the wolf raised a paw as though to swipe at the air, his claws clacking against something hard and metallic as small tendrils of smoky magic trailed off the impact. Allie's heartbeat stuttered. The look was almost identical to the wave of shadow that had swept over her and her companions less than a minute earlier. Instantly the four of them swept forward, feeling stupidly around until their hands came into contact with the invisible object as well. To Allie, It felt immediately reminiscent of the strange contraption they'd seen Solak's underlings constructing at the center of the room back in, well, the future, she supposed.
That'll take some getting used to.
On instinct, Allie began to reach out toward the object with her magical senses, her brow furrowing as she received 2 results at once, both equally correct. There was a magical apparatus before her, and yet there wasn't.
What?
Said Tanner, obviously reaching the same conclusion.
What are you all doing?
Said Kylemis, striding up as he looked about to them in disbelief.
What are you looking at? There's nothing there, see?
At this, he whipped his mace around, swinging it through the space where Allie had distinctly felt the cold touch of metal, the mace slipping effortlessly through the air.
Now come on! The dragon will have spotted us. It'll be...
Before he could finish, that same rising whine Allie had heard when Solak had first flung her and the others back into shadow began to tear at her eardrums as, through a nearby embrasure, she spotted a flurry of blue, scaly hide shooting closer.
Everyone out!
Allie shouted, bolting for the nearby staircase. They'd have to return and decipher what was happening in the tower later. As long as they stayed, the dragon would keep pummeling the stonework to pieces.
Meaning there likely won't be a tower for us to encounter 500 years from now.
The ridiculousness of it all made her head hurt, but not as much as she knew it would if she were to catch a full blast of dragon breath to the face. So, sprinting alongside her companions, she made for the stairs, looking back in time to see the trailing Kylemis bring up his shield to intercept the shower of rocks that erupted from another patch of wall as, with a crack of lightning, another portion of the tower disintegrated, matching up perfectly with the way the tower had looked when Allie and the others had first arrived. Allie snarled a curse under her breath as she pounded down the steps amid her companions.
This day is really starting to get on my nerves.
What in the blazes is happening? Thought Tanner, frantically stumbling his way down the circular stairwell of the tower, and noting that the steps were far less eroded than they'd been a few minutes earlier.
How is this even possible? What if we can't get back?
His heart seemed to leap into his throat as his thoughts turned to Curtis, Atrasar, and friends, both new and old, scattered around the continent.
Will they even find out what happened to us?
Before Tanner's mind could follow those thoughts any deeper, he found himself thrust back into the open air of the battlements as Kylemis shouldered his way past, emerging into a din of shouts, screams, and the clashing of steel. And, rising above them all, was that familiar climbing whine. A massive tooth, wing, and claw swept into Tanner's vision as he took in the battle, the whine reaching its peak as an enormous blue dragon bore down on the ballista a few dozen feet from Tanner and the others.
"Watch out!"
Kylemis yelled to the pair of soldiers to either side of the ballista, both of them feverishly working the cranks of the contraption. But Kylemis's warning proved useless as, both of them attempting to dive out of the way, the soldiers by the ballista were caught up in the spume of jagged lightning that poured from the dragon's mouth and hurled from the wall amid their screams of agony.
"Damn it!"
Kylemis hissed, smashing his mace into the nearby parapets in frustration as the dragon banked around for another pass. As it did so, Tanner caught sight of the armored dwarf atop it, the rider's eyes seeming to find Tanner's as the dwarf deftly began to load the crossbow in his grasp. Purely on instinct, Tanner found that he'd already channeled fire down into his hands as Kylemis spun to face them.
"If you value your lives,"
the man shouted, obviously accustomed to giving orders,
"then you'll man that ballista."
Tanner was about to protest his lack of knowledge on the topic when the bulky form of a gnome shot out from behind him.
"On it!"
Gefnar yelled, leaping over a short gap that had been torn in the wall with surprising agility. Allie was close behind, the two of them coming up on either side of the damaged ballista and throwing all they had into hoisting the cranks back into place.
"Which makes the rest of us covering fire, I guess,"
thought Tanner, turning to throw a nod at Jack as they took up position on the parapets, Jack training an arrow on the dragon's dwarven rider, while Tanner prepared to lance out with his fire into the broad target of the dragon's scaly blue head. The whine returned, raking at Tanner's pointed ears as the dragon swept closer once more, blue lightning crackling behind its fearsome teeth as it prepared to unleash another torrent against the keep's defenders.
"Here then, beast!" Kylemis called out, smashing his mace noisily against his shield as he stared down the dragon. "You want a target? See if you can handle me!"
Not the smartest move I've ever seen, Tanner mused, thrusting out with the flame in his hand as the dragon veered slightly toward Kylemis. Brave, inspiring even, but not smart. Tanner half expected the flames he unleashed to splash harmlessly off the dragon's hide, but, to his shock and delight, the fires smashed into the dragon's face, staggering its flight on impact as the monster cut loose a deafening roar. Its rider, meanwhile, reeling and struggling to remain in his saddle, received an arrow deep into the shoulder from Jack, nearly causing him to topple to his death right then. Yes, thought Tanner, preparing for another blast. Maybe they had a shot at taking this thing down after all. His excitement was momentarily tempered, however, by the smoky black contours that rippled over both the dragon's form and the dwarf's. Not a direct result of anything Tanner or the others had done. Well, we can worry about what that means later, Tanner thought with a snarl. Right now, we need to focus on survival. Only slowed for a moment, the dragon continued its flight path, its toothy mouth opening wide to pour out lightning on Gefnar and Allie. To Tanner's relief, both managed to find cover in time, though both were also rattled as they regained their feet, tendrils of lightning still arcing over their bodies from where the blast had exploded on its impact against the battlements. Gefnar and Allie managed to maintain their focus, however, rushing back to the ballista as Kylemis leapt in to help, the three of them finally managing to notch the loaded bolt back into place. Grinning at the sight, Tanner spun back to the dragon, who'd swept around for yet another pass. Again, however, Tanner's excitement was doused as he spotted the pair of bolts that still protruded from the dragon's hide, broken chains dangling from the ends. "Then we'll just have to hope this one holds long enough for us to finish you off," Tanner snarled at the dragon, sending another gout of flame for the beast when it swooped into range. Again, the dragon reeled, turning its large reptilian eyes directly on Tanner, and shifting its flight path for the foxkin, teeth bared in hatred as lightning crackled behind. Well, I guess I'm not one to talk about being smart, Tanner thought dismally, letting the horror of the moment sink in. He had nowhere to hide. At that moment, however, Allie, Gefnar, and Kylemis swung the ballista back around, the Lord of the Keep quickly lining up the shot and smashing his mace down against the trigger mechanism. Tanner watched as the ballista bolt sailed through the air, its barbed tips sinking deep into the flesh of the dragon's side. A pained, bellowing howl erupted from the dragon's throat as it thrashed about in the air, shredding through the cacophony of battle with furious beats of its wings as it altered course, attempting to wrench free of the chain that now bound it to the battered ballista. The chain went taut and held. Roaring once more, the dragon swooped down for the ballista amid another volley of fire and arrows from Tanner and Jack. The beast landing atop the siege weapon as Allie, Gefnar, and Kylemis leapt out of the way. Again and again Tanner threw fire into the dragon's scaly side, catching peripherally as Jack put a decisive arrow through the dwarven rider's neck. "Would you please just die?" Tanner snarled, gritting his teeth as he poured blast after blast of fire into the fight. In seconds, the dragon had ripped apart what was left of the ballista, its massive legs coiling to send it skyward once more. "No, you don't!" Tanner heard Kylemis snarl as the man slammed his mace into the dragon's knee. At the same time, Jack, Ember, and Allie attacked the beast from all sides, desperately trying to keep it from vaulting out of reach. That was when Tanner caught sight of Gefnar beneath the dragon's body, the gnome having hauled himself up from the ground and charged back into battle, and both Gefnar's pendant and sword were glowing a radiant white. Tanner's eyes went wide as he watched Gefnar plunge his blade deep into the dragon's leg. The dragon's response was as immediate as it was ear-splitting. A screeching yowl spilled from the dragon's mouth as it craned its neck to the sky, shrinking back from the impact of Gefnar's sword. "What's the matter?" Tanner thought with an eager grin, drawing more fire to his grasp. "Can't handle the light of Gnome and Cal?" His heart sank, however, as the dragon spun to face the gnome, teeth bared as it lunged forward. In horror, Tanner watched as the dragon raked its massive claws across Gefnar's tiny body, then sank its enormous teeth deep into the gnome. "Gef!" Tanner shouted, tears already stinging at his eyes as he hurled another blast for the dragon. But even as the gnome was engulfed in the dragon's mouth, something truly baffling unfolded. Before Tanner's eyes, Gefnar's entire form rippled with that same shadowy darkness from Solak's spell, seeming ready to blink out of existence. Then came a blinding flash from Gefnar's pendant Tanner recognized as the healing magic Gefnar wielded, solidifying Gefnar's form and causing the dragon to release its prize, reeling back as though its mouth had just been scalded from the inside. Staggering to one knee, Gefnar shook his helmeted head, hauling himself back upright and leaping for the dragon once more. Tanner's shock held him back from throwing any more blasts into the fray as he saw Gefnar's diminutive form latch onto the dragon's foreleg, scrambling up the limb as he stabbed his sword higher and higher. The dragon thrashed about, its long, scaly neck writhing and wings flapping frantically as it fought to fling off one of Nomenkal's finest. But Gefnar held fast, not stopping until he'd reached the base of the dragon's neck, preparing to plunge his sword to the hilt into the dragon's throat. Just then, the dragon's head swung back around, looking to tear Gefnar free of its shoulder, but the gnome was ready. Leaping from his perch at the last second, Gefnar brought his sword high, stabbing down with all his might into the base of the dragon's skull. Tanner thought he wouldn't have believed it if it hadn't happened before his eyes. Gefnar's glowing sword sank into the dragon's horned head like a hot knife through cream, nearly disappearing deep into the beast's cranium. What rang from the dragon's mouth now sounded like something between the startled cry of a bird and the desperate croak of a frog as it reared back on its hind legs, Gefnar dropping free to slam into the battlements as the dragon's body went limp, collapsing into the chaotic courtyard below. As the dragon dropped with an earth-shaking shudder beneath them, Tanner watched its entire body flicker with shadow. Only this time it didn't dissipate. Tendrils of the smoky magic continued to rise from the still corpse, the body shuddering in something besides death throes. At times it even appeared as though the dragon tried to fade from existence, much like Gefnar nearly had. It was almost as if the body didn't want to be there.
"Well struck, lad!"
Kylemus's strong voice brought Tanner's focus back to the battlements as the Lord of the Keep strode up to the faltering Gefnar, kneeling to hold the gnome upright.
"In all my long years of fighting, I've not seen heroism like that but a handful of times."
"Thanks," Gefnar said shakily, leaning against his shield as he lifted his visor to take in his gathering comrades. He offered up a meek smile to them all, clutching his pendant and letting some of its concentrated healing magic course life back into his battered body. "I mean, it was already wounded, so—"
"Nonsense," Kylemus declared gruffly, resuming his feet. "'Twas a kill worthy of many songs."
Even as the man smiled, however, Tanner saw a shadow flicker over his frame as well. Tanner frowned. In contrast to the dragon, Kylemus's body seemed quite solid, but still... wrong. Tanner had no time to react to the flicker of emotion from the memory stone in his pocket before another pair of figures burst onto the battlements from the far door. One was a brown-haired human man that looked somehow familiar, dressed in a finely embroidered wizard's robe over light armor, while the other was a towering, dark-haired woman with ashen skin. If Tanner had to hazard a guess, she had more than a little giant blood in her.
"Brother!"
the man in the robe shouted, locking eyes with Kylemus. He gestured quickly below with his sleek wooden staff.
"They've broken through into the courtyard. They'll be on Skimmerberg soon enough."
"Who'll be on the what?" thought Tanner, marking the similarities in the faces of the two men as he glanced between them. Kylemus took the news quite differently, running up to the inner edge of the battlements to peer down into the keep's courtyard. Following the man's gaze, Tanner saw that a number of dwarves had, indeed, begun to spill through the main gate, past a pair of defending giant bodies.
"The tide must be stemmed,"
Kylemus declared, striding over to the chain that still hung from the battered ballista. After a testing yank on the chain, Kylemus slung his mace over the metal links, shooting down the length of the slightly slack chain to where the other end still held fast in the dragon's body below. Kylemus landed with a heavy thud, but he never lost his footing, letting loose a battle cry as he charged the band of dwarves who'd entered the courtyard, his form flickering with a smoky magic all the while.
"Always the show-off,"
the robed man muttered, seeming as oblivious to the strange, inky magic as his brother. Then, turning to Tanner and the others,
"Well, go on then. Defend your lord, Kylemus Advarbius."
He motioned broadly for them all to leap as he began to weave magical tendrils through the air with his fingertips. "Jump! I'll slow your fall!" He looked over to the grim-faced, giant-blooded woman beside him with a grim smile. "Have Olgadem and I will see to the band that already pushed through." Tanner looked frantically to the others, then back up to the tower from which they'd come. With the nearest dragon dead, they might be able to make their way back up there. They could try to find a way home. Besides, the longer they stayed, the more of that shadow magic seemed to manifest. If they'd truly gone back in time, what if they were doing more harm than good? The whole concept was so foreign. They couldn't be sure what kind of dark magic they were dealing with. But could we live with ourselves, turning our backs on such a desperate need? Thought Tanner, seeing in his companion's eyes the same conclusion reflected. Stifling a groan, he turned back down into the courtyard, swaying slightly on his feet at the distance as he watched Kylemis smash into the dwarven ranks. "Fine," he sighed, nodding toward the mage as he trotted for the battlement's edge. "Just try not to drop us." Chapter 14. In Defiance of Fate. Jack found herself sending a reassuring smile toward Ember as the wolf offered up a faint whimper at seeing Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar abruptly run to the edge of the battlements and seemingly jump to their deaths.
"It's all right, Em,"
Jack assured him, motioning Ember to her side and running to join her friends. Below, she could see that Tanner had already landed. The light that still swirled around Allie and Gefnar's feet, slowing their descent at the courtesy of Kylemis's mage brother, had begun to dissipate as Tanner sprinted forward to join the Lord of the Keep in his defense against the dwarven onslaught. Feeling her stomach shoot into her throat, Jack leapt from the wall, fighting down panic as wind rushed up around her, but not as quickly as it should have. Bluish light blossomed around her feet as well, and likewise around Ember's flailing paws, as they dropped down to the stony courtyard. It was a solid impact that greeted Jack, but not a painful one, as she and Ember alighted next to the shadow-flickering form of the dragon they'd slain.
"Definitely something to add to the list of stories to tell when I'm back home," she thought, barely sparing a glance toward the monstrous corpse before she was on the move again, bringing up her bow to fire at the handful of dwarves who'd made it inside. Arrow after arrow shot from her bow, many glancing off thick dwarven armor and shields, but some finding their mark before a pair of the stocky attackers broke away from Kylemis's mighty swinging mace and Gefnar's scything dragon-bloodied blade, charging directly for Jack. "Ember!" Jack snapped, the wolf already leaping in to her aid. As the dwarves closed in, Jack drew her elven sword, Hellfade, adopting a defensive stance as Ember circled around to harry her foes from behind. It was Jack's first time seeing the dwarven warriors up close, and she instantly marked the eyes. They were deep-set, but vibrant, nestled beneath their domed helmets and large masses of facial hair. And Jack saw no compassion in them. There was only the ferocity born of desperation and hatred. Such blinding drive left no room for mercy. A wave of sadness swept over Jack as she recalled all of the fear and mistrust that had led to this ancient war. And she nearly didn't have the heart to capitalize on the small opening her first opponent left her as he wildly swung his axe for the kill. Nearly. Parrying with her immaculate blade, Jack slipped past the dwarf's defenses, her weapon sinking deep into the figure's tough flesh. The dwarf staggered at the blow, directly back into Ember's waiting jaws. Seeing his kinsman fall, the other dwarf attempted to circle around for a better strike, faltering slightly on a patch of rubble, ripped free of the keep's walls by dwarven siege weapons. It was all the opportunity Jack needed, quickly slashing her blade across the second dwarf's throat, as his guard fell away while he attempted to steady himself. Jack let the horrible moment wash over her, staring down at the two fallen dwarves, noting distantly that neither of their forms flickered with shadow. Steeling her heart for survival, she turned back to the battle, finding that the others had managed to hold the line. Allie was just calling her dagger back to her grasp, the dwarf by Gefnar slumping to the ground, bleeding out from the wound in his back. Only one dwarf still stood, his eyes absurdly locked on Tanner. As Kylemis and Gefnar retreated a step,
looking back to the foxkin in confusion. "This fight," Tanner said heavily, tracing fiery magic in the air with his fingers as he stared the dwarf down, "is not honorable." To Jack's shock, the dwarf simply gave a slow nod of response. "Return to your home," Tanner pressed, flame flashing in his eyes as he concentrated on the spell. "Find a task worthy of you, a way to reclaim your honor." Again the dwarf nodded, his sword falling from his hand to clatter against the stonework as he turned, walking slowly back out the gate into the keep exterior. He seemed oblivious to the battle still raging around him. "A neat trick," said Kylemis, turning to regard Tanner with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. Well, it was worth trying anyway," Tanner muttered, the shock on his own face making it clear to Jack that he hadn't really expected the spell to work. "Indeed," Kylemis said slowly, scanning the foxskin up and down. Not that Jack could blame the man. Having no precedent for encountering a half-breed of any kind would likely give anyone pause. If anything, Kylemis seemed to be handling it rather well. The sheepish Tanner, however, seemed ready to give an in-depth lecture on the nature of half-breeds, or maybe just use his demi-silg abilities to cloak his animal side entirely, when Kylemis turned back up to the nearby battlement, a slight frown creasing his brow. "Eplemus," the man said curtly, worry seeping into his voice as he turned back to Jack and the others. "Where's he gone?" Jack followed Kylemis's gaze, seeing that the robed man, as well as the giant-blooded woman with him, had seemingly vanished from the battlements. "He said something about going to deal with the ones who'd made it into the inner courtyard," said Allie, flicking dwarven blood from her dagger. Kylemis's face blanched before Jack's eyes. "The inner courtyard?" Before Allie could confirm, Kylemis had taken off once more, sprinting for the nearby open doorway deeper into the second level of the courtyard. Jack fell in behind, motioning Ember to her side. Hellfade was in her grasp as she matched Kylemis's pace, ready to defend the Lord of the Keep against whatever enemy awaited them. But the second tier of the courtyard lay eerily still as Jack and the others burst through the doorway, the sounds of the ferocious battle on the keep's exterior falling to a muted roar as the thick stone walls offered up a silencing barrier. A handful of dwarven bodies lay scattered about the courtyard, some looking to have been blasted by potent magics. What immediately caught Jack's eye, however, was the robed human man sitting propped up against the rocky corner, one hand shakily held to his side to staunch an oozing flow of blood. "Eplemus!" Kylemis shouted, his armor clanging about him as he ran for his brother, dropping to one knee beside the other man as his mace clattered to the ground. "Hello, brother," Eplemus said weakly, obviously attempting to smile. As Jack neared, flanked by her companions, she saw that the veins lining the man's neck had turned a sickly green, pulsing grotesquely beneath the skin as powerful magic took hold in his blood. Jack quickly traced a few glowing lines in the air with her fingers, shoring up Eplemus's open wound, but she knew it to be a useless gesture. Whatever coursed through the man's veins was beyond her ability to heal. Someone of Intothika's skill might have been able to keep the affliction at bay, but she was nearly half a continent away. "And centuries in the future," Jack reminded herself somberly. She took a pace back from the scene, motioning for the others to grant the two brothers a private moment. It would likely be the last they'd share. "Come now, brother," said Kylemis, clutching the other man by the back of the neck. "This is not the time for play. Purge this, whatever it is, from your blood." Both men flickered with billowing shadow now, the entire scene seeming reluctant to be taking place at all. "My power is spent, Kylemis," said the dying mage, hardly affected by the sternness in his brother's voice. A violent cough racked his body as bright red blood, flecked with a vile green ooze, splattered from beneath his quivering lips. Didn't Mother always say magic would be the death of me?" Shakily, Eplemus raised a hand to grip his brother's shoulder. Havolgadem was driven back into Skimmerberg's quarters." Even as he spoke, Jack could hear a furious pounding, like steel against wood, from down the hall of a nearby entryway. At the sound, Eplemus gave a slow, severe nod.
The door won't hold much longer. Brother, you must go before all is lost. And be careful of their mage. He is a crafty one.
Tears spilled from Kylemus's eyes now, mingling with the mud and blood of battle smeared across his face as the two brothers leaned in to touch foreheads. As the cool metal of Kylemus's helmet connected with Eplemus's sweaty brow, Jack saw the mage's lips move weakly, and, despite her desire not to intrude, her curiosity drove her to pick out the whispered words.
Be mindful of these allies, brother,
Eplemus was saying.
They're not from here.
As Kylemus pulled away, the brothers locked eyes.
They're not from now.
With a weighted nod, Kylemus pushed to his feet, turning slowly back to Jack and the others. Jack met his gaze, paranoia screaming at her to raise her sword in defense. There was no telling how someone might react to an insight like the one Eplemus had just shared. But Jack saw no distrust in Kylemus's eyes, only the resolve to carry out his duty until the very end.
Come on then,
said the Lord of the Keep, his voice an unshakable growl.
The day is lost, but we'll not lose the war.
Allie fell in behind the others, still frantically trying to piece together what was happening around her. Was this all just some sort of overwhelming vision Solak had dropped them into? Was any of this even real?
Can we even make a difference?
The heavy boom, boom from down the hall as Allie followed her companions into the keep's dark corridors once more, rattled her back into the moment. They could worry about their actions and the resulting consequences later. Right now, someone was in danger, and Allie had a growing feeling in her gut that she knew the reason. Perhaps even the reason for this whole attack. She had no time to follow the threads in her mind further, however, as, before the source of the steady pounding came into view, a new sound greeted her ears, this one of shattered, splintering wood, as the door barring the dwarven invaders from their prize audibly gave way under their assault.
"Hurry!"
Kylemus hissed, somehow bolting even faster down the dim, narrow halls in his full armor.
"They've broken through to Skimmerberg!"
Whoever that is, thought Allie, keeping pace with the others as they sprinted in to join the fight. In the few long seconds before they rounded the next corner, Allie could hear frantic sounds of battle, the impact of many blows and a primal, almost bestial roar. Then, just before the scene came into view, a loud, pained grunt, along with the sound of metal piercing flesh. A heavy thud. Allie swept around the corner after her companions, seeing what her ears had already told her awaited them. The door to the chamber before them was nearly shredded from the onslaught of dwarven weapons, with large, splintering chunks of wood ripped away and scattered about the floor. Beyond that, a handful of short, stocky bodies littered the room's entryway, with a single, larger form lying still beyond them. In the brief instant Allie had to study the larger, ashen-skinned form, she marked it as the giant-blooded woman who'd fought alongside the mage, Eplemus. Havolgadem, she recalled, feeling respect blossom in her chest as she grasped the ferocity with which the woman had fought, had held her ground to the very end. Snarling, Allie burst into the room behind the others, her dagger alight with magic in her grasp as she called up shimmering replicas to rain down about the room. 5 dwarves remained, 3 of the warriors spinning back around to face their new enemies, while one dressed in thin mail and robes divided his attention between the room's back corner and the new arrivals, his stone-carved staff already tracing patterns in the air before him. The final warrior drove on to the back corner of the room behind the bed, raising his axe high overhead to bite into the neck of the wide-eyed, cowering dwarf woman there. Allie blinked, nearly losing her focus at the sight. The dwarves are here to kill one of their own? Then the fight began in earnest, with Kylemus, Gefnar, and Ember charging in to meet steel with steel, and tooth and claw. Tanner, meanwhile, laid into the dwarf invaders with his fiery blasts wherever he could, and, her teeth bared in a potent sneer, Allie rained a torrent of shimmering daggers down on her enemies, feeling the magic pulse white-hot through her blood as each target found its mark. She pointedly focused the bulk of the light daggers toward the back of the invader moving to decapitate the defenseless dwarf woman, harrying him until, snarling, he spun back around, forced to return his attention to the larger fight. It was Jack, however, who caught the dwarf mage's attention, her first arrow notched and flying straight for the center of the man's braided beard to pierce him through the throat within 2 seconds of entering the room. The mage was able to dodge just in time, though he still received a deep scarlet wound along the side of his neck for his brief hesitation. Gray-blue magic roiled in his eyes as he completed his incantation, light lancing out of his staff across the room for Jack. The beam was nearly as quick as light itself, leaving Jack unable to dive away before it caught her full in the face. Horror swelled up inside of Allie as she saw the spell impact, giving way to wary relief as the light faded, almost as quickly as it had appeared. There was no burn or gash on Jack's body to indicate she'd ever been struck at all. Still, the way she stared, unblinking, directly ahead as she staggered a pace back, bracing herself against the cool stone wall behind her, caused dread to flood back into Allie's heart. Ember! Jack shouted frantically, her free hand stretching out to feel the air in front of her. The wolf's sharp yip of reply from across the room seemed to calm her panic, only by the smallest fraction, and it was clear to Allie from the way Jack quickly waved her hand before her own face that the other woman wasn't seeing some magically induced horror. She wasn't seeing anything at all. Allie's gaze swung back to where the dwarf mage stood against the far wall, wearing a triumphant smirk beneath his beard. The little bastard had stolen from Jack the most vital of a markswoman's senses, her very sight. A pure, soul-cleansing anger washed over Allie as she glanced back to Jack, knowing that, in the shock of the moment, her friend had, in essence, been rendered utterly helpless. Feeling her teeth grind against each other in her fury, Allie spun back to the mage, seeing that he muttered something beneath his breath. His staff twirling around once more as he prepared another spell to execute the unmoving Jack. Not while I am standing, Allie thought, for once letting the dark tendrils that lay ever dormant in her blood writhe to wakefulness. Her heartbeat quickened in her chest as she drew on the energy, the dagger in her grasp clattering to the floor as she brought her hands together, fingers splaying outward as she willed the power into her palms. With a scream of defiance, she let the energy shoot from her hands as a thrashing purplish-red beam of blinding ferocity that caught the dwarven mage in the gut as he spun to face her, his eyes wide in alarm. But Allie didn't allow the beam to dissipate, slowly directing it up the length of the mage's stocky frame to scorch deep into his face. When she couldn't sustain the beam any longer, Allie let her hands drop to her side, breathing heavily, even as her palms tingled with cold excitement. The sheer amount of power had been exhilarating. The mage, meanwhile, swayed on his feet for a moment, at last falling forward to the floor to spare Allie the view of his charred, blistering face. Aside from the smoky tendrils that flickered over his body, he didn't make another move. Seeing that Kylemis, Tanner, and Gefnar had thinned the remaining dwarven numbers, Allie spared a look back at Jack. The huntress had bravely drawn her elven sword, bringing it up to guard as Ember intercepted another dwarf who had moved to finish the mage's work. As Allie watched, Jack closed her eyes to better focus her other senses, stepping in to assist her beloved wolf with well-timed, distracting strikes. Can't keep a true fighter down, Allie thought with a smirk, letting her concern for Jack fade for the moment. The other woman clearly wasn't about to let a little thing like blindness stop her from joining in the fight. As Allie released a final swarm of shimmering daggers from her hand, each found one of the 3 remaining dwarves around the room. While each was thrown off balance from the strike, Kylemis's bloodied mace dropped one with a crashing blow to the head. Gefnar's shining blade slashed through the heart of another, and Ember's teeth dragged the final one down to the floor to be immolated by a fiery blast from Tanner. The foxkin gave a heavy sigh as the battle concluded, glancing eagerly about the room at his comrades. Everyone alive? His gaze settled on Jack's unblinking eyes. Jack, you all right? Does she look all right? Allie wanted to yell, watching as the other woman reached down to steady herself by grasping the scruff of Ember's neck. I'll be better once I can see again, said Jack, sounding as though she was reluctant to believe her own optimism. It was clear from the wavering in her voice that she knew the score as well as Allie did. There was no guarantee any of them would survive the dragons and dwarves outside, let alone find a way to fix her eyes. Or even find a way back home. Chapter 15.
Fallen Heroes. Tanner surveyed the fallen dwarves around him, as well as the still form of the giant-blooded woman. Tendrils of shadow lapped around the contours of each.
Wrong.
Despite knowing it was useless, Tanner nodded. He was beginning to understand what these strange shadows, seemingly invisible to Kylemis and his comrades, could mean. Simply by interacting with the past, he and his friends were changing it. By how much, and if it was for the better, Tanner couldn't begin to guess. But they couldn't very well just stand by and let things unfold as they had originally, not if they could do something to help. Can we? Striding over the bodies of the fallen invaders, Kylemis made for the cowering dwarf woman at the far end of the room, helping her to her feet.
Are ye able to move, Skimmerberg?
The man asked, the concern in his voice palpable. The dwarf woman nodded, her dark eyes following Kylemis's gaze down to the wound at her shoulder.
Nothing more than a cut, really. I baffled them with the impenetrable defense of falling down.
Kylemis gave a half-hearted grunt.
It's your brain we need, not your sword arm. Is your work safe?
Skimmerberg nodded, hoisting up a small satchel from the floor.
Packed up the last scraps of it just as my kinfolk were starting to knock on the gate, but I believe my escort had a run-in with a dragon on their way here. That they did,
Kylemis affirmed darkly.
Meaning this'll be our last chance to get you safely to Eplemus's quarters.
He gestured sharply toward the door, practically shoving the dwarf woman forward with the desperation in his eyes.
We'll help where we can,
said Jack, stepping unsteadily forward, one hand still braced on Ember for support as she stared blankly about the room. Quickly exchanging wary glances with Gefnar and Allie, Tanner stepped to the huntress's side. No argument here, but it might be best for you to hang back for a while. Jack winced, but nodded, seeming far more hurt by the circumstances than by Tanner's words. Skimmerberg had shuffled up to the large, ashen-skinned body on the floor by then, sadness drawing her face downward as she blinked back tears.
Volgatim, you stupid brute.
Then, kneeling and pressing her hand against the dead woman's forehead, she whispered,
Thank you. We'll honor the dead when we join them,
said Kylemis at her side, his words laced with anguish, but resolved. Bowing her head, Skimmerberg stood, finally taking in Tanner and the others with a studious frown.
And it seems we have another matter to put right.
Guess we might as well be carrying a plaque that says, Hello, we're from the future, Tanner thought dryly.
If we can,
Kylemis affirmed, herding the dwarf woman for the door.
The safety of your work must come first. Quickly, the keep is nearly fallen. We'll have to risk cutting across the courtyard.
Frantic seconds of veering this way and that down the dark hallways that had led them to Skimmerberg found them bursting back into the open air of the courtyard. Tanner's senses nearly overwhelmed at the stench of death that washed over him. Sensing his mistress's needs, Ember had deftly guided Jack back through the maze, not slowing the group's pace at all.
We might just get out of this yet,
Tanner dared to think. As expected, he instantly regretted it. The sound of heavily beating wings thundered overhead before they'd gone 2 steps into the courtyard, accompanied by a buffeting metallic rush of wind. Dread clawing at his heart, Tanner turned upward to see an enormous, scaly form descend before them, its red hide rippling with raw, natural power, and its pounding wings, each nearly the size of a small ship's sails, whipping up cyclones of sand and stone. The solid rock of the keep's foundation shuddered beneath Tanner's feet as the enormous dragon before him dropped to the ground, planting itself directly between Kylemis and the door to the outer courtyard. His heart drumming in his ears, Tanner looked up into the face of the monstrosity before him, taking in its wicked, curling horns, piercing reptilian eyes, and rows of barbed fangs. And, absurdly, he experienced a dumbfounding moment of déjà vu.
You fought well, Lord Kylemis,
the dragon growled, in an impossibly deep voice, bowing its mighty head toward the master of the keep.
But you must know, this is a fight you cannot win. Surrender, and we will spare your remaining forces.
Unshaking, Kylemus spat, moving to stand between the dragon and the rest of the group.
I know your master's brand of mercy, Veladruk. A war of extermination cannot be won through attrition.
Tanner's knees nearly buckled beneath him at having his suspicions confirmed, and he looked to the others to see that Gefnar and Allie wore similar looks of surprise, while Jack, even blinded, was clearly already working on how to respond to this new development. Tanner soon found himself doing likewise. There's not exactly a proper etiquette established for encountering a younger version of someone who coerced you into your current stream of bad luck to begin with. Veladruk, meanwhile, snarled down at the stalwart Kylemus.
It is Gamondel, not Kelivost, who would see your kind eradicated. My master's only goal is to claim a place in this world for all dragons.
Kylemus somehow matched the dragon's ferocity.
King Gamondel's will and that of his prize pet have been one and the same for some time, Veladruk. You only deceive yourself if you believe otherwise.
Despite Veladruk's bluster, Tanner could see that Kylemus's words had visibly shaken his opponent, though she still stood her ground, raking menacingly at the stone beneath her with spear-like claws. As good an opening as any, thought Tanner, swallowing at the dryness in his throat as he stepped forward. Your master will betray you, Veladruk, he said shakily, barely able to feel his own lips move as the dragon spun to face him, her enormous eyes squinting as though daring him to utter another word. Much to his own chagrin, he did. He'll strip you of your honor, your wings, and all your hopes for a better life, and he'll leave you to rot in the darkness. Veladruk's scaly head slithered forward in the air toward Tanner, leaving him rooted to the ground in terror. He knew better than to defend himself with fire as he saw true flame flicker in the dragon's eyes. As new as he was to the ways of magic, the being before him could likely incinerate him on a whim.
You know nothing of what you speak,
Veladruk growled at last, baring her enormous teeth as she did so.
It's all true,
said Jack, and Tanner found himself wondering if she was able to sound so calm because she was unable to see the monstrosity before her.
You and Kelivost may have had the same goals once, but his mind's been poisoned by the warmonger Gamondel. He'll destroy all life in this world if no one stops him, and he'll break any former allies who dare to question him.
Hope flickered in Tanner's chest at the hesitation in Veladruk's eyes. But the dragon quickly shook her massive head.
Your words bear investigation. But regardless of my master's wishes, my offer of mercy still stands.
Her eyes found Kylemus's once more, and Tanner was surprised to mark the reluctance in them.
If you fight me, Lord Kylemus, you will die.
We've slain one of your kind already today,
said Kylemus, raising his battle-scarred mace.
Blathorn was young and foolish,
Veladruk declared dismissively. She brought her forelegs heavily down into the stonework, causing the earth to shudder once again as her wings flared out to their full, imposing span.
I am the true might of our blood.
Resignation filled her voice as she added,
I will kill you, my lord.
Kylemus dropped into a ready stance, glaring defiance up at the entity of death before him.
But ultimate victory will not be yours.
At this, he turned faintly back to the group, his words hushed for only them to hear.
If I may ask of you all one final task, escort Skimmerberg to where she will guide you.
A meaningful look passed between him and the dwarf woman, who gave a solemn nod.
And I hope you're able to find a way home. I don't pretend to understand it, but Thank you for offering me a glimpse of the future I fight for, in my darkest hour.
His eyes spoke of great loss as he glanced to the still form of his brother, with Skimmerberg as well raising a hand to her mouth in shock and horror as she followed Kylemis's gaze. Then the Lord of the Keep, and last defender of the lands of Varbius, turned back to Veladrock, both man and dragon bracing themselves for battle. As Skimmerberg spun, hustling the group away and back along the maze of corridors that made up the keep interior. As he let himself be guided away from the scene, Tanner spared a final glance over his shoulder at a true hero of legend. Cold acceptance filled his heart as he saw that, before his eyes, Kylemis's form ceased to flicker amid his strides for Veladrock, mace gripped firmly in his hand as the dragon lunged forward. Tanner averted his gaze as the two forces clashed, unable to bring himself to watch. Silence fell over the group as the darkness of the keep's hallways mercifully swallowed them up. Jack hurried on through the blackness that was her world, relying on Ember's guiding touch at her side, as well as her own remaining senses, to trail behind the others to their destination. And it had to be her imagination, but as Ember led her down the keep's twisting corridors, it was almost like she could see her surroundings after all. Could sense the size and distance of any obstacle. Like a nebulous form of Ember's own sight swam before her eyes. The sounds of battle were beginning to fade, she noted, which certainly didn't bode well. Unless she'd been completely turned around, they were headed back near where the fighting should be fiercest, right at the keep's inner gate. This, mingled with her own inability to see, left her constantly fighting back waves of panic that tried to seize control of her mind, reducing her to her base instincts of fighting or wild retreat. She did neither, retaining her focus on the moment, by recounting her odd string of fortune in her own thoughts, willing them to make sense.
We meet a dragon who tells us to restore her wings, then directs us to the ruins of an old keep. Instead, we find Kravog's minions up to their usual tricks, and are thrown into another time, or some illusion thereof. We fight for our lives, interacting with heroes of an ancient war. I'm blinded by a dwarven mage. We meet the dragon again.
It was no use. The ridiculousness of it all kept hammering at her composure, and she felt with every step as though her will might crack in two, leaving her a sobbing fetal mess on the floor. Just when Jack thought she might crumble away entirely, her father's voice seemed to sound through the stillness to her twitching ears.
In times of great trial, my treasure, it can be a potential temptation to rely only on ourselves.
Jack could almost see his warm, smiling face in the memory as he added,
But at such times, it is a far greater strength to bolster your own spirit with the will of those around you. In this way, we uplift each other, and no one is ever truly alone.
Swallowing, Jack whispered into the darkness,
Are we almost there?
Just a bit longer, Allie's voice replied, sounding closer than Jack had expected. We're here with you, Jack, Tanner added, from where his booted feet padded softly along. Hold on. The steady clunk of Gefnar's armor shifted slightly as he turned back to her. We'll get you your eyes back, don't worry, even if I have to spend the rest of my life finding out how.
Hardly necessary.
Skimmerberg's heavy voice cut in as the group came to a halt, the stonework hidden door of Eplemis's chambers sliding swiftly aside as Jack followed the others in. After the distinct creaking sound of a lantern being awakened and a brief clatter of rummaging, Jack felt a small flask be thrust into her hand, along with the dwarf woman's command of, "Drink." Jack did so eagerly, opening her eyes as wide as she could manage in the seconds that followed as the darkness slowly receded, like her eyes were adjusting to a different level of light. The faces of her companions materialized around her, as though blackest sand was falling away from their forms, and Jack let out a sharp guffaw of relief, stooping to look Ember in the eye.
"Thanks for staying with me, Em," she whispered.
The wolf's only response was an emphatic whimper as he licked the side of her face, nuzzling into her neck as she pulled him closer. Suddenly self-conscious, Jack looked back up to the others, a smile of gratitude on her face.
"And thank you all for the encouragement. I'm fairly certain I was about to go insane."
Well, you're entitled, Tanner said with a nervous laugh. It's been a bit of a strange day. Aye, said Skimmerberg darkly, all eyes drifting her way to see that she'd gone to the corner of a floor rug, pulling it up to reveal just another patch of stony floor.
A right mess this has turned out to be.
She hesitated a moment, glancing uneasily to the group as she reached for the floor, then seemed to decide she had no choice but to trust these strange new allies. The stonework flashed magically at her touch, a chunk of it sliding away to reveal a small receptacle where she quickly placed a satchel carried at her side.
None but myself or the blood of Varbius may open this, she said, her shoulders slumping heavily as, from deeper in the keep, came a resounding bellow of triumph. Unmistakably dragon in its fury. I can only hope the Lord's children and nephews still live safely in Falconcrest, along with their mothers.
At this she turned once again to Jack and the others, seeming to bite back the urge to question what insights they might have on the matter. Shaking her head, she touched the stone by the compartment once more, sealing the cover back in place with a small flash of magic. She smiled sadly at the sight, as though at the feeling that a life's work had been completed, slowly rising to her feet and moving to retrieve a book from a nearby shelf.
I'll grant you, Eplemus's writing was a bit dry, but this is his treatise on what he called shadow magic. The cipher for the text's true meaning is the blue book there.
Again that sad smile as she handed off the book in her hand to Tanner, gesturing to another on the far wall.
It's the one that looks to be on the curative properties of dandelions. The paranoid bastard.
With that, she made slowly for the door, turning back to face the others.
I wish you all the best of luck. From what I'm told, those who walk in shadows are ever in danger of falling into a far blacker darkness.
So, that's it? Said Tanner, holding the book in his hand, as though the weight of it might rip his arms from their sockets. You're just going back out there to die? A glistening tear slid down Skimmerberg's face, but she gave a firm nod.
I go to die with my friends. The enemy will never stop looking for me or my work.
At this, she pulled a small notebook from a pouch at her belt, studying it morosely for a moment.
I only hope this decoy will sufficiently throw them off the scent of my true purpose here.
Then, her gaze shifting over the somber faces before her, she sighed.
Farewell, and if I could ask one thing of you, as little more than a forgotten voice of the past.
Name it, said Jack. Skimmerberg nodded her gratitude.
If you're able to find a way home, remember us. For all I know, our work was in vain, but it's in the trying that true courage lies, regardless of the place it carves for oneself in history. And many who fell today were the most courageous I've ever met. I count it as the greatest honor to have stood beside them.
To Jack's surprise, it was Allie who returned the dwarf woman's nod.
So do we.
Blinking back tears, Skimmerberg smiled once more, commanding the room's hidden door open and striding into the dark hallway beyond. Chapter 16. The Path of Escape. The sounds of battle had nearly faded entirely by the time Gefnar closed the door behind Skimmerberg, leaving Tanner to snatch up the Dandelion cipher book to the volume he was holding. What does it say? Allie was unable to hold back after what felt like a solid minute, practically able to hear whatever exit window might be left to them slowly creaking shut. Not much about flowers, that's for sure, Tanner muttered, tracing frantic lines across both books laying open before him with his index fingers as he tried to break down the true meaning. Seems we were a bit hasty in assuming that Eplemus was just a bad writer. Still pretty mechanical about it, sure, but he's precise and Oh.
What is it?
Said Jack, glancing uneasily back toward the barred, boarded window of the chamber at the sound of large, low-swooping wings. Well, you know that strange contraption back up in the tower? Tanner replied, scowling to himself. Or that will be there anyway. Yeah? Said Gefnar, shifting uneasily on his feet as he stood guard by the door. Tanner sighed. Well, it looks like that's where we're headed next. According to this, that thing serves as a sort of anchor back to our time. It can be activated with Shadowstone. He looked up, meeting the others' faces as he produced a small fragment of dark, copper-veined rock from his pocket. Apparently, that's what this is called. Anyway, for someone to get back to their time, they either need more of it, or at the very least, some source of magic they brought with them. Allie's eyes settled on the shelves of the chamber, many of them sporting refined memory stone, or magical tools for Eblemus's work. We can't just grab something while we're here? Tanner shook his head. Nope. Something about the ebb and flow of energy serving as a sort of marker for approximate time periods, like the way they date archaeological digs. Fascinating, Allie groaned, wondering why she'd even bothered to ask. Of course it wouldn't be that easy. She gestured to the Shadowstone fragment in Tanner's hand. So, what have we got besides your little souvenir there? I've still got this shard I've been holding on to since Nisaim, said Tanner, producing another stone from his cloak, this one glowing the more familiar soft blue of memory stone. Any chance that'll be enough? Said Gefnar, growing panic making his voice even higher than normal. It'll have to be, said Jack, squaring her shoulders and making for the door. She stopped just shy of sliding it open, sighing deeply as she turned to face the others. In case we're not able to make it back, I just want to let you all know. I set out from home with no one but Ember at my side, not expecting that would ever change. She turned down to the wolf, smiling affectionately as she scratched him behind the ears. I realize we haven't known each other that long, she added, looking back to Allie, Tanner, and Gefnar. But you've all become a second family to me now, and you deserve to know that, even though forces beyond our control have ensured we met and stayed together, there's no one with whom I'd rather face a losing battle in an ancient war than all of you. She smiled tightly. Your honor, courage, and selflessness have inspired me to greater heights than I ever thought possible, and you each will always have my gratitude for that. But most importantly, she added, sounding more vulnerable to Allie than she'd been facing down a fallen Thakur. Thank you all for being the truest friends I could have ever asked for. Allie met the other woman's gaze, swallowing at the emotion in her throat as she gave a self-conscious cough. Yes, well, the feeling is mutual, she said at last. And just as deserved, Tanner added, beaming around to the others as he blinked rapidly, his eyes glinting with tears. Gefnar, meanwhile, seemed at a loss for words as he looked up into the others' faces, as though he was dumbfounded at his inclusion in the tribute. The gnome stammered, looking as though he might fully break down as he met Jack's warm smile. Finally, he gave a sharp, throat-clearing grunt. Thank you. It's been an honor just to travel beside real heroes, even if our time together is cut short. The honor's all ours, Dragon Slayer, Tanner said with a chuckle, his foxkin snout curled back in a broad grin at Gefnar's sheepish smile. And with that, said Jack, shooting a final dip of her head around the circle, we've delayed long enough. Motioning Ember to her side, she slid the hidden door of the chamber back aside, peering quickly into the dark hall beyond and darting forward, motioning for the others to follow. Once again they all fell back into formation, running swiftly and silently back through the keep's battered halls for the southwest tower, the shouts of dwarf and dragon seeming to diminish with every step. But that weight was now strangely secondary in Allie's heart as she absorbed the words she and her companions had just shared. Family. That was what Jack had called them. Allie supposed she'd never stopped to think just how out of reach such a concept had become to her. And now here she was, dropped into a ludicrous situation with little hope of returning to the world she knew, alongside friends as dear to her as any she'd ever had. It had been gradual, she supposed. A slow creeping of warmth back into a heart long since chilled to the core. And she didn't want to fight it. If anything, in that absurd moment of racing the cold, dark corridors of a fallen keep, Allie found herself more open than she could remember feeling in half a lifetime. She, a gutter-born street urchin with no memory of her family, drowned in the guilt of destroying the only sister she'd ever known, had found a group of people to care for, and who cared for her in return. A defiant peace settled in her heart then, completely at odds with the dangers cinching closed around her.
Maybe,
she thought boldly,
maybe we can dare to hope after all.
The deep, triumphant roar from over the keep caused the very floor and walls of the dark hallway to shudder around Tanner. He almost expected to be thrown from his feet, finding the stonework around him ripped away as Veladrok peeled aside anything standing between her and her prey.
This is crazy,
Tanner thought as he continued running alongside his friends. He glared up at the hall's stony ceiling, imagining he could make out the dragon's immense red form beyond.
You're the one who put us on this mission. You had better not have just sent us here to be dropped back in a time as a snack for your younger self.
Tanner blinked, letting himself absorb just how odd of a sentiment that really was. He shook his head, breathing heavily as he, Jack, Allie, and Gefnar veered down the next hall.
This is crazy,
he thought for the 5th time that minute. Sure, if he was going to die, at least he'd meet his end alongside his new hodgepodge of a family and all, but it was really starting to get on Tanner's nerves that things were refusing to adhere to any sort of established normality today.
Or whenever this is,
he reminded himself, only growing more agitated at the thought. He was sucked back to reality by Jack's arm reaching out in front of him at the same instant he heard a faint scuttling up ahead. Glancing about the nearby junction, he began to grasp just how turned around he'd become in their mad dash from Eblemis's chambers. They were almost back at the foot of the southwest tower. Freezing in place, he looked over to Jack. Seeing her gesture with her eyes around the corner up ahead, she'd heard the sound too, and she was motioning him forward to take a look. The realization confused Tanner for a moment. Of all of them, Jack could move the most silently, and Tanner's vibrant flame-colored robe could possibly be very eye-catching in the torchlight that seeped around the corner to their feet. Then Jack gave a crisp nod, holding up a free hand and wiggling her fingers in a clear imitation of fire, and Tanner understood. Whatever awaited them around the next corner, Jack wasn't expecting to slip by it unnoticed. Which meant that their best chance for success lay in Tanner unleashing his fiery blasts before their enemies had a chance to react. The keep's invaders would be on high alert, actively searching for anyone over 4 feet tall. Or under, Tanner reminded himself, glancing back to Gefnar, who'd already eased his helmet's visor shut, gripping the mouth of his scabbard for silence as he drew his gnome-sized sword into his grasp. Tanner squared his fox-like jaw, returning Jack's nod and easing up to the nearby corner. He held back from drawing the familiar flame into his palm, knowing that the glow of it would contrast with the torchlight, alerting any keen observer to their presence. The waiting began to cause his fingers to itch in anticipation as he peered around to take in the foot of the tower. The stairwell was there, looking much like it had when he and his companions had scaled it before, or would in the future. Now, however, there was a pair of obstacles in their way. Looking as though they'd just arrived from scouring the nearby chambers, a pair of stocky figures came upon the foot of the steps, the lit torch at the base of the stairwell casting eerie shadows on their faces. Something about their forms caused Tanner to frown almost before he knew why. It could very well have been some trick of the light or perspective, but they seemed taller than the other dwarves they'd faced, like they were nearly the height of a short human man. As Tanner watched, both forms turned away from him, one following the other up the steps to the southwest tower. The warhammer and short sword each carried held at the ready for any sudden conflict. Of course, Tanner thought in aggravation as he watched them ascend. You would be heading to the same place as us, wouldn't you? He let his frustration manifest as a snarl on his face, holding his hand behind himself around the corner as he began to call fire into his grasp. Almost. Just as the second figure was about to disappear from sight, Tanner leapt around the corner, loosing a gout of flame directly into the straggler's back. The figure hardly staggered, whirling back around to face the foxkin, teeth bared in a nearly feral growl. And that was when Tanner noticed something else about the figure. Beneath his thick, braided beard, his skin was ashen, nearly gray in the flickering torchlight. The sight puzzled Tanner for a heartbeat, even as the form leapt back down the steps, charging directly for the insolent foxkin who'd left fires smoldering in his armor. Things clicked into place for Tanner as he staggered back a few steps, allowing Gefnar and Ember to sweep around the corner and intercept the dwarf's charge. Havolgadem, the giant-blooded woman who'd fought beside Eplemus, and had died defending Skimmerberg and her secrets, had sported a similar complexion. It hadn't been Tanner's imagination that these dwarves were larger than the others, he realized as the first figure's companion swept down the steps to join the fight. Whether by magical means or by the actual bonding of dwarf and giant, these two wore the pale gray of giant blood. And as the figures swept closer, Tanner could make out subtle differences in their physique as well. Longer legs in relation to the rest of their bodies, muscles even more defined than a dwarf's considerable bulk, and a coldness in their eyes as chilling as the iron ingots of a giant's gaze, said to have been granted the gift of sight by the Thakur themselves. As Tanner watched, Gefnar brought his shield up to intercept the foremost dwarf's falling warhammer, slashing out in return with his sword. The blade carved deep into the dwarf's arm, but once again the figure barely flinched. Worse, when Tanner's eyes fell to the wound, it seemed as though the cut refused to bleed, the injury only marked with the faintest hint of red as the dwarf continued to strike against Gefnar's defenses. If not for the sluggish ooze that began to surface, Tanner could almost believe that Gefnar had cut into iron itself, the surface barely yielding as it reluctantly allowed the lifeblood of the creature beneath to flow. Tanner gulped at the fear in his throat, frantically drawing more fire to his grasp. Well, if you don't bleed, maybe you'll at least have the decency to melt. Chapter 17. When Shadows Hold Fast. Jack's bow rippled in her grasp as she shot arrow after arrow into the pair of ferocious, gray-skinned dwarves barreling toward her. Nearly every shaft found its mark, sinking deep into the dwarves' ashen flesh, but the figure's sallow eyes hardly seemed to register, the two brutish dwarves still lashing out with their short blades as they tried to leave an opening in their target's defenses for their whirring warhammers. Gefnar was able to keep his opponent's blade at bay with his own, his shield ringing again and again as the dwarf's warhammer battered away at the barrier like it was a particularly infuriating anvil. But Jack could see the gnome buckle a little further at the impact with every blow. Ember, meanwhile, had managed to keep the second dwarf occupied, lunging this way and that around the figure's scything weapons and feinting wherever possible to keep the dwarf off guard. It was a tactic well practiced by the wolf and his mistress, and despite the seeming ineffectiveness of her arrows, Jack found some level of satisfaction in the ploy's continued success. Further adding to Jack's optimism, Allie had managed to slink into the fight, dodging one of the dwarf's wild swipes to come up alongside, fully putting the dwarf on the defensive.
But our luck can't hold forever,
Jack thought grimly, wincing at the latest near miss from the dwarf assaulting Ember and lowering her bow. Reaching out to trace a series of lines in the air, the light of the forest springing to her fingertips, she called a glowing orb of magma to life behind the dwarf, hoping to send him staggering forward into Ember's jaws. Instead, the dwarf's gaze snapped in her direction, a wild hunger flaring in his eyes as he went low, taking the rake of Ember's claws across his shoulder in stride as he charged forward, snarling as he swept up into Jack's face.
Not exactly golden,
thought Jack, wincing at the pain that swept up her arm as she staggered back, sweeping Hellfade from its sheath to intercept the dwarf's heavy hammer blow. Jack was just able to glance it aside, relaxing only slightly as she saw Ember tear into the dwarf's back with every tooth and claw he had. At the barrage, the dwarf's step faltered, if only slightly. His cold eyes never left Jack, but, for the first time in this tight quarters fight, these enemies seemed beatable. Jack squared her jaw, bringing her blade back around to defend.
Well, let's see just how strong you really are.
Allie bared her teeth in frustration, watching as Ember and Jack closed in around the dwarf she'd been moving to intercept. Well, fine then, she thought, growling as she shifted her attention to Gefnar and the dwarf battering at the gnome's defenses. I'm not too picky. Biriak in her hand, she lunged forward in the tight corridor, coming up behind the dwarf and bringing the blade down into a seam in the armor of its broad back. It was like stabbing into crystallized sand, the dagger digging into the dwarf's gray flesh with surprising difficulty and resisting her pull as she wrenched it free. The only response from the dwarf was a sharp grunt. All right, Allie thought with a scowl, drawing a step back and calling dark, swirling magic up from her core and into her grasp. Let's try something else. But before she could loose another beam of concentrated energy, like the one she'd used against the dwarven mage earlier, the dwarf before her brought his hammer around in a sideswipe that threw Gefnar off balance and into the wall of the hallway. Allie's jolt of fear for the gnome was quickly redirected as the dwarf bolted straight for a wide-eyed Tanner at the end of the corridor, bringing his hammer around once more to shatter the foxkin's rib cage. Gah! Tanner yelped, stumbling backward and desperately releasing the flame in his hands toward the oncoming, stocky nightmare. The blast connected, the flames licking around and over the dwarf's form, but the figure didn't slow, coming upon the foxkin with unabated ferocity. To Allie's relief, however, she saw that the stumbling step Tanner had taken had thrown off the dwarf's aim, the hammer only glancing across Tanner's chest with a sharp crack, rather than connecting fully. Pain washed over Tanner's face as he fumbled with the Morningstar in his belt, but Allie knew that it could have been much worse. The simple healing magics the group wielded could set a cracked rib or two. Mending someone's completely pulverized insides was another matter. Which means we need to end this fight quickly, Allie thought, her glare fixed on the dwarf's back, even as Gefnar moved up to block her shot. Making a fist, Allie quickly redirected the magic into the individual light daggers that had never failed to find their mark, focusing intently to curve their trajectory around Gefnar and into the dwarf's back. They wouldn't kill something as hardy as these dwarves, she knew, but she was now completely cut off from the fight in the narrow hallway by a frenzied wolf and a dragon-slaying gnome, both of whom posed more of a threat in direct combat. Which means I just have to do what little I can to help at this point, she thought, continuing to rain her jagged light blades down on the dwarves. 'Cause I sure as blazes am not going to do nothing. The shrieking sound Allie's light daggers made, as they shot through the air, seemed to bite into Tanner's eardrums, his pointed ears ducking flat against his head as he whipped his Morningstar this way and that, desperately trying to deflect the frenzied attacks from the gray-skinned dwarf before him. I'm not even born yet, Tanner wanted to scream into the dwarf's glowering eyes. What could I have possibly done to make you hate me so much? Even without taking his eyes off his enemy, he was painfully aware of the stairwell at the end of the corridor, and the promise of a way home that awaited them at the top of the tower. Which means you're the only thing standing between me and getting back, he thought with a snarl, drawing fire into his grasp once more, and launching the blast straight into the dwarf's belly. At last, the dwarf staggered, just as Tanner was able to glimpse Gefnar behind the dwarf abruptly shift tactics. Rather than continue slashing against the dwarf's heavy armor, the gnome drove his blade into the back of the dwarf's thigh, finally sending the dwarf down to one knee at the combined attacks. Then, with the dwarf brought nearly down to his level, Gefnar clambered up onto the stone-faced enemy, sinking his sword straight into the dwarf's neck. Again, there was nearly no blood, but the dwarf swayed, his weapons clattering to the floor as he dropped with a heavy clunk after them, motionless. Just as Tanner spun to offer his help to the fight barely 2 feet away, he saw Jack sweep up under her opponent's arm, the gleaming elven blade in her grasp cleanly separating the dwarf's limb after numerous aimed slashes, before she brought her sword back around laterally across the dwarf's neck. His thick, braided beard dropped a second before his headless body. Tanner blinked, clutching his throbbing side as he braced against the wall for support, turning to nod at Jack. Remind me never to make you angry. Breathing heavily, Jack responded with a faint smirk.
I prefer to let my actions speak for me.
Loud and clear, Tanner said, gasping in relief as Gefnar stepped forward, touching the foxkin's side with a glowing gauntleted hand. You all right? Said the gnome, glancing about to the others to clarify that the question was for everyone.
Fine,
said Allie, flipping her dagger about in her grasp, then pointing with the blade for the stairs.
Now how about we get out of here?
The sound of her own breathing echoed back to Jack's ears as she sprinted after the others up the stairwell of the southwest tower, still trying to digest what had just happened.
Dwarves and giants somehow fused together?
Obviously, the chances of this happening naturally, especially at this point in history, were slim to none, given the way all surfacers had joined forces to stop the dwarf and dragon invasion during the war. More likely, the dwarves had encountered beings like Havolgadem, the part-giant woman who died defending Skimmerberg, and had decided that they needed some muscle on the ground, as well as in the sky. Beyond that, the gray-skinned hybrids had seemed hollow, as though they'd been stripped of their own will and driven to destroy all surfacers.
So, dwarves like our blinding mage friend are likely to blame,
Jack reasoned as she pounded up the tower steps, glad of the excuse to take her mind off her present predicament. She'd heard vaguely of magics that could be used to bind traits from different species together. From what she knew, the results were usually less than perfect, often only finding even a modicum of success if the two species were nearly identical.
Which can't exactly be said for dwarves and giants,
Jack thought darkly, breaking back into the open air of the top floor behind her companions. The tower was much as they'd left it, with deep gashes laid open where stone had been shredded away beneath the torrent of dragon breath that had first greeted them here. Though, now that Jack had a moment to study it when she wasn't fleeing another lightning blast, she saw that it wasn't quite the same as it was when they'd confronted Solak. Subtle differences in the broken walls marked shifted directions of impact, and the domed stone roof was still largely intact. Jack's thoughts went to the flickering shadows that had swept over Kalimis, the blue dragon, and many of the dwarves they'd encountered as she saw many of these slight variations on how the tower was meant to look, shimmer with similar inky blackness.
How much have we changed?
She thought, letting the weight of it all finally wash over her. And what would it mean for them and the world if they were able to return to their own time? She was mercifully kept from pursuing these thoughts too deeply as Tanner bolted for the center of the tower floor, fumbling in his pockets for his stone shards. Retrieving them, he began to flail about in the air, seeming to find purchase on something invisible that rippled black in response to his touch. Jack felt a brief rush of relief as she stepped up to join him.
The anchor.
Glancing back to the others, uncertainty in his large eyes, Tanner shoved the stones in his hand toward the point, twisting them this way and that until they seemed to sit floating in the air when he retrieved his hand. A slow, steady hum that pummeled at Jack's eardrums began to pulse from the sight.
"Is it working?"
Gefnar yelped, his sword up and ready to guard as he spun about erratically, trying to keep an eye on all points of their perimeter at once.
"I don't know,"
Tanner shot back, sounding more high-strung than annoyed.
"I put the stones in place, but we're not back."
Well, what does it need?
Allie growled, shifting her weight impatiently.
"I'm not sure,"
Tanner admitted, defeat in his voice as he reached out to touch the stones. His eyes went wide as soft light flashed in his irises, and his shoulders slumped.
"More. It needs more."
Before Jack could ask what that meant, Tanner began to chant in the soothing, lyrical tongue of the Thakur, his eyes drifting shut as he clutched the apex of the anchor 5 centuries away. The thrumming energy from the device began to pulse more quickly.
So, just any old magic then?
Jack muttered, forcing herself to focus as she called up raw power into her grasp. Gefnar was one step ahead of her, sheathing his sword as he stepped forward, reaching high overhead to touch the anchor's centerpiece as Nomen Kal's divine light began to seep from his fingertips. The pulse quickened.
Now, what is it you think you're attempting?
A deep, bellowing growl sounded from outside, accompanied by the heavy thrum of flapping wings. Jack's heart twisted in her chest as she spun to look through a gash in the tower walls, seeing an enormous red dragon thundering towards them, a hungry snarl on its face.
You wouldn't be trying to escape, would you?
Veladrock continued, her massive bat-like wings seeming to churn the wind for miles as she devoured the distance between them. "Allie!" Jack shouted before the dragon had completed her taunt, lunging forward just as the other woman brought her hand alongside Tanner and Gefnar's. A faint thunderclap sounded as all four magics collided, and the thrumming from the anchor soon climbed to an ear-shattering crescendo. Jack could feel her physical form losing its grip in reality, but it was like all of them were buried in darkness, striking out for a surface that was ever just out of reach. "Not enough," Jack thought frantically. "It's still—" In moments when doubt was most comforting, she'd tell herself she'd imagined it. It had just been her imagination. But in that brief instant of panic, she felt a warm, familiar presence press up against her waist as Ember leaned into her. And somehow she felt stronger. Not in the way that Ember had always provided protection or companionship. For the briefest of moments, her power was heightened, leaving her blood to course brighter with the light of the forest than she'd ever felt it before. She used every scrap of it, pouring all of her willpower into the center of the anchor as Veladrock's final shout was swept away on the winds of time. Then came the shock wave. Chapter 18. Returned, but not unchanged. Allie dropped into an instinctive crouch as the shadow magic swept over her this time, keeping her feet planted beneath her against the brief torrent of energy. For a heartbeat, she was almost able to believe that nothing had happened. Even with her eyes still closed, she sensed a nearly identical wind rushing through the tears in the tower's top level. She opened her eyes, and a very conflicted sort of relief welled up in her chest. The roof of the tower was, once again, mostly gone, eroded away by the harsh weather of the coastline, and she could no longer hear the shouts of dwarven invaders down below. Her eyes darting to where she'd last seen Veladrock's imposing form bearing down on them from the sky, Allie was greeted only with the sight of a tranquil, glistening sea stretching far to the south. Whatever enjoyment she might have found in the sight was cut short, however, by a startled cry of alarm behind her. Spinning, her dagger already materializing in her hand, Allie saw the two armored men seated on the floor nearby, fumbling to stand as they reached for their weapons. Both men wore the dark, scorpion-crested armor of Kravog's followers. A wicked smile crept over Allie's face as she swept forward. After the hectic battles she'd just been through, it was nice to have the upper hand for once.
"Stop them!"
one of the men yelped as he clambered to his feet.
"The master's not yet returned!"
Good to know, thought Allie, suddenly backlit by a ferocious blast of flame from Tanner as she fell in on the cultists. The clattering of heavy scorpion feet sounded behind her in response, a pair of giant arachnoid shadows thrashing about on the wall before Allie in her peripheral vision. Jack's bow sang to life as well, and Allie could already hear Gefnar's blade clanging against heavy carapace as she sank her dagger deep into one cultist's neck, throwing her fist into the face of the man beside him before the first man had crumpled to the ground. As the second cultist staggered from the force of the blow, Allie brought her blade around directly into the man's heart. No reason they should suffer too long, she thought coldly, watching the second man sink slowly onto his back and expire. Whirling to the rest of the fight, she found that the rest of the team had caught the giant scorpions unaware too, with the second one already impaled at the base of the mandibles by Gefnar's glowing blade. The last enemy falling still, Allie met the gazes of her friends in succession, quickly looking them over to see if any of them were injured. Her battle snarl widened to a smile of relief at a rare realization. Not a scratch. A sharp whimper sounded from nearby, causing worry to tighten around her heart once more as her eyes went to the wall by Jack, where Ember was just beginning to heave himself upright, swaying on his feet as though weakened from blood loss. Jack blurted, dropping her bow and stooping beside the wolf. Allie found herself holding her breath as the huntress looked Ember over, bringing the wolf's forehead to hers as she felt along his sides for any sign of injury. Seconds later, Jack drew back,
a frown of confusion on her face.
"What is it, Ember?"
she whispered, smiling hesitantly at the conclusion that the wolf was unhurt.
"What is it, huh? Are you just tired?"
Seeming to recover some of his strength, Ember gave a muted shake, as though he'd just emerged from a swim, nuzzling Jack's cheek affectionately.
"Looks all right anyway,"
said Gefnar, stepping forward to touch Ember with a glowing gauntlet.
"Probably just a bit dazed when he was thrown from the blast."
Ember leaned into the gnome's hand, seeming grateful for the touch of healing magic regardless. Then he looked up into Jack's face expectantly, waiting for direction. Jack gave a weary chuckle.
"Well, all right then."
She gave the wolf a good scratching behind the ears before standing, fixing Ember with an insincere scowl.
"Don't scare me like that, all right?"
The wolf grunted, trotting about the tower floor to sniff at the various casualties. Allie followed his path around the room, taking in the shelves of books and the small desk that had been here before, when they'd encountered Solak.
"So, we're back,"
she said with a deep sigh, smiling around to the others. Her smile faltered, however, as her eyes settled on Tanner's profile. The foxkin had moved to one of the gashes in the tower to look down on the world beyond. "Yeah," Tanner said slowly, glancing over his shoulder at the rest of the team. "I'm not sure exactly how back we really are." Sharing a wary look with Jack and Gefnar, Allie stepped up beside Tanner, following his sharp gaze to the world beyond the broken keep. It wasn't long before she saw what he meant. A swift breeze filled with the scent of salt spray crested the floor of the tower, much like the ones that had accompanied the low roar of the ocean upon their forced departure. It was warmer now, however, and, though it still tickled at Allie's nose with the heavy smell of pollen, it felt stale, almost rotten.
"Like blossoms near the end of summer."
Not a bad time of year, Allie supposed, if they hadn't last stood in this tower in the final days of spring. Further solidifying the passage of time were the farmlands to the north, many sporting similar crops to the ones that sprawled southward from Gwytherin and Yoller's simple home. When they'd all first met Gwytherin, she'd been finishing up the last bit of plowing for the season. Those same fields were now filled with crops on the cusp of harvest.
"What went wrong?"
Allie snapped at no one in particular, turning to face the bewildered faces of her companions.
"The anchor worked. We should have gone back to the moment we left, right?"
"Even Eplemus's book was clear that this wasn't really an exact science," said Tanner, his voice subdued as he stared blankly out at the horizon. While he spoke, he tugged at the fur along his chin, mimicking the effect of stroking one's beard. "We damaged the anchor in the fight with Solak. Maybe they'd only just repaired it, allowing us to come through."
"Which begs the question,"
said Jack, scowling back at the anchor.
"How long did that take?"
Gefnar gulped, glancing between the others hesitantly.
"What do you mean?"
"We could have set their work back farther than we thought,"
said Jack, meeting each of their gazes in turn.
What if this isn't even the same year?"
An odd sort of revulsion flared in Allie's gut at the thought of being so casually bandied about time. Her eyes shot around the floor of the tower, as though she was hoping for Solak to do them all the courtesy of presenting himself for slaughter once more. Unsurprisingly, he didn't. "This could even still be the past, I suppose," Tanner said with a groan. "What if the servants of Kravok had already made a few trips into shadows before we even showed up the first time?" Allie squeezed her eyes shut, pinching the bridge of her nose. Her head was starting to hurt.
"Look,"
Jack sighed, meeting everyone's uncertain gazes once more.
"Wherever we ended up, the first thing we need to do is find out what we missed, if anything."
When no one objected, she looked to Tanner, gesturing to the desk and collection of books at the far side of the chamber.
"Think you could be in the mood for some reading?"
Tanner nodded, stepping for the alcove, then froze, his brow furrowing as he began to fumble in his pack.
"Tanner?"
said Gefnar, his voice thick with concern.
"What is it?"
Retrieving a single scroll from his pack,
Tanner unfurled it without speaking, his eyes filling with pain as he began to read. It felt to Tanner as though his worst fears had been realized as he held the scroll up before his face, watching as the spell linking it to the one in Curtis's possession struggled to compensate for the sudden shift in time. Multiple notes scrawled across the parchment in unison, the words glinting with erratic magic as they seemed to manifest in the trail of an invisible quill.
Tanner,
the first one began.
Been a while since I've heard from you. Would like to know how you're getting on. Things are fine here. Aquila arrived yesterday to discuss some things with Phylac and Intothica. Seemed to go well. Still no new mayor, but the council seats are filled. Bundin and Zaja have stepped up, and Councilwoman Laura's decided to stay. Heard her say something about your angry friend inspiring her. Shop's busy enough, with Phylac convinced we've not seen the last of the Crockbloods and all. Should learn more at the council meeting tonight. Curtis.
Tanner took a steadying breath, feeling the other's eyes bore into him expectantly in his peripheral vision. But he couldn't tear his gaze away from the scroll. He and Curtis had sent minor updates to each other during the trip from Dragon's Nest to the Keep, with Tanner's usually consisting of informing the old bearkin that he was still alive and riddled with saddle sores.
How long has it been since he last knew I was all right?
Tanner thought, moving on to the next entry as his eyes began to sting with tears.
Seems we've struck up an official trade agreement with Nisaim.
The next entry began.
Even crazier, the council's to send a representative to discuss open borders with the Glenadok tribe. By invitation. We'll be meeting up for Bayat with the orcs every year before you know it. Bundin's volunteered. Hope the greenskins don't secretly have a taste for dogkin. Would like to hear back from you, Curtis.
Then,
48 days. That's how long it's been since I've heard from you last, Tanner. I'd imagine something of interest has happened in that time. Have you been caught up in the war at all? We've heard that Volkret and Mevod's forces have met in a few border clashes. I'd hate to think you were involved in any of that awful business. Wherever you are, remember to keep your head down. Curtis.
Tanner slumped blankly against the wall, sinking down to a seat on the stone floor of the tower. He didn't want to read any more, but he couldn't stop.
I'm not one to worry pointlessly, cub,
read the next entry.
But Intothica assures me that you should still be within range of the scroll spell. So if you could respond with an update on your movements, I'd greatly appreciate it. Sally asked about you today. I told her you were fine. Don't make me a liar. Curtis.
A soft whimper slid from Tanner's throat as he thought of everyone he knew back home beginning to worry about him, left to conclude that he'd been abducted, or worse. Intothica, Sally,
Adrasar.
How would they respond? In Curtis's case, he didn't have to wait long to find out.
Managed to find that dragon's pet dogkin today, he read on. No amount of threatening would get me an audience, so I sent a message instead. Before you assume, the mutt's still in one piece. I just made it clear to our neighbor, Veladrock, that if anything happens to you, she'll find she still has much to lose, even without her wings. Wouldn't have this problem if you'd write back. Curtis.
The following entry simply read,
Cub, please. I can't handle much more of this.
Then,
a word, Tanner. Just let me know you're alive.
Tanner's heart nearly cracked in two as he came upon the final entry, imagining the loss in Curtis's eyes as the bearkin had written it in their small home so many miles away.
To anyone who finds this scroll, my name is Curtis Surehammer. The man who held this scroll before you was my son, Tanner. Please, if you know anything of what became of him, use this scroll to respond. Or, if for some asinine reason you can't, send word to the western coast of Covorum. Dragon's Nest. Surehammer Steel. Anytime, any day. Curtis. 4th of Etok, 493, AOR.
A conflicted sort of relief swept over Tanner as he registered the date, reading over twice more just to be sure. Same year, he thought with a sigh. Or at least it was when he wrote this entry. Even the 4th of Etok was an uncomfortable amount of time from when they'd left, though. It had still been late in the month of Sorit, meaning well over 2 months had passed by the time Curtis had given up hope. Not exactly the reason he gave me this scroll, Tanner thought bitterly, looking down to his own forearms as the guilt settled in. The bracers Curtis had given him to keep the fire entity inside of him at bay were still just as absent as they'd been a minute earlier.
Tanner?
Said Gefnar, drawing Tanner's gaze up past the scroll.
You all right?
Tanner glanced about the floor of the tower, seeing that Allie and Jack had retreated for a moment, beginning to look through the books and notes in the alcove. Not really, Tanner muttered, turning back to Gefnar's worried face. Looks like everyone back home might think we're dead. There was welcome commiseration on the gnome's face, as Gefnar doubtlessly thought of everyone at Nomenkal's temple, the place where he'd grown up. And in Tothica, as much a mother to Gefnar as Curtis was a father to Tanner, would most certainly be feeling the loss. Not to mention the guilt at sending him with us, Tanner thought darkly. Fumbling in his bag, he drew out a quill, hurriedly piercing the wax seal on an inkwell and scratching out a response to his father on the scroll. Hi, Dad. It simply read for a long moment as Tanner mulled over the impossible task of informing someone who thought you were dead that they were just a tad bit wrong. It's me. We're all still alive, just got caught up in some nasty magic that threw us back a few 100 years. I think. We're back now. Might hold off on tangling with aspiring scorpion thakur and their friends again for a while, though. Hope you haven't rented out my room yet. Tanner. As good as anything, I guess, Tanner said under his breath, heaving back to his feet to help the others scour the tower floor. He kept the scroll firmly in his grasp as he did so, alert for even the faintest pulse of magic that would indicate he'd received a response from Curtis. After a few long minutes, he'd still felt nothing. Damn, he finally hissed under his breath, pounding his fist into a journal full of thakur-like script that Jack had somberly slid his way. What is it? Said Allie, looking up from the notebook full of sketches detailing the construction of the nearby shadow anchor. Did Solak encode it or something? The vitriol in her voice when she said the cultist leader's name reminded Tanner that he had a job to do. And he refocused on the words before him, humming the grating words that resembled a dark facsimile of the traditional thakur song speech until they began to make sense. No, he said at last, turning back to the others. But it seems that Solak and his friends have something important planned for this keep. At least, sometime in its past. He and a few minions seem to have hopped back in time to do some excessive shadow bending. Not hard to guess that they're still set on securing another shot at godhood for Kravog.
Any idea what time they went to?
Said Jack, a heavy scowl on her face. Tanner shrugged, gesturing back to the journal. Solak managed to be pretty vague about that, even for a deluded maniac. A long moment of silence settled on the group, as they all absorbed just how beyond them the whole situation was. Even with all of Solak's books and notes, it might take years to learn the full intricacies of shadow magic. And, with no way of knowing what time Solak had gone back to, or how to pursue him, even if they were able to find out, the whole endeavor could leave them doing more harm than good. Just a bunch of children stumbling around in the dark. Tanner's gaze settled on the anchor at the center of the room, as he stewed in his aggravation. Growling, he stepped forward, calling fire into his palm and gripping one of the legs of the apparatus. Well, if we can't go after them, he said, glancing back to the others, we might as well make sure they can't come back. Or at least that they'll have to take the long way around, Allie said with an angry sneer,
dark, thrashing magic dancing to life in her hand as she moved to another of the anchor's legs. Jack gave a heavy nod, swirling her fingers about to call a sphere of vibrant whitish magma to life on the anchor's final strut, and, in scarcely a minute, the apparatus was reduced to 3 twisted prongs of metal, still bolted to the floor, but as useless for Solak, or anyone else, as the scrap metal on Curtis's porch back home. The thought caused Tanner to check the scroll once more. Still nothing. When Tanner looked back up, Gefnar was bringing his sword down on the central casing for the ritual-powering Shadowstone, ripping it from the one gnarled leg it had clung to and smashing it to the floor. Just to be sure, Gefnar said stonily, glaring at the hunk of Shadowstone at his feet as though he'd be happy to keep going, grinding the thing into dust. Instead, he sheathed his sword, looking around to the others. Can we leave now? Tanner managed a smirk at the gnome, opening his mouth to support the sentiment when his eyes seemed to drift of their own accord over to one of the large gashes in the tower wall. What greeted his gaze was so bland that, at first, Tanner had a hard time spotting what had drawn his attention at all. Then, as he stepped up to the eroded opening, he peered down at the small figure standing in the open gateway of the keep's outer wall. It was a human male, Tanner could see, with features so blatantly ordinary that Tanner supposed the man could have chosen to go unnoticed in practically any crowd. Which is probably the idea, Tanner thought, frowning uneasily as the man below continued to stare blankly up at him. The man's expression couldn't even be called expectant, just patient, as though the man intended to stand there as long as was necessary to wait Tanner and the others out of the keep. There was no malice in the man's stance, just stoic obedience. And it's not hard to guess to whom, Tanner thought with a sigh, turning back to see that his companions had spotted their visitor as well. Think he's got anything to say? Allie said dryly, making for the tower steps. Hope so, said Tanner, following her into the dark stairwell. I'd certainly like a bit of an apology, considering that his mistress just tried to see how fast we cook. Chapter 19. The World While You Were Away. Jack eased down the stairwell, fighting to keep her breathing steady as the keep's unlit interior seemed to swallow up the light from her vision. Easy, she thought, bringing her hand up before her face to reassure herself that her eyes weren't clouding over with blindness once more. You've got all your senses. Her hand then drifted to her side, where Ember picked his way noiselessly down the steps beside her, her heartbeat returning to normal as she felt the familiar brush of his fur, and the comforting warmth of his neck pressing into her touch. It was obvious that the wolf could sense how shaken she still was about being robbed of her sight. She knew how lucky she'd been. If Ember hadn't rushed back in to defend her, or if Allie hadn't dropped the dwarven mage before he could finish the job. A shudder rippled up Jack's spine at the thought of dying in those few seconds of panic when she'd been stripped of one of her most vital senses. The feeling of the final blow or spell ripping her life from her body as she was left staggering, unable to see the moment coming. But I'm not alone. She soothed into her own thoughts, able to pick out the silhouettes of her companions around her, now that her eyes had adjusted to the near darkness. A warm smile crept over her face at her own fatalism. Their journey together was far from over, and if the strange events of the past day were any indication, they'd encounter many more dangers before their mission was done. It served no purpose for Jack to grow jaded and resigned to a grisly end. They'd all protect each other to the best of their abilities, just like any family. And if the day comes when that's no longer enough, then we die knowing that we did all we could. Her hand settled atop Ember's furry head once more as her chest tightened with resolve. We die together. The faces of her real family flashed through her mind, her mother's kind, worried smile, her father's patient, welcoming eyes, her brothers and sisters, each of whom loved her in their own way. They would all mourn her if that time came, but she would also be carried in their hearts. Whether they learned of the events surrounding her death or not, they would know that she had stood for compassion and virtue, just as she'd been taught.
Just as my friends do,
she mused, glancing about to Tanner, Allie, and Gefnar in the dark descent. They each carried their own pain, she knew. Not one of them had been so fortunate as to grow up with the guidance of their own parents. But each had another voice to lead them through the pitfalls of a treacherous world. Tanner had Curtis, Gefnar had Antothica, and, though Allie didn't speak of him much, Jack could hear the begrudging respect in the other woman's voice whenever she spoke of Lethold, the man who had carried her away from the streets of Lorsen to the hidden Aranek sanctuary. But, regardless of their upbringing, Jack could sense that the good in each of them ran deeper. There was a drive in every one of their hearts, a need to step beyond a life of familiarity and comfort, to protect those who couldn't protect themselves. And it was this altruism that Jack respected most of all. Her childhood had been filled with stories of great heroes sacrificing their own needs, sometimes even their lives, for the sake of others. To find this trait in her current companions was as inspiring as it was humbling.
So I stand for all of you as much as I stand for those we serve,
Jack thought silently, smiling to the others in the darkness.
Even heroes need a hand, now and then.
She was jarred from her thoughts by the sight of Tanner's inky outline raising a hand up by his head, calling for the others to stop. Frowning, Jack's hand drifted to her bow, then to her sword as she registered the confined space around them. She was, as her father said, a crack shot with her bow, but not so good as to bend the arrow's trajectory mid-flight to find a foe. She'd be most useful with Hellfade in her hand.
Or not?
She thought, watching as Tanner's whole body suddenly rippled with flame, and he charged headlong into the room at the base of the stairs. Blinking rapidly against the abrupt shift in light, Jack swept down the remaining stairs after Allie and Gefnar, bringing her sword up to guard as they all charged into the room after Tanner. Then, before Jack's eyes, she saw 2 rapid blasts of blazing fury erupt from Tanner, one from his grasp as he sprinted headlong toward a cluster of large, writhing scorpions, the other spewing out from his body as he leapt into the center of the things, unleashing both attacks in the span of a second. Jack averted her gaze, quickly looking back at the center of the room as the flames subsided. A handful of the scorpions twitched about, smoldering on the stone floor, but soon fell still, joining the nearly 24 scorched arachnoid husks littering the room. And at the center of them was Tanner, flames still burning in his grasp, and his eyes glowing like hot coals as he turned back to the others, the fire coursing along his body slowly diminishing as he visibly took a breath. "Sorry," he said awkwardly, the fire calling along his body into both hands, then dimming to the brightness of a pair of candles. "About not leaving any for the rest of you, I mean. I guess I needed that." He grinned weakly. "It's been a bit of a rough day." Beside Jack, Allie just shrugged, slipping her dagger back beneath her cloak.
"Fine by me. Feel free to roast any more of those things we come across."
Tanner gave a tired laugh. "Think I'm a bit low on anything so bright after that, but sure." Jack chuckled, looking to Gefnar to see that the gnome simply glanced about the room for a moment, then pointedly sheathed his sword, leveling a wide-eyed smile on Tanner.
"Wow."
"Not so impressive as killing a dragon," Tanner said sheepishly, brushing aside the gnome's adoration. "But I do my best."
"Oh, well, if that's all,"
Jack said playfully, moving to lead them through the corridor that wrapped back around to the keep's courtyard. They encountered no other venomous hosts along the way, to Jack's relief, soon emerging back into the open air of the familiar courtyard. A surreal moment washed over Jack as she guided the others to the place where they had last left Lord Kylemis, brave defender of Varbius Keep. She paused as the others slipped out behind her, slowly scanning the overgrown stonework and battered defenses, finally settling on the spot where they'd seen Kylemis march bravely to his death. They hadn't witnessed the battle's outcome, but Kylemis had been tired, wounded,
and stepping into a duel with one of the most powerful creatures the world had ever seen, and Veladrok's promise had been clear. With a long sigh, Jack's eyes drifted to the site on the far wall, where the Lord's brother, Eplemus, had breathed his last, falling to a fatal spell from the very dwarven mage who'd blinded Jack minutes later. It all seemed so far away, and yet as fresh as the most potent dream upon first waking. The smell of blood, the deafening bellow of an ancient dragon. Turning slowly back to the others, Jack saw that they each bore solemn, faraway gazes as they relived the memory as well. Something they'd all be doing for a long time, Jack supposed. Each of her companions gradually sensed her looking their way, all of them meeting her gaze as she gave a firm nod.
We remember.
Allie mirrored the gesture, visibly swallowing a lump in her throat, while Gefnar bowed his head, his lips gently moving as he offered up a prayer to Nomen Kal. Tanner meanwhile sniffled, wiping a tear from his eye as he gave a sharp cough. Doesn't feel like enough, does it?
It has to be,
Jack said softly.
We honor their sacrifice by carrying on what they stood for.
And by restoring Kylemus's murderer to her former glory? Allie growled. Jack wavered, looking down to Ember as the wolf gave a brief whimper at the empty courtyard before them.
If doing so can keep more people safe, then yes.
She started them into motion once more, leading them back into the outer courtyard as Tanner gave a dark laugh. Doesn't feel great though, does it? Having to rely on a bitter old dragon to keep her word.
I suppose not,
said Jack, forcing levity into her tone that she didn't feel, as her eyes fell to a large space in the courtyard, where the stone floor had, long ago, buckled inward, as though at the impact of a massive body. She gestured to the spot as she spun around once more, a smug smirk on her face as she took in each of her companions' quick moments of realization. This particular damage hadn't been there when they'd first arrived.
But,
she continued, reliving the scene atop the battlements with Kylemus and the blue dragon in her mind's eye.
It's comforting to know that if Veladrok ever steps out of line, we've already proven we can handle a dragon.
Confidence blossomed on the others' faces, with Gefnar seeming the most bolstered of all, as he obviously recalled his shining moment in battle against the blue monstrosity. It didn't matter in that moment that they all knew it wasn't the same. The dragon they'd managed to bring down had been far from Veladrok's size or level of power. Still, the victory was meaningful in more ways than one. However Solak's shadow magic worked, they'd all changed the past, somehow. Whatever that meant was anyone's guess, but it was a welcome comfort to realize that, however small, they'd been able to make a difference in a fight far beyond them.
You don't always need to be the hero of the world,
Jack could hear her father say in her memory.
Sometimes it's enough to be a hero to just one person.
It was impossible not to imagine his warm smile.
A single act of courage or kindness can make all the difference in the end.
Uplifted at the words, Jack smiled to the others once more, making for the opening to the side corridor that would lead them outside.
Well, come on. Let's not keep our new friend waiting.
Their new friend seemed like he would have been quite content to wait a few years longer, Allie thought as they emerged out the side of the keep, the man's eyes almost unnervingly patient as he watched them all approach. Allie thought to look around for their horses for a moment, then realized the futility of the thought as she spotted the log where they'd tied them off. The ropes had been chewed through long ago.
Rude of them not to wait around a few months more,
Allie thought with a smirk, moving slowly along the keep's exterior with the others to converge with the man at the gate. The man simply watched them approach, hands clasped lazily before him.
I really hope you're another of Veladrok's meek little helpers,
Allie thought, fighting the need to squirm beneath the man's stare.
Otherwise, you really need some lessons on interacting with people.
Greetings, the man said in a flat tone as Allie and the others drew near.
I am Orton, loyal servant of Veladrok, the last true flame of Dernas.
Uh-huh, said Tanner, glancing warily to the others. But would you mind awfully telling us what year it is?
It is the same one in which you left,
said Orton, inclining his head toward the foxkin.
The 9th of Etok, 493 AOR.
Palpable relief swept over the group at the reassurance that they at least hadn't been absent from their own time for more than a few months.
My mistress said you might be a bit disoriented upon your return,
Orton continued, slowly looking about to each of them.
She also wished to express her regret at not heeding your warning about Kelavost all those years ago, and thanks you for the attempt. It wouldn't have done to show it before, but Veladrok considers you all to be true allies, and should you succeed in restoring her wings to her, you will find not a reluctant debtor, but a loyal compatriot, no matter the endeavor.
Guess it was a bit much to hope she'd express a bit more remorse at slaughtering Kylemis and his people, Allie thought brusquely, meeting Orton's stare with one far more intense.
That's good to hear,
said Jack, managing a gracious smile.
Have we missed anything important?
Orton's steady gaze shifted to the huntress as he gave another minute dip of the head.
Dragon's Nest is safe and engaged in trade with Nisaim. Aquelia and Rithbane have agreed to station some of their best fighters in the town, in exchange for basic goods that Dragon's Nest can provide. Chief Aragos of the Glenadok has been extended an open invitation to visit the town by Intothica and Phylak, as elections for a new mayor have yet to occur. Martial law has been declared by Mevald's loyalists in Lorsen, with the city nearly cut off to visitors at this point, while Mevald's rival for the kingship, Blade Master Vulcrit of the Samanir, has recalled his forces to Falconcrest and the nearby outposts after a handful of skirmishes between his and Mevald's armies near Dancombe Bay.
Jack visibly stiffened at the news, but Orton was quick to add,
Both sides have done their best to skirt the Aethelvir forest as much as possible.
Allie glanced to the other woman, recalling where Jack's home lay.
Hopefully that trend continues,
she thought for her friend's sake, seeing that worry still played in Jack's eyes. For Allie's part, there was an odd feeling of protectiveness in her gut as she thought of her own childhood, scraping by on the streets of Lorsen. Hearing that the place she'd quietly despised growing up was now fully under the sway of some power-mad brat was more upsetting than she would have expected.
Not to mention that it'll make finding Veladrok's mage a bit more difficult.
It took Allie a moment to realize that Orton had stopped speaking, and she turned back to find that, having issued his recap on pertinent events to their mission, he'd fallen silent, slowly looking back and forth between them.
Right, said Tanner, glancing impatiently to the others. Well, thanks for the update, but we should probably be going now.
Orton simply bowed once more, turning to walk slowly eastward as though he had centuries to reach wherever he was going.
Charming,
Allie muttered, setting off after Tanner when the foxkin started back through the fields of tall, wispy grass that led back to Gwytherin and Yoller's homestead. If not for the considerable distance, Allie sensed that the foxkin would have sprinted all the way. Not that Allie blamed him. There was one more person they needed to check in on.
And hopefully she's not too mad.
So, maybe a stupid question,
said Gefnar, already panting a few minutes into the long trek back to Atrisar, as he fought to keep pace with the others on his short, gnomish legs.
But what exactly are we telling everyone?
It was a question that had been stewing in the back of Tanner's mind since he'd first read Curtis's message to him during his deceptively long absence. Tanner's gaze was fixed on the sea of tall, wispy grass at his feet, as he quietly pondered the dilemma on the long trek back to Gwytherin and Yoller's home. What if Curtis needed more of an explanation? Could Tanner bring himself to fully describe the level of danger they'd been in? Curtis had to be worrying about him enough already. On the other hand, Antothica might need the full story in order to cook up some sort of defense against Solok's shadow magic. Or maybe she'd just press for more information out of professional curiosity.
We tell people what they need to know,
Jack spoke up after a long moment.
It'd be unfair of us to think everyone deserves the same level of explanation. People back in Dragon's Nest should know why we've been delayed, and our hosts from last night, well, months ago to them, I guess, should at least be told about a nearby threat.
Tanner nodded without looking back to the others, his eyes lifting to the sight of the familiar farmhouse of their local benefactors. Atrazar deserved the full story, he supposed. It'd be a bit callous to assume she'd just be happy to have them all back, with no need of an explanation on why they'd abandoned her for so many weeks. And all along probably thinking we were dead or... His dark musings were cut short by a jolt of panic flaring in his gut. His fur bristling, Tanner glanced this way and that for any sign of danger, seeing nothing rush in, eager to disembowel him. A heartbeat later he understood why. It wasn't his own panic he was feeling. It was Atrazar's, pouring through their mental link into Tanner's chest.
"Tanner?"
said Allie, audibly sweeping her dagger into her grasp.
"What is it?"
Barely hearing the words, Tanner refocused on the far-off sight of Gwytherin and Njolar's home, his own fear rising as he saw a handful of four-legged creatures darting about the exterior, tearing at the house's windows and doors with clawed forepaws. "Atrazar!" Tanner blurted, abruptly sprinting forward. Eyes still locked on his goal, he called back over his shoulder, "Hurry, they're being attacked!" But Tanner could already see the wild dogs encircling the home begin to smash through windows and tear away chunks of the wooden door. The home would be breached long before Tanner could reach it. He'd only arrive in time to watch the people inside be torn apart. Despair clutched at Tanner's heart as he tried to pour on more speed, silently cursing his own agonizingly slow pace, as well as the deep heaving gasps that soon tore at his lungs. As a fresh panel of wood was ripped away from the door by one of the dog's slathering jaws, Tanner heard a familiar voice cry out in alarm from inside, and he knew with absolute certainty that, never before, not even when Dragon's Nest had been swarmed with crockbloods, had he felt so helpless. Chapter 20. In the Aid of Comrades. Jack had broken into a run only a second behind Tanner, before she'd even grasped the reason for his abrupt shift in pace from eager to panicked. Even as she drew close enough to Gwytherin and Njolar's home to make out the frenzied dogs clamoring for entry, she was able to find some small comfort in the reassurance that she and her companions had come to trust each other implicitly. Whatever brightness the thought brought to her chest, however, was soon eradicated, as she began to grasp what the frantically growling Tanner seemed to have gauged a few moments earlier. The home's defenses wouldn't hold for much longer.
"But that doesn't mean we give up,"
Jack thought stonily, pushing herself forward with sheer stubbornness and adrenaline. She ran faster than she probably ever had in her life, even as the late summer sun baked down on her dark hair and clothing, soon drenching her in sweat. Despite her determination, however, it grew increasingly clear that she simply wasn't fast enough. None of them were. Realization struck her just as another, more baffling sensation crept into her thoughts. Ember, keeping pace at her side as ever, could almost certainly reach their friends in time, hopefully distracting the attacking dogs long enough for Jack and the others to arrive for a timely rescue. Yet, just as Jack was about to turn down to the familiar form of the wolf beside her, she noted something decidedly peculiar. She'd grown more than accustomed to the sound of Ember's paws softly padding alongside her over their time together, but now, as she shifted her focus from the horrific scene unfolding in the near distance to her loyal companion, the sound of his steady run was heavier, and she realized that it had grown steadily more so over the long seconds since they'd set off after Tanner. Slowly, Jack turned to regard her wolf friend,
immediately grasping something else that had changed. Ember was nearly at eye level now. Jack could only imagine how wide her eyes must have been as she took in the mind-boggling sight beside her. Ember had practically doubled in size since the last time she'd laid eyes on him, never breaking stride as he turned his warm, golden-orange eyes on her, the gaze filled with absolute trust. As baffled as Jack was, it never once entered her mind that the wolf before her could have been anyone other than Ember. She knew that face, those eyes. She was looking at her oldest friend in the world, the wolf dipping his head in deference, then glancing back along the length of his own body. With a meaningful stare, his eyes shifted back to Jack, and she immediately grasped what he was telling her. A surge of wonder and elation welled up inside of Jack as, mid-run, she grasped the fur at the back of Ember's neck, effortlessly swinging one leg up over the wolf's side and coming astride atop his back. No sooner had Jack leaned forward over Ember's furry head, gripping with her knees for all she was worth, than Ember poured on more speed, causing the wind to sting at Jack's eyes and thrash about in her dark hair, leaving her long, taut braid to flap behind her like a banner at full breeze. She hardly had a moment to savor the giddy sensation of charging into battle on the back of her wolf companion before she and Ember had come upon Tanner, the foxkin glancing back at the sound of Ember's tread. Tanner's eyes instantly went saucer-wide, but, to his credit, he barely missed a step, quickly thrusting a hand out toward Jack, as she and Ember were about to shoot past. The pleading in his eyes nearly broke Jack's heart in two, as, already gasping from the run, Tanner was unable to voice his request. Trusting that Ember could support the weight, Jack shot her hand out for Tanner's, grabbing tightly and helping to swing him back up on Ember behind her. The foxkin gave a sharp grunt as their arms yanked against each other, but he vaulted nimbly off the ground, landing with relative grace at Jack's back and slipping one arm around her waist as he fought to keep his balance. Flame already glowed in his hand as he kept his gaze locked on the dogs before them. Even as Tanner leapt onto Ember's back, Jack could hear the foxkin's low, invigorating chant in the language of the Thakur in her ears, the lyrical words bringing an adrenaline-like strength and clarity to her actions as she mentally urged Ember onward. She needn't have bothered. The wolf was bolstered by Tanner's chant as well, leaning even harder into his all-out run. Wind stung at Jack's eyes as she refocused on their destination, her heart wavering slightly at the sight of so many enemies. She spared a look back to Allie and Gefnar, both of whom had already fallen behind, with the heavily armored gnome even well back from the other woman, confusion in his eyes as he took in the strange image offered by Ember, Jack, and Tanner. "What?" Jack saw him mouth, but quickly glanced to Allie as the woman continued to run, waving them onward. "Go!" Allie shouted, brandishing the curved blade of her dagger, Biriak. "And don't worry about leaving any for us." Jack nodded, spinning back around and leaning even more tightly against the back of Ember's broad neck. Fingers knotted into his thick gray fur to keep from being ripped from her perch. As Ember's churning paws continued to close the distance between them and the crumbling house, Jack allowed herself a moment to absorb the absurdity of what she was doing. "This certainly has been an interesting day." "Sure hope that's something new," Allie thought, watching as an enlarged Ember and his riders rapidly widened the distance from her. "'Cause I feel like that would have really come in handy a few times already." Can they make it? Time?" Gefnar sputtered from behind, already far enough back from Allie with his diminutive stride that she almost didn't hear the question. Even so, she had no breath to spare for an answer. She just continued to run, drinking deep of that dark wellspring of power as she prepared to unleash a wide variety of death on the rabid creatures trying to tear into her friends. They had to reach Atrazar and the others in time. Allie was done being too slow or not powerful enough to save the people she cared about. She ground her teeth as her feet pounded in time with the heartbeat in her ears. "The only question is how much I hurt the bastards stupid enough to piss me off." Tanner's heart ached as he watched the dogs surrounding the home rip away at the last of the barriers separating them from their quarry, their muzzles bloodied with splinters or shards of glass in their frenzied attack. They didn't seem to notice, single-mindedly shredding away anything that stood between them and the people inside.
This can't be natural, Tanner thought, his heart pulsing a terrified rhythm at the sight. He'd seen rabid animals before, and none he'd ever witnessed had been so driven, so devoted to a single task as to abandon all thoughts of self-preservation. And what could have provoked them to... His thought was cut short as a bright flash of magic flared in the corner of his eye, drawing his gaze to a large grove up and to the left of the home. Half a second later, there was another flash of response. "Jack!" he shouted in the woman's ear, his chant cut short as he pointed toward the grove with a hand that trailed seething reddish flame.
"I see it,"
said the huntress, altering course slightly past the home.
"That's got to be the root of the problem."
Tanner nodded pointlessly, though he found himself less focused on uprooting the problem than trimming it back as he, Jack, and Ember shot past the house. His fox-like eyes found the back door as they did so, just in time to see the dogs there shred through the barrier, pouring inside to sharp cries of fear.
"Good luck,"
Tanner growled to the woman in front of him, already bracing himself to do something stupid. Before Jack could react, Tanner had swung himself from Ember's back, hitting the ground hard before coming back up on one knee in a roll. Winded from the impact, he forced himself to his feet, first hobbling, then jogging for the back door through the pain in his joints. Fire wreathed his vision as he clambered up the back steps, seeing just inside the door a sight that was as inspiring as it was terrifying. A handful of the dogs had already breached the interior, falling in on the three figures that stood, their backs to each other, in the common area's center. Mueller was there, swinging about a small hammer, probably used to bend sheets of metal in his work, and already coated with blood and tufts of fur. Beside him was Gefnar, skewering one dog through the midsection with a pitchfork as Tanner watched, a fearsome snarl on her face. But the person that drew Tanner's gaze the most was the blonde-haired woman facing his way, the dark green sleeve of her tunic already torn and wrapped tight with a blood-soaked bandage, as she whirled about the staff in her hand, batting aside dogs as they lunged for the kill, or to drag one of their targets to the ground. Atrisar? Tanner thought in a brief moment of surprise, finding that he hardly recognized the simple serving girl from the iron ladle, as, her eyes and jaw set in determination, she stood her ground, sending blow after blow against her furious attackers. Recovering quickly, Tanner released something of a howl that wasn't nearly as intimidating as he'd hoped it would be, simultaneously sending a gout of flame into the flank of the nearest dog. "Back off!" Tanner growled in his mind, while the dog, yelping as it shrank away from the fire lapping at its fur, spun on him with murder in its eyes. "Step away from my friends!" Jack could feel her thighs begin to burn with the effort of clinging to Ember's back with her knees as he carried her up the small rise to the nearby grove with the speed of a thoroughbred horse at full gallop. She was still doing her best not to consider the absurdity of the situation. Right now they had a job to do.
"Come on, Ember,"
she whispered in the wolf's ear, as his churning paws devoured the distance to their target.
"Just a little further."
She knew the words were pointless. If anything, it seemed as though they could run like this forever. Just the two of them, as free as the wind itself. It took considerable willpower for Jack to keep herself from basking in the pure joy of the experience. In seconds, Ember had brought them to the exterior of the grove, just in time for Jack to catch sight of a pair of figures past the tree line. Both bore easily distinguishable green, scaly skin. Guiding with her knees, Jack brought Ember to a halt, whipping out her bow as she sat astride the wolf. In the brief moment it took her to arm herself, she noted that one of the crockbloods bore a familiar face, the slender reptilian features of Taraki, Aglec's apprentice.
"Which means you have the unfortunate distinction of being my target,"
thought Jack, swinging her taut bow around to the other crockblood form. This one was unknown to her, though he looked just as haggard as his opponent, with both Taraki and the other crockblood seeming equally spent in their magical strikes, as well as in their wards and defense.
"Then I'm just here to tip the scales,"
Jack thought with a snarl, loosing an arrow at the unfamiliar crockblood through the trees. There was enough foliage between her and her target to prevent a clear shot,
Not to mention the fact that Jack was decidedly unaccustomed to firing from wolfback, but the arrow had its intended effect. The crocblood yelped in alarm, leaping back from the arrow as it passed within a few inches of him, spinning to growl at the new arrival, which was all the opening Taraki needed. A rippling shockwave of magic shot out in a cone from the tip of Taraki's staff as she thrust it forward, catching up the other crocblood and hurtling him into a nearby tree. There was a sharp crack of impact as the crocblood collided with the trunk, and then the figure went still. Jack exhaled a long, steadying breath, glancing back to the homestead behind her.
Just one problem left.
Allie could feel the tall, endless grass around her cutting into her arms as she ran, could taste the blood in her mouth as she gnawed on the inside of her cheek in frustration.
Not yet. Not yet.
She was close to the house now, but she knew her limits. At this distance, her focus wouldn't be enough to carry her spells to their targets, meaning they would fizzle and dissipate into the flow of the world as though they'd never existed. She'd be just as spent for having called on the well of magic inside her, however, leaving her less effective for when she actually reached the fight.
Which means I need to remember Lethold and Entothika's endless calls for patience,
she thought begrudgingly, feeling the waiting magic already spitting and sparking in her grasp as it clawed for release. A sharp growl slid from her throat as she saw the front door of the home buckle and give way, allowing the swarm of dogs to pour inside.
Almost.
Allie lashed out with both hand and mind, cutting loose a frantic scream that she hoped was as chilling to her targets as it was to her own ears. Before her hand, a crackling ball of energy shot forward, blasting apart into individual shimmering daggers that sliced through the air amid a flurry of ear-grating shrieks. As one, they found their mark, sinking deep into the flesh of the last dog to dart inside the house. The dog howled, thrashing about and clawing for any trace of a tangible foe before faltering on its paws, then stumbling back down the steps to fall still in the dirt.
One down,
Allie thought with a feral grin as she continued to close the distance to the house.
Only a dozen more to go.
Flame shot from Tanner's hands again and again, as he maneuvered around the table where he swore he'd just eaten that morning. 3 more dogs fell to his strikes in just a handful of seconds, and he distantly registered as the last of the reinforcements that spilled in through the front door was slashed to death by a torrent of light daggers.
We've got this,
he dared to think, drawing more fire into his grasp.
We can save.
Gwytherin's scream of fear and pain nearly caused his heart to shatter as he saw one of the dogs sink its gleaming yellow teeth into the woman's thigh, snarling as it threw her to the floor. Before she'd even fallen, 2 more dogs were on top of her, tearing at her legs, belly, and neck with chilling purpose.
"Gwytherin!"
Njoller cried out, his voice cracking with mingled rage and horror as he swept forward, smashing his small hammer into the nearest dog's snout, eyes, and skull as he fought with blinding fury for the life of his beloved.
No clear shot,
Tanner realized blankly as he watched the scene unfold. He couldn't risk hitting one of his friends with the fight brought to such close quarters. Frantically, he fumbled at his belt for his morning star.
No, we can still save them. We can still...
He'd barely taken a step forward when he saw Atrisar bring her staff down on the head of the one dog who still harried her, whirling around before the animal could tumble to the floor. Tanner saw the fear in her eyes as she grasped what had just happened to Gwytherin, but she acted without hesitation, moving to stand over the other woman's body and whipping her staff high over her head. She brought it down with blinding speed on the dog at Gwytherin's legs, slamming the butt of the staff into the cranium of the one still ripping into Gwytherin's arms and belly in the same fluid movement. Both dogs slumped to the floor, with the last falling still beneath the endless stream of blows dealt by Njoller and his hammer. The dwarf didn't stop until the dog's face was a bloody mess. Breathing heavily, Njoller dropped to his knees over his wife, tears spilling down his face into his well-trimmed beard as he lifted her head up into his lap. Gwytherin coughed against the blood and spittle in her mouth, her raspy voice unable to form words as Njoller tilted her head to clear her air passage.
"Malionis,"
the dwarf whispered.
"Please, you can't leave me like this. Who'll make sure to point out all the foolish things I do?"
Tanner was already striding forward, drawing a far more unfamiliar pulse of magic into his hand as he dropped beside the dwarf. Ever since his little bout with that drunk scholar had gone south in the ladle, forcing Allie to step in and mend the man's wounds before he could bleed out, Tanner had made it a point to have each of his companions supply a few pointers on the finer aspects of healing magic. He had a long way to go before he matched Jack or Gefnar's abilities, or even Allie's. But if Nomenkal and his Thakor buddies were kind... Tanner's hand brushed Gwytherin's shoulders, and he made sure to offer a kind smile into the woman's wide-eyed, gasping face, blood sputtering on her lips as she fought for every breath.
Please, Tanner thought to anyone who might be listening, please don't tell me we were too late.
After a handful of long, agonizing seconds, Gwytherin began to breathe more easily, reaching up to clasp Nolar's rough, hairy hand as she smiled.
I'll be keeping you humble for a while yet, you badger.
Tanner gave a guffaw of relief as Allie swept in through the door, dagger in her grasp as she looked about for danger, then quickly sheathed as she mirrored Tanner's pose.
Good work,
she said, sending a nod across the woman's body to Tanner as she registered the minor wounds already partly mended along Gwytherin's body. Returning the nod, Tanner heaved up onto his feet, glancing out the front door to see that Gefnar was close to joining them as well. Then his eyes found Atrazar's. It was hard to gauge what was going through her mind for a long moment, with her familiar yet somehow more wizened face. To Tanner, it was one of the more jarring moments of his life, as he tried to justify the woman before him with the friend he'd seemingly left behind that morning. Sweaty strands of hair had escaped Atrazar's taut ponytail, clinging to her flushed but determined features. And, where her sleeve had been ripped open, Tanner could see that her blood-smeared arms were wiry with well-formed muscle. More than that, though, her feet were planted with confidence, the staff in her hand twitching as her soft features flashed through a dozen stages of incredulity. Slowly, the disbelief in Atrazar's eyes faded to acceptance of the impossible, as she allowed herself to absorb the fact that it really was Tanner who stood before her. Tanner chose that moment to think that his naturally honest face was to thank. He wasn't granted a moment to reassure her, though, as, just as he was attempting a comforting grin, Atrazar dropped her bloodied staff and swept forward, catching Tanner up in her arms and holding him so tightly that Tanner wasn't entirely sure she wasn't trying to break him in half.
You perfect imbecile,
her muffled voice sounded into his shoulder. Baffled for a moment, Tanner patted her back gently. Yeah, sorry about, everything, but it wasn't exactly like we could let you know what had happened, and we were kind of in a hurry, what with being in a lot of danger and then trying to figure out how to get back, so... His voice trailed off as Atrazar pulled away, looking up into his face with tear-stained cheeks. The faint scowl on her face made it clear that she had no idea how to take what he was trying to tell her. But the smile in her eyes made it equally apparent that she was willing to hear every last bit of the story. That, or she was seconds away from slugging him in the arm. Maybe both. Before Tanner could even begin to find a way to explain everything that had happened, Gefnar loudly clattered up the steps of the front door, panting as he burst into the home's interior.
Yeah!
The gnome blurted, his frenzied eyes glancing about the room as he blinked frantically at the sweat on his brow. Turning sheepish as he caught Allie's cocked eyebrow, he quickly took in the scene, sheathing his blade and shuffling up to a painfully smirking Gwytherin on the floor.
Glad to see you're both all right,
he said, nodding to Gwytherin and Nolar in turn. With a deep, calming breath, he brought Nomenkal's bright light to his hand.
Now, let's see if we can get you back on your feet.
Chapter 21 In Remembrance. Relief swept over Jack as she saw Tanner step out of the back door of the home and send her a reassuring wave from across the quarter-mile or so separating them, simultaneously speaking into her ear through their link. "We're all right here, Jack. Did you need a hand?" Jack turned back to the crockblood she knelt over, feeling her guilt at remaining with Taraki to ensure that she wouldn't succumb to her wounds subside with the news that her friends were safe.
We're fine too,
she said back softly, shooting Taraki a heartening smile as she finished magically suturing the last of the Crockblood's injuries. There was a faint pause over the link, thick with incredulity, before Allie prodded, "We?"
"Ran into an old friend,"
said Jack, motioning back toward the home that held her friends at Taraki's obvious confusion.
"Aglek's apprentice stepped in to give us a hand. Just helped her take out the culprit behind our crazed dog visitors."
"Then be sure to tell her thanks from all of us," came Atrazar's surprisingly even response. "We also were first able to guess that something was wrong when we saw a blast of lightning shoot to the sky from that grove. I'm guessing we have your Crockblood friend to thank for the warning." Jack smiled, sending back the equivalent of a nod over the link, as her eyes found Taraki's.
"What is it?"
said the Crockblood guardedly, daring to touch her clawed hands to the charred fabric at her side and the magical burns beneath Jack had just healed.
"It seems you've been busy,"
Jack replied, bowing her head toward Taraki as she helped the other woman to her feet.
"You have my thanks for helping my friends, and they're all anxious to thank you in person as well."
Taraki shifted uneasily on her feet, pointedly glancing between Jack to where Ember had sat back on his haunches a moment earlier. Jack followed the Crockblood's gaze, half expecting to find that Ember had shrunk back to his normal size. He hadn't, sitting just as large as he had when Jack had last laid eyes on him.
"That is certainly unexpected,"
said Taraki, stooping to retrieve her staff from the ground. Jack scowled, turning back to the Crockblood as she reached out to bury her fingers in the fur of Ember's neck.
"This wasn't your doing?"
Taraki shook her head.
"This is magic far beyond my capacity, at least with any sort of permanence."
She gestured to the enlarged wolf.
"Your companion doesn't seem to be in any hurry to return to his former size."
"And what exactly does that mean?"
said Jack, marking the bridled excitement in Taraki's gaze.
"It would seem,"
said the Crockblood, leaning forward on her staff as she scrutinized both Jack and Ember,
"that our huntress truly does walk with the steps of a great beast, just as the prophecy foretold."
Jack's heart tightened at the reminder of her purported destiny. The huntress, as Aglek had labeled her, was meant to, somehow, unite the green, the entirety of the natural world. So far, Jack had already unwittingly fulfilled one aspect of this huntress by breaking a dynasty, having personally slain a Crockblood chieftain as well as his son, Ironjaw. More than that, the deadly blade that hung at her side, one forged by an ancient elf, Macarillon, specifically to be wielded by the promised huntress, had seemed to identify her as its proper owner when she had first held it. And now, it seemed, yet another piece of the prophecy had fallen into place. The huntress was said by Macarillon to walk with the steps of a great beast. Over time, Aglek and his predecessors had come to interpret this to mean that the huntress would be a half-breed, or, at the very least, someone marked with a similar condition to Tanner's, someone who was able to cloak their half-breed form with that of a human. Jack, of course, had been neither, one of the major causes for Taraki's initial skepticism.
"And mine, for that matter,"
Jack reminded herself, glancing between the haggard Crockblood and the overgrown Ember.
"Well,"
Jack said with a self-conscious smile, halfway succeeding in shrugging off the weight of the moment as Ember nuzzled into her touch,
"we can worry about what this all could mean later. Right now, I should be getting back to my friends."
Stepping back along Ember's side, she slung herself once more onto his back, extending a hand down for Taraki.
"Care for a ride?"
"It would be an honor,"
Taraki intoned with a bow, though it was easy to see the trepidation in her eyes as she ungracefully clambered up Ember's flank with Jack's assistance. Foregoing the need to experience the elation of her and Ember's recent sprint, for Taraki's sake, Jack merely nudged the wolf into a trot back down the shallow slope to Gwytherin and Nuller's home.
"A strange day indeed."
"It was just a normal day," said Atrazar, slumped back into a righted chair at the table, finally coaxed into relating what had happened by an anxious-looking Tanner. Allie, meanwhile, had helped Noller guide a shaky Gwytherin to a seat, while Gefnar had begun dragging the battered dog bodies out of the home. As Njoller hurried to fetch his wife some water, Allie began sweeping an outstretched glowing hand over the blood-pooled floorboards, removing the worst of it before it could stain.
The least I can do after all the trouble we've brought them,
she thought bitterly, still listening as Atrazar recounted the attack.
We've settled into something of a routine over the past few months,
the former serving girl went on, sounding faintly accusatory with the words. Not that Allie could blame her. It would have been hard not to feel abandoned, having your friends leave you behind like they had.
And assuming we were dead probably didn't make things any better. I'd finished my midday training exercises,
Atrazar continued, gripping her staff tightly as Tanner saw to closing the bite wound in her arm,
and was making my way out into the fields to help with harvest preparation, when your friend's blast of lightning went up from that grove.
She gestured over her shoulder at this, glancing out the back window as her story stuttered to a stop. Scowling, Allie followed her gaze, glimpsing that Jack had returned to them atop a still very much oversized Ember, sporting an uneasy-looking Taraki as her passenger.
One more thing that needs explaining,
thought Allie, tracking their approach amid the soft thud of Ember's massive paws. Atrazar seemed to have lost her stream of thoughts for the moment, as they all watched Jack and Taraki dismount and descend the back steps inside, trailed by an Ember that barely managed to shoulder his way through the doorway. At first, Gwytherin seemed to convince herself that she was hallucinating after her recent trauma, scowling intently at the wolf and blinking rapidly. Then, her eyes going wide, she glanced back to the kitchen, where Njoller was just returning with a mug of water.
"Here you are, love,"
said the dwarf, handing the drink off to his wife, who hastily began to guzzle it.
"Should help you get back."
His voice trailed off as he caught sight of the new arrivals, double-taking as his eyes found Ember.
"Ah,"
he simply said after a moment, looking over to Jack.
"Don't suppose you've got any more where that came from?"
Holding a hand laddery by his brow, he raised it high overhead, indicating how he might put such magic to use. Jack chuckled, gesturing to Ember.
"Sorry, no. Not even sure how this happened."
"Oh, aye, it's all right,"
said Njoller, studying the wolf for another moment.
"World's probably not ready for a human-sized dwarf anyway."
So,
said Atrazar, glancing about to everyone as though expecting more of an explanation. Receiving nothing but a quick shrug from Tanner, she contented herself with sending a nod of gratitude over to Taraki, who hardly seemed to know how to take it.
"Anyway,"
Atrazar continued,
"once we figured there was danger about, we hurried the kids inside and locked the doors just as the dogs swept in on us."
At the mention of the children, Gwytherin's eyes snapped to Njoller, and she tried to heave out of her chair.
"Nah,"
Njoller scolded, resting a firm hand on the woman's shoulder.
"You need to rest a moment, my lioness."
He looked meaningfully down to her torn, bloodied dress.
"And you're in no condition to be offering comfort."
Following his gaze, Gwytherin nodded, motioning toward the stairs.
"Go, and give me a moment to clean up before I come down. But let them know I'm all right."
Njoller nodded, trotting for the stairwell and disappearing to the second floor, where Allie could soon hear him offering soothing words to the frightened children upstairs. Allie gulped as emotion rose in her throat at the sound.
They must be so terrified. "Allie, my dear."
Gwytherin's voice drew her back from her own dark past, bringing her gaze over to the bloodied woman nearby. With a self-conscious smile, Gwytherin motioned to the red smeared along her neck and midsection.
"If you wouldn't mind."
Nodding quickly, Allie hurried over, once again calling upon the cleansing light inside of her to erase the blood from the woman's skin and clothing.
Not much of a seamstress, though,
she thought, noting the ripped fabric of Gwytherin's dress, but then Gefnar was at her side, handing the woman her cloak from the toppled rack by the door. Gwytherin smiled her gratitude to both, weakly wrapping the cloak around herself and pulling it closed around her front, as the sound of children speaking in unhushed voices neared the stairwell.
"I'm guessing we've got a certain pal of yours to thank for all this trouble?"
Allie heard Tanner mutter, turning to see that he'd stepped toward a troubled-looking Jack.
"Yes,"
Taraki volunteered.
"This was all Garich's doing." He followed your path from Dragon's Nest not long after your departure, and when your trail seemed to disappear at the keep, he set up scouts to watch for your return. Having tracked the trackers, I arrived shortly after, keeping an eye on things while I also looked out for you, Huntress.
She offered a muted smile to Jack.
And it is good to see that you are back.
By this time, Njoller had returned to the main floor, half a dozen wide-eyed children in tow, as he made his way back to Gwytheron's side. He managed to smile as the children gathered around their mother, the two smallest forcing their way onto her lap to be held tightly in her arms.
"And what was it that kept you the past few months exactly?"
said Njoller, looking about to the new arrivals.
"What happened in that keep?"
Allie shared a glance with her fellow Shadow Walkers, noting that each of them seemed as at a loss for a starting point as she was.
"Well, it gets a bit confusing even if you were there," said Tanner, looking to the others for commiseration. "But I guess you could say it started when we foiled the efforts of a fashion-challenged cultist back in Dragon's Nest."
The full telling of the story, complete with context from their first meeting with Solak in Dragon's Nest, while under the employ of Anthothika, took longer than Tanner had expected, extending well into the evening, as his stomach seemed intent on reminding him. Thankfully, Njoller had the wherewithal to gauge an appropriate time for refreshments, calling for a pause in the telling for him and two of the older children to retrieve some bread and a simple dipping sauce from the kitchen, bringing back enough for everyone to partake heartily. He even provided a slab of meat for Ember from a box that looked to be kept somehow chilled with the use of salt water. His hunger sated, Tanner managed to bring the story to its conclusion between salivating mouthfuls, glad of his companion's occasional interjections to explain something he'd missed, or to nitpick his narrative. That last one was usually Allie. Gefnar, for the most part, remained as attentive as their host throughout the telling, as though it was somehow comforting to have it all repeated back to him, so as to confirm it hadn't all been a harrowing dream. He did, however, look down to his gnomish feet when they reached the part about Gefnar's awe-inspiring standoff with the blue dragon during the fall of the keep, his humility also seeming to demand that he shift his armored frame noisily in his seat amid a flurry of nervous coughing. Tanner beamed at the gnome as he described Gefnar's heroic killing blow, savoring the moment as the children in his audience gaped in wonder at the warrior in their midst.
"It's not a sight I'll soon forget, I can tell you that," said Tanner, hoping he'd just forged his diminutive friend into a local legend. If the children's faces were any indication, that fate was sealed. A rather conflicted look came over Gwytheron's face when Tanner related who'd fought by their side in that battle, but also one that was blatantly intrigued. Tanner couldn't blame her for either, he supposed. Hearing of a long-dead ancestor's exploits from someone who'd just experienced them, and especially one as integral as Chylimus ed Varbius, had to be a spectacularly odd feeling. Tanner thought that, were he in her position, it'd be hard to decide if he desperately wanted the man himself to live up to the stories, or if the pressure to live up to someone so great would be too overwhelming. Worse, to hear of how he died. "He was as noble as anyone I could imagine," Tanner said somberly as he finished relating Chylimus's final stand against Veladrock, allowing the rest of them to escape.
"They all were,"
said Jack, bowing her head against the backdrop of gathering dusk in the window behind her seat.
"Eplemis, Havolgadem, Skimmerverg, and we'll remember their names."
Gwytheron simply nodded at the words, but Tanner could see her gripping her husband's hand tightly. The sorrow in her eyes spoke of a strange sort of pain.
"My parents ensured I knew of my heritage, but it's different when they're not just the past."
Tanner chewed on his tongue a moment, impatiently letting the weight settle before continuing.
"Can't lose my rapt audience, after all."
From there, he recounted fleeing with Skimmerverg to Eplemis's chambers, frantically searching for a way back to the present, and, finally, fighting their way back to the tower to activate the anchor, narrowly avoiding death or capture at Veladrock's enormous claws. Solak, the man who sent us back, seemed to have gone through the anchor himself by the time we returned, Tanner wrapped up. So, after tearing through the troops he'd left behind, we made sure he'd have to find his way out of Shadowland the long way around.
"If that's even how it works,"
Allie muttered. Gwytheron frowned.
But you said your actions impacted the present.
At everyone's assenting nods, she added,
So, this wasn't some illusion. You really did go to the pass.
She paused, looking to Njoller as though for strength.
You really did meet me ancestor.
As far as we can tell, yes,
said Jack. She offered the other woman a tight smile that drifted next to the children.
And, so far as we've seen, you should all bear your family name with pride.
A long sigh escaped Gwytherin as she let the story settle. Then, seeming momentarily ashamed that she hadn't thought of it before,
And whatever it was you were looking for, the books you hid with Skimmerberg, were you able to acquire them?
Tanner easily noted the minute frown on Njoller's face at the mention of a dwarf in the services of a human lord during the Dragon War. After doubtlessly being raised to believe that his people had solely fought against the surfacers during the long, damaging conflict, and more than likely ridiculed for it by other races throughout his life, it had to be strange to learn that even one of his people had tried to stem the devastation of the dwarves. Whether it brought Njoller any comfort, Tanner couldn't say. If he had to guess, they'd all be ruminating on the ramifications of what they'd found in Varbia's Keep for a long time to come.
Not yet,
said Gefnar, ending the awkward stretch of silence that met Gwytherin's question. With Tanner, Allie, Jack, and the gnome all glancing uneasily at each other.
We're unable to access the notes we came for,
Jack explained to the quizzical Gwytherin. Their hostess cocked an eyebrow, looking to each of them in turn.
So, you've all come this way for nothing, then?
That's up to you, Tanner said sheepishly. At Gwytherin's deepened frown, he added, The place where Skimmerberg locked the notes away, they can only be accessed by someone of the Varbius bloodline. Gwytherin gave a slow nod of understanding, her eyes finding the oldest of her daughters.
I think it's time you got the others ready for bed, Deleste.
The young girl nodded dutifully, pushing away from the table and corralling her siblings up the stairs after each said good night to their parents in turn, accompanied by a quick hug.
Good night, my sweets,
Njoller said cheerily as the last of them trailed upstairs, while Gwytherin leaned forward across the table, motioning for her husband to slide the lamp he'd lit during the group's story down between the remaining guests.
Is the keep safe?
She asked in a much lower tone.
That's not something we can guarantee,
said Allie, sounding faintly apologetic at the admission.
But if you're willing to go back with us, we'll do our best to make sure you're protected. We know you have a family to think about,
Jack added.
But this is the only way we can claim what we need. Lives could depend on it.
She smiled.
Believe me, we don't want anything to happen to you either.
No, I suppose you wouldn't,
Gwytherin said with a dry chuckle. Then, with a heavy look to Njoller.
Well, before any of us decide anything, we'll be needing a good night's sleep. You're all, of course, welcome to stay,
she said, her hospitable smirk scanning them all before settling pointedly on Taraki.
All of you. And, with the lateness of the hour, and the exhausting rubbish we've all been through today, we'll be waiving our first rule.
Even as Tanner quickly placed the one regarding personal hygiene, she gave a playful scowl about the room.
For one night only.
Tanner gave a tired laugh, already feeling the inescapable lure of his bedroll. He could give himself a moderate cleaning with well-bridled fire, he knew, but a long, soaking bath was sounding plenty welcome. Don't worry. Come morning, that's the first rule I plan on following. Njoller gave a hearty laugh that seemed to shatter the last bit of tension on the room.
And you're almost assuredly welcome.
His eyes found Ember when the enlarged wolf sat up at the abrupt sound, leaning into Jack's touch.
Just, maybe all of you try not to follow the pup's lead. We'd not have room for you all.
Tanner chuckled along with the others, finding his gaze locked with Atresar's across the table as her laughter subsided into an expression far more strained. Simultaneously, Tanner realized that he'd been subconsciously avoiding this very situation all evening. Unable to look away now, he still wasn't entirely sure why that might be. Yeah, we'll be sorting this all out for a while yet.
Chapter 22. In the Light of Morning. Jack stirred on her mat, not even sure why at first, as her eyes shot open, quickly absorbing the sleeping forms of her companions all around her. One of the first things that registered was the large, furry form at her back, far too big to be Ember.
Oh, right,
she thought, letting the events of the day before wash over her as more than an absurd dream.
I guess that all really happened.
Sighing softly, Jack eased up from the floor, giving Ember a reassuring pat as he lifted his oversized head to glance about the room.
It's all right,
Jack thought, focusing on the wolf's mind as she reached out with her own. Ember's only response was to cock his head toward her, though he did seem to grasp the core meaning of what she'd tried to convey. Jack gave a nearly inaudible grunt, tousling Ember's fur as she climbed to her feet. It was progress, at least. She'd stayed up well past nightfall with Gefnar, attempting to learn the technique the gnome had used to communicate with the wolf in the past. Considering how new she was to the spell, she supposed she should be grateful that she was already showing some affinity for it at all. Enough at least that, with Gefnar's aid, she'd been able to reach into Ember's mind and ask a few burning questions about the wolf's transformation. Gefnar had pre-warned her that animal minds worked differently than those of the higher races, but Jack had still found it jarring to experience nothing but a well of primal instinct and emotion. The most she or Gefnar had been able to glean from Ember's pseudo-responses was that the wolf was fine, seemingly unperturbed by his own sudden growth spurt. If anything, it had seemed like a completely natural progression to Ember.
Natural, maybe,
thought Jack, nodding a greeting over to a tired-looking Gnoller who stood watch by the back window.
But definitely not normal.
She was distracted from the thought when Gnoller, seeming to piece together what had awoken Jack before she did, motioned to the front door, drawing her gaze to the window nearby. Through it, Jack could make out the familiar form of Tiraki slipping around the side of the house in the morning mist. Stifling a groan, Jack hurried for the door, sparing a glance to the only other person she could see was awake in the grayish dawn light, a pensive Atresar, coiled up to hug her knees on a chair in the corner, before slipping outside, jogging the distance to the departing Crockblood. Tiraki halted her pace before Jack reached her, hearing the sound of Jack's footsteps, as well as those of the contented, trailing Ember. Turning to face her farewell party, Tiraki inclined her head.
My apologies. I wasn't sure if I should wake you, Huntress, but I should be going. Any locals who see me slinking about would probably skewer me with a shovel before offering any sort of greeting.
Jack slowed to a stop before the other woman, giving a reluctant nod.
That's unfortunately true,
she sighed, glancing about to ensure they weren't already in danger of testing that theory. They weren't.
Where will you go?
Not back to the tribe, if that's what you're asking,
said Tiraki, shifting the straps of her small pack on her shoulders.
I'm of more use to you in keeping an eye on Garich's movements, and from what I've seen, his designs are much further reaching than Dragon's Nest.
Comforting,
Jack said with a tired grunt. Then, after a long pause,
I'm sorry our people can't accept you. I wish things could be different.
Tiraki gave a small shrug.
As do I, Huntress, but the world is rarely as we wish it to be.
Her eyes fell meaningfully to Jack's empty wrist.
And should you ever have need of me?
Jack absent-mindedly reached out to touch her wrist, then quickly produced the summoning bracelet Tiraki had crafted for her from the satchel at her side.
I know how to signal you,
she finished the Crockblood's prompt. With a taut smile, Tiraki bowed her head, sending a final, inscrutable glance toward Ember before turning on her heel and setting off to the northeast, the veiled morning sun on her back. For a few minutes, Jack watched her leave, leaning into Ember's warm, furry neck until Taraki became little more than a speck on the horizon. Finally, Ember gave a gaping yawn, eased into a full downward stretch, then looked to Jack expectantly.
I guess it is time for our morning run,
said Jack, still consciously grappling with the fact that Ember's golden-orange eyes were practically level with her own now. Out of habit, she looked down the length of Ember's body for her spare water flask that was strung to the pack he usually bore, chiding her own obliviousness a second after as she realized the futility of it.
Right. I guess you outgrew the old straps when you outgrew my lap.
A bit of an exaggeration, even for the old Ember, but Jack did get a much-needed chuckle out of the mental image.
Well, come on,
she said, performing a few quick strides of her own.
We should probably go grab the old pack before someone makes off with our many treasures.
Allie woke as she often did, with a knot in her back and a general sense of foreboding.
Which brings its own sort of comfort, I guess,
she thought as she sat up, quickly taking stock of her surroundings. Jack was gone.
No surprise.
While Tanner and Gefnar still softly snored away the chaos of the day before. Atrazar was nearby, thoughtfully gazing out the closest window into the gathering light of dawn, and what now had to be a rather familiar sea of grass and crops before the ocean itself. Only briefly did Allie consider intruding on the other woman's musings. She knew all too well the need for quiet to gather one's thoughts.
And I'm probably not the one she needs to be talking to anyway,
thought Allie, her eyes falling to the slack, sleep-ruffled face of the foxkin nearby. Instead, Allie's eyes found Njolar's across the room, easily noting the fatigue in the dwarf's eyes and in his brief nod of greeting before he returned to keeping watch on the world outside. Equally apparent was the small crafting hammer Njolar held tightly in his grasp. Climbing to her feet, Allie maneuvered quietly through furniture and sleeping bodies to the man, coming up alongside him to share his view.
"Sleep well?"
she said after a long moment. Njolar grunted.
"I'll sleep once Gefnar and the children are up. Just been a while since I've taken a moment to watch the sunrise."
Smirking, Allie found herself agreeing with the sentiment, feeling a measure of the previous day's madness wash away as the sun continued to climb the eastern horizon. There was a certain serenity in watching the bright warmth burn away the mist, bringing unbridled light to the distant forest and surrounding farmland.
"I've never been,"
Njolar said after a few minutes, his voice cracking before he cleared his throat to continue.
"I've always felt that I could protect them, you understand? My family. Whatever danger might come, I'd be able to defend them, to step forward and take the worst of it."
Allie could feel the resolve in his words as he added,
"To die, if I had to."
There was another long pause before,
"But seeing Gefnar on the floor like that, and I've never seen the children look so frightened. The whole time, I could hear their cries from upstairs. It's hard to explain the terror you feel when you've done all you can, and the ones you love could still die before your eyes."
His large, hairy hand went taut around the handle of his hammer as he turned to Allie, jaw set as he met her gaze.
"It's not a feeling I plan on having again."
Allie nodded somberly, the faces of Shala, Crexus, and even Osgur flashing through her mind. People she'd failed, who had, in one way or another, died because of her. She'd found some measure of justice for all three, she supposed. For Shala, in becoming stronger than the weak girl she'd been, the one who'd let her fear destroy innocent lives, and the person who'd understood her best in all the world. For Crexus, well, she just hoped that an ancient Veladrock and her friends wouldn't mind a bit more target practice in the form of Solak and his minions. And, no matter how empty it had felt, Tagathus had paid for his cowardly murder of Osgur. But the fear of losing others was always there. It was the voice that screamed at Allie for her naivete any time she allowed someone further into her life. Everyone she met was just one more potential victim to the death that followed her. Gefnar and Njoller were proof enough of that. Those who'd tried to kill them, simply on the reasoning of proximity, may have been driven by their vendetta against Jack, not Allie. But logic on such things didn't exactly come easily for someone who'd lived with years of guilt over killing her best friend. To Allie's subconscious, it was difficult to ignore the trend.
"I can teach you what I know,"
she found herself blurting to a quizzical Njoller before she even realized that the words had formed on her lips.
"I mean,"
she said, grunting away the embarrassment in her throat,
"I'm not sure how long we'll be here, or what kind of fighting style might be best for you yet, but that is, if you wanted, I could at least show you some basic combat techniques."
Njoller's face split into a tired smile as he gave a gracious nod.
"I'd be grateful for that, lass. Whatever you have to teach me."
His brow furrowed once more as he added,
"I've a feeling I'll have need of it."
Tanner thrashed awake, left with the distinct feeling he'd just been running from some kind of monstrous dragon-giant-dwarf hybrid down a dark corridor. This rendered the peaceful, dawn-lit ceiling above him when he opened his eyes more than a bit incongruous for a pair of heartbeats. The dream subsiding, he closed his eyes once more, taking a deep, calming breath. Because simple dwarf giants weren't terrifying enough for my stupid brain. Cautiously peering out from behind his eyelids, he was relieved to see that he hadn't burst into flame in the absence of his lost bracers. The realization didn't comfort him for long, however, as it quickly dredged up another troubling thought. His lack of transparency on the matter with the surly bearkin who'd gifted him the bracers in the first place. Shortly after Tanner had drifted off to sleep the night before, the scroll he used to communicate with Curtis held tightly in his grasp, he'd awakened to a telltale pulse of magic from the parchment. Hurriedly unwrapping it, Tanner had watched as the bearkin's latest message had scrawled across the page in the dim light from the subdued flame Tanner called to his free hand.
"If you're really alive, cub," it had read, "I'll never doubt the merits of prayer again. Your story's admittedly a bit outlandish, but it's just good to know you're still out there. Even when I thought I might have lost you, I kept your room in the cellar just how you like it. Hopefully you'll return to make use of it soon. Curtis."
Tanner had blinked, rereading the message to ensure he'd absorbed it correctly. My room in the cellar? He'd wondered, his mind racing as to all the possible ways he and his friend's actions in the past might have sent changes rippling out into the world they knew. Curtis obviously knew that Tanner's room had been in the loft over Surehammer Steel. He'd studied the words for a few long minutes, unsure of how to respond. Finally, deciding it would be best not to upset the old bearkin, he'd quietly retrieved his quill and inkwell from his pack, scratching out a reply. "Thanks, Dad. Sorry to put you through all this. We'll keep you updated as we go from here." There'd hardly been any delay before a new message scrawled to life on the page.
"What have you done with him?"
"Damn it," Tanner had hissed under his breath, glancing around to ensure he hadn't awoken the others. Of course, Curtis had needed some kind of assurance that the person communicating with him after months of silence was truly his son, and he'd inserted an easy test into his message, one the real Tanner shouldn't have had a problem identifying. Unless his brain was still muddled from a trip to the past. Tanner had stifled a groan, scribbling a quick explanation back onto the page, as well as providing the location of his meager book collection upstairs in his loft for Curtis to check. "Is it there?" he'd added after a long, agonizing moment.
"Yes,"
had come Curtis's response. Then,
"We'll need some kind of identifier, should either of us have reason to question the other's identity again."
After considering a moment, Tanner had smiled, recalling the first thing he and his father had crafted together at the family forge. "Iron band?" he'd offered,
I like it,
Curtis had replied shortly. Unsurprisingly, he'd followed up the heartfelt moment with a reprimand for Tanner to get some rest. Tanner laughed softly in the present, though it did little to mitigate the guilt over not coming clean with the bearkin about the bracers. It's not like he needs more reasons to worry, Tanner thought with a sigh, glancing about to see that he was one of the last to rise from the bedrolls scattered about the floor. The only other person still sleeping was Gefnar, a soft snore passing his lips as his tiny form, which always seemed even tinier when not decked in his temple guard armor, sprawled in every direction. Smiling at the sight, Tanner craned his neck around in a stretch, his eyes catching Atresar's from where she sat, coiled up in the corner. An odd sort of discomfort fluttered in Tanner's chest at the moment of connection, one he was more than happy to attribute to the intense stare she had leveled in his direction, rather than any unusual feelings on his part. A wary grin on his face, Tanner stood, picking across the travel supplies strewn about the floor, and easing to the seat beside her. You, doing okay, Atresar? You look like you need to talk. Atresar grunted, nodding slowly as her gaze fell from Tanner to her own knees, which she'd drawn up nearly to her face.
I suppose I do. And I think up until a few seconds ago I was pretty sure how I wanted to say it.
Tanner scowled, but held back an interjection. In the long seconds that followed, he was afraid even to breathe too loudly, for fear that he'd interrupt Atresar when she finally decided to continue.
I really thought you were gone this time, Tanner, she said after an almost painful amount of time. Her eyes drifted to his again, now glistening with restrained tears. I know it's not your fault, but don't you dare ask me not to be angry. Not at you. She paused, giving a short laugh at what must have been the blatant relief on Tanner's face. Well, not entirely anyway. This crazy path you're on almost took you from me, though, and I can't help but be furious. Her gaze bored into his, and Tanner found for a moment that he was unable to blink. It took me most of the night to figure it out, Atresar continued slowly. But I think I know why. A long, self-deprecating sigh slid from Atresar's throat as she gnawed on her lip, seeming to work up her courage now. It was stupid and childish of me not to tell you before, I guess. I'm not really an expert, but I'm pretty sure I'm in love with you, Tanner Surehammer. Tanner felt his throat go dry, and he wondered how ridiculous he must look, his dry eyes bugging out the way they were. Frantically, he attempted to swallow, feeling like he should attempt some sort of reply. But Atresar spared him the effort, holding her hand up before his face. And before you say anything, I don't need you to feel the same about me. In fact, I kind of need you not to say anything at all right now, if that's all right. I just thought you should know, I guess. As Tanner sat, frozen in place, Atresar appeared to relax, the tension in her shoulders fading away as she gave a subdued smile. Then she stood, snatching up her nearby staff where it leaned against the wall, and shooting a final look back to Tanner. I should probably go practice. She was out the door by the time Tanner managed a weak, "All right." He found it infuriatingly impossible to quantify the storm of emotions in his gut. If someone had offered him the fabled hordes of Tilrikheld in that moment for a straight answer on what it could all mean, he would have ended the day as poor as he'd begun it. Atresar was one of his closest friends. She had been since the first day they'd met, showing no concern for the way a strange tween foxkin had looked while sent off to fetch Sally's meat scraps for his father. It had been Atresar's first day working for Sally, Tanner recalled. Somehow she'd been able to persuade her master, Guard Captain Phylac, to allow her to earn her own money at a second job. Before that day, she'd practically been a prisoner in Phylac's home, but she'd instantly established a rapport with the Iron Ladle's many patrons, including Tanner. She'd even gotten Tanner scolded for his tardiness on account of the conversation the two had struck up. Tanner couldn't have said what they might have discussed that day. What he did remember was the immediate bond, the sense that he could tell Atresar anything,
and that she would never betray his trust. He'd made good on that feeling countless times over in the years since, his belief in their connection validated each time. And the feeling, it seemed, had been mutual. But in love with me? The thought was so ridiculous that Tanner briefly wondered if this was all some kind of practical joke, a way to get back at him for the pain he'd caused her in disappearing for so long. No, he thought, realizing the disservice he'd be doing Atrazar if he was to believe that. He'd known her long enough to recognize her indomitable sincerity. There'd been no humor or deception in her eyes. Just the truth. Suddenly awash with embarrassment, Tanner spun to see Njolar and Allie still standing at the window across the table and living area. Both desperately trying to look as though there was something of great interest outside. It wasn't that convincing. They were looking completely different directions. And it was only now that he noted the shift in Gefnar's snoring as well. The sound had become far too forced to be legitimate. Well, that's about right, Tanner thought, clearing his throat as he stood, smoothing down his ruffled, sleep-mussed fur before making for the kitchen, lightly tapping Gefnar's ribs with his foot along the way. "Should we be getting breakfast ready?" he asked Njolar pointedly, catching the dwarf's bridled smile before Njolar turned his direction.
"Ah, right yeah then," said the dwarf, trotting toward Tanner after a quick, mirthful glance to Allie. The sound of light, muffled footfalls began to rumble through the ceiling, causing Njolar to shoot a warm smile upward.
"We'll have a few hungry mouths descending on us soon enough."
Chapter 23. A Time for Planning. The welcoming scents of breads, stews, and meats were thick on the wind by the time Jack and Ember returned to Gwytherin and Njolar's home, causing Jack's mouth to water.
"Smells like Njolar's outdone himself once again,"
she said breathlessly, smiling as she glanced to the giant wolf beside her. Ember hadn't seemed to exhibit any greater endurance on their short circuit through the host's farmland than he had at his former size, though his stride had felt significantly more restrained in order to keep pace with Jack.
"But, altogether, seems to be just fine,"
Jack thought, shaking her head in continued bewilderment as she slowed them to a stop just outside the home. Jack had never been a particularly voracious reader, but, given that none of her companions could offer up any explanation on the matter either, she supposed that, next time she had access to Antothika's library, or any collection of relevant material they might come across, she had some serious reading to do. Stopping a moment to catch her breath, Jack turned to regard the only other individual who'd thus far emerged from inside. Jack watched as Atrazar whipped her staff around into different defenses and striking angles, not timidly, as she had when Jack had last seen her, but with confidence and vigor. The former serving girl was far from an accomplished fighter, Jack knew, but Jack was still thoroughly impressed with the way Atrazar had already committed the material she'd been given to muscle memory, even adding a graceful flair all her own.
"Impressive,"
Jack offered, striding closer when the other woman had ceased her near-constant stream of movement.
"Thanks,"
said Atrazar, her cheeks, already red from exertion, flushing slightly further. She smiled to Jack, arcing her staff around lazily.
"I had good teachers."
Jack laughed sharply at that, waving aside the compliment.
"Hardly. We showed you a couple of basic maneuvers, that's all. The fighter you are today is what you made of yourself."
She stepped closer still, resting a hand on Atrazar's shoulder.
"More than that, you stood up for those who needed you. That took courage, and strength, and wagon loads of both."
Atrazar adopted an expression somewhere between a grimace and a smile, bowing her head meekly.
Thanks. That means a lot, coming from you." "It should mean a lot coming from anyone," said Jack. "You didn't waste time feeling sorry for yourself when you thought we were gone. You went on with your life. You've shown what you are made of, and you've made great steps in discovering who you were meant to be.
A frown crept over Atrasar's face as she looked back up into Jack's eyes.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Jack smiled again, motioning for the nearby door.
So, come on. If you're done training for now, I think you've earned a champion's breakfast.
Allie fought not to squirm in her seat at the uneasy silence that hung over Gwytherin and Njolar's table. The two hosts seated across from Allie and the others, with Atrasar standing a few paces to one side, practically throttling her staff at the tension in the room. She seemed more than a little unsure what side she should be taking. Breakfast was prepared but untouched, the fresh, pleasing scents filling Allie's nose to serve as a stark counterpoint to the stale quiet.
You've brought danger into our home,
Gwytherin said at last, her heavy stare sliding about the group, as Njolar ruminated on his tongue, staring down to his clasped hands. After a weighted pause, Gwytherin added,
"And I'll not soon forgive you for it. That said, I'm not sorry we took you in, neither. You're good folk, and we're proud to have met you."
A taut smile cracked through her scowl here, but it was marred with sadness.
"You'll soon enough leave, though, if me hunches are worth a damn. And nothing's to stop your scaly friends from returning with more dogs in tow."
Again she looked about to the other faces in the room, as though daring them to question her. Or wanting them to.
"What precisely, then, are we supposed to do? Have you even thought of that? We've crops to be harvested, neighbours to warn, and children to protect."
Allie cleared her throat as stealthily as possible in the silence that followed, shooting a glance to her comrades. She had thought of that. She thought of little else as she'd tried to thrash her way to sleep the night before.
"I'll not keep you in suspense,"
Gwytherin said with a sigh, slumping back to her chair as she gestured vaguely southward over her shoulder.
"I'll go with you to the keep to help you find the notes me ancestor left behind. But, after that, we need to start thinking about protecting our home."
"Well,"
said Jack, hesitantly looking about for any sign of dissent.
"Then I suppose we can call your first visit to the keep something of a reconnaissance mission."
Gwytherin frowned for a moment, but Njolar looked up, nodding his agreement. Allie found herself mirroring the stance. Try as she might in her attempts to sleep the night before, she'd been unable to come up with any sort of feasible plan to turn these people's home into something defensible. They were going to need a place where they could hold off a small army of crockbloods, should the need arise, and the only way they might be able to erect any reliable defenses that quickly was to reclaim an old, damaged husk of Gwytherin's heritage.
"The gate would be a priority,"
said Allie, glad she didn't have to argue the point as most everyone nodded in agreement.
"Aye,"
said Njolar, a faint twinkle in his eye.
"And I've already got some ideas for a quick transit system to evacuate folks from the farmlands inside, once the defences are in place."
Reluctant understanding came over Gwytherin's face, and it was impossible to miss the sense of defeat in her posture.
"Seems there'll be a Varbius ruling at the keep once more, eh?"
"True,"
said Njolar, shooting a grin to his wife.
"Why should it be any different from the way we've done things in our own home already?"
Tanner and Gefnar shared a nervous laugh at this, latching on to the moment of levity. Even Atrasar sniggered, as Gwytherin fixed Njolar with a playful scowl. Then, sighing again, Gwytherin's gaze grew far away.
"Think I always knew I couldn't escape it. Thought I'd rebelled against my family name in every conceivable way."
At this she looked pointedly to Njolar, a distinct lack of regret in her eyes.
"But there must be some reason I settled here when my parents died, practically in the shadow of the old place."
Njolar chuckled.
"I like to think I was the reason."
"Aye, you would, you badger,"
Gwytherin retorted, smiling through her grunt.
"But I think I knew it would be up to me to put things back together."
She smiled sadly around to the others, a glimmer of guilt tugging at her brow.
"After all, I've already made sure the line dies after me."
Allie scowled, her mind racing for a moment as to what could have happened to the couple's many children. Sensing the apprehension that rippled through the room, Njoller quickly seemed to realize what everyone had feared.
Oh, no. Nothing to worry about, my dears,
said the dwarf, sending an affectionate smile toward the ceiling, where the light thudding of his children's feet could be heard, bustling about upstairs as they prepared to come down for breakfast.
The little ones are just fine. Perfectly healthy. It's just a matter of... well,
he gestured light-heartedly between himself and Gwytherin.
We're not exactly two of a kind. It's much like when you breed a donkey with a horse. You'll get a perfectly healthy mule for your efforts, but that mule will not be making more mules of its own.
Gwytherin nodded, smiling at the analogy.
And I think we all know who's the donkey and who's the horse in this example.
Njoller gave a hearty guffaw.
Me? A donkey? And all this time you had me convinced I was a badger.
As though summoned at the mention of them, the couple's 6 children came pouring down the stairwell, spilling into the home's common area, along with a tidal wave of noise. Both Gwytherin and Njoller seemed to forget their worries for the moment, turning with proud smiles to watch as their offspring gathered at the table, with some moving to encircle the large wolf curled up at Jack's feet, their little hands sinking into his lush coat of fur as they jabbered back and forth over the indignant Ember.
How did he get big so fast again?
One of the children asked, frowning as he scratched ungently at the base of Ember's neck.
It was longer for them, Gertrude, remember?
His elder sister chided, exercising a bit more caution and restraint as she worked her nails between the wolf's ears.
But I thought this happened right outside.
As the chatter went on, Allie's heart nearly melted as Ember shot a forlorn look up to his mistress. The unbridled attention of a handful of children didn't seem to agree with him.
More at home with the battles he can fight, I guess,
Allie thought with a chuckle, easily identifying with the sentiment. But, for the moment at least, she found the problem amusing, so long as it was happening to someone else. Gwytherin gave a small yelp, leaping back from the square portion of floor in Eplemus's old chambers that gave a muted flash at her touch, the stone clunking softly in release at its recognition of the woman's blood.
Is that what it's meant to do?
Said Gwytherin, retreating a few more paces as she looked uneasily to the others. Tanner shrugged, stepping forward to examine the old hideaway.
I think so,
he said, finding that this was the most honest answer he could give. He was just glad there didn't seem to have been any extensive infidelity in the Varbius family history. Though he was still learning the intricacies of magic, he was certain someone of Eplemus's abilities could have easily rigged up some sort of nasty defense system, in case the compartment sensed someone other than a member of the family trying to access it. Cautiously, Tanner placed his own hand on the dusty stonework, shifting it this way and that until it slid down and away to reveal the compartment beneath, unlocked and, seemingly, untrapped.
I think we've got it,
he said, grinning back to the others through the dusty beam of sunlight that leaked into the room through a single intact window. Relief shone on Jack and Gefnar's faces, while Allie just nodded curtly, glancing about as though she was anxious to leave the old ruins behind once more. It wasn't hard for Tanner to guess why. Even in the short time they'd already spent there, they'd stockpiled enough sour memories for the keep to leave a bad taste in their mouths.
And not just because of all the rotting flesh,
thought Tanner, his fox-like nose wrinkling at the pervading stench as he returned his focus to the compartment beneath him. Reaching into the small, shadowy recess, his fingers soon found the spine of Skimmerberg's notebook, withdrawing it to find that the simple leather-bound cover looked to have aged hardly at all in the centuries since he'd last set eyes on it.
Almost as if it was yesterday,
Tanner thought with a dry smirk. He stood, shifting over to the dim light peeking in from outside as he began flipping through the pages, unsurprised to find a handful of onlookers soon peering over his shoulders, or up from just over knee level in Gefnar's case. Sighing insincerely, Tanner made a show of angling the sketches, notes, and diagrams that greeted his gaze to be most visible to everyone.
Well, I couldn't rightly tell you what all this dwarf woman of yours was going on about,
said Gwytherin, her frown at the intricate drawings and calculations matching Tanner's own.
But I can tell you that Noller'd love to have a look at this. Her gaze shifted from the notebook back to Tanner and the others. That is, if you're not just planning to snatch up Attersar and set off for your next big adventure as soon as we get back home. Tanner's throat went dry at the mention of Attersar. His mind immediately flung back to the moment that morning when she'd seemed to stare into his soul, calmly but sincerely declaring her love for him. Being honest with himself, he'd actually been selfishly relieved when she declared her intentions to remain with Noller back at the house to keep an eye on the children. It had at least given Tanner a brief window to attempt a good sorting through his jumbled thoughts. But that wasn't even the most conflicting thing about Gwytheron's statement. Tanner looked to his friends, sorely tempted even at just the mention of moving along with their quest for Dragon's Nest. Veladrock's promise of friendship, following their brief reintroduction during their jaunt into the past, had done little to allay Tanner's incessant dread at the prospect of something so powerful holding his home at its mercy. Still, at seeing the conviction on the faces of his companions, Tanner knew that their work here was far from done. They'd had little time to discuss it so far, but... "We're staying," said Tanner, turning back to Gwytheron. "At least, for a little while."
"We'll help you get some defenses in place before we go," said Allie, nodding her own agreement. Her brow creased as she visibly began calculating the best way to move forward with the plan. "And someone's going to need to teach you and your neighbors how to fight." Gefnar turned to Gwytheron, inclining his head, and seeming unsure for a moment if he should drop to a knee.
"I'm afraid I don't have much practice at it, but I think I can be some help in repairing the stonework, too." He offered a self-deprecating smile about the group. "It's in my blood, right?" Jack smiled politely at this through her obvious inner turmoil, her brown eyes finding Gwytheron's.
"You were right. The danger now posed to your family is because of us. Because of me. I should have known that Garich would have his people on my trail, and now, just because of your association with us, we've made all of your targets in a fight that isn't yours."
Gwytheron cocked a scrutinizing brow, slowly scanning the group before resettling on Jack.
"To be clear, I'll not have you stand to help us out of guilt. It does no one any good to be focusing on the mistakes of the past, so if that's all that's keeping you here, you might as well be off."
"Not guilt,"
said Jack, somberly shaking her head.
"Responsibility. A wrong has been done, and we need to make it right."
At this, Gwytheron gave a long, slow nod.
"Hey, all right then. That's something I can surely respect."
Impatience to be moving on battled with the relief of Gwytheron welcoming their assistance inside of Tanner.
"But Jack is right," he thought, stifling a sigh. "We don't just have a responsibility to the people of Dragon's Nest anymore. Now Gwytheron's family and friends need our help too."
So, stamping down the drive to push on eastward, at least for the moment, Tanner put on what he hoped was a calming smile, gesturing broadly for Gwytheron to precede him out of the chamber's hidden doorway.
"Well then, my Lady Varbius, I guess it's time we showed you the many wonders of this property you've inherited."
He paused, quickly rethinking his joviality as he recalled the handful of grotesque spectacles that awaited them.
"And don't worry, we'll have this place a bit less horrifying by the time your children arrive."
"Beachfront property at least,"
Gwytheron said from beside Jack an hour or so later, once they'd completed their rather unpleasant tour of the keep interior and retreated outside.
"I hear folks in the big cities pay top coin for that sort of thing."
The heir to the Varbius line stood on the brief shoreline between the keep proper and the outer wall, staring out across the glinting, sunlit waves to the south, and pointedly avoiding the efforts going on behind her. Jack glanced back, seeing that Allie, Ember, Gefnar, and Tanner were just then hauling the last of the bodies out from the keep's side door, dragging them to the hastily erected pyre nearby on the sand. At the sight, Jack looked down to her dark cloak and hide armor. For the older corpses, the stench had been the worst of it, but for the fresher ones... Shuddering, Jack stooped to catch up some seawater in her hands, scrubbing off any reddish ooze that hadn't seeped into her clothing.
Still going to need a good cleaning later,
she thought after her efforts quickly reached peak efficiency.
You don't mind if your guests wash twice daily, do you?
Jack said as she returned to stand at Gwytheron's shoulder once more. The other woman gave a dark chuckle, still peering out across the ocean to the south.
In cases such as these, we might very well insist on it.
Gwytheron had, of course, offered to help with the de-corpsing of the keep, as Tanner had put it, emphatically citing her second rule that everyone do their part. But she hadn't seemed too horribly disappointed at being informed that Jack and the others could handle it. After all, Gwytheron had other things to be worrying about, like getting a true feel for the keep's potential.
Not really much of a home, though, is it?
Gwytheron said with a sigh, glancing over to Jack.
Nolan and I have spent years building a place where our children could feel safe and comfortable.
She turned back to the bulk of the ruins, her posture drooping.
Now, in one day, that wondrous illusion all parents try to paint for their children's been shattered, and we're moving them into this cesspit. Whatever stability we've crafted for the little ones, we've got to abandon it, just to protect them.
Her eyes slowly found Jack's again, unmistakably drawn in sorrow.
Bit of a contradiction, isn't it? For their own good, we've got to break their lives apart, and it's never going to feel the same. Your real home's still standing,
said Jack, fighting off waves of guilt as she rested a hand on the woman's shoulder. She gestured about the admittedly depressing ruins.
And this place will become what you make of it. We'll help as long and as much as we can.
She smiled.
Count on it.
Gwytheron managed a brisk nod.
You're good folk, Jack. You and your friends. I hope you know that, despite everything, we'll be sad to see you go when the time comes.
Jack surprised herself with a warm laugh.
Well, I can't say I'd be as gracious in your position, but we'll miss all of you, too. You and Nola are kind, compassionate people who clearly mean the world to each other. And, as strange as it sounds, I think we all needed the reminder of what we're here for. It's not about adventure, excitement, or even slaying dragons. It's about doing what we can for the people we meet.
She grinned.
Doing our part, as you would say. Protecting the safety and happiness of others, especially if it's your fault when that safety and happiness is threatened.
Gwytheron frowned at this, but she didn't interrupt as Jack wrestled down her self-conscious tendencies, adding,
And I hope it's not too forward to say it, but I hope to have what you have, someday.
What?
Gwytheron said with a good-natured chuckle.
A broken old castle and no chance at natural grandchildren.
Sounds golden,
Jack said with a smirk.
But also the full herd of adorable young ones and a husband who makes me the queen of his heart.
Gwytheron gave a shrug that lacked any sort of meekness.
True. Not that scouring the countryside for ancient scribbles doesn't seem absolutely thrilling, of course. But yes, I do have a good life, don't I?
That you do,
said Jack, an actual giggle escaping her lips before her eyes hardened once more.
Now, let's make sure you're able to hang on to it.
The other woman sobered, giving a grateful nod as Jack withdrew, the huntress striding up to join the others around the finished pile of bodies just as Tanner began to light it ablaze. Coming up alongside Ember, Jack draped an arm over the wolf's furry back, glancing about to her friends across the flames that soon engulfed the driftwood pyre and its corpses.
She doing all right?
Said Allie, motioning with her chin back toward Gwytheron. Jack nodded.
She will be. And we're going to buy her and her family the time they need to get there.
Tanner and Gefnar exchanged a quizzical look, with the gnome finally venturing,
How exactly are we doing that?
Her fingers still working through Ember's fur, Jack gripped a large handful at the back of his neck, her nose wrinkling at the stench of burning flesh as she looked each of her friends in the eye.
We help out rebuilding the keep, yes, but we've got another job to do.
A dark smile came over her face as the flame's reflection danced in her brown eyes.
I think it's time Garich knew we were capable of taking the fight to him.
Chapter 24. A Time for Action. A slow snarl tugged at Allie's features as she quietly peeled back a full, low-hanging branch in the underbrush where she lurked, revealing a modest encampment in the nearby clearing. To one side of a softly glowing fire pit was a single hunched-over crockblood, dressed in muted browns and greens to allow for better blending in the natural world around him.
Finally,
Allie thought, glancing to where her companions hid in the thicket nearby, each of them marking the target as well. After more than a week of scouting the area surrounding the keep and adjacent farmlands in the early morning and late evening hours, otherwise spending the whole day assisting in the efforts of Gwytherin, Njoller, and their more pragmatic neighbors in rebuilding the keep, their efforts to locate Garich's agents had paid off. And, for once, they'd caught the Crockbloods by surprise. Allie's eyes found Jack through the foliage, easily noting the intensity of the other woman's focus.
If this is the rush she gets from every hunt,
Allie mused, turning back to their unsuspecting quarry,
then I think I'm definitely starting to understand her better.
Even Gefnar had been able to assist in the search, deciphering in some of Eplimus's old notes a way to cloak his movements.
Well, it's not so much that I'm being any quieter, the gnome had tried to explain it. It's more like quiet stealing, I guess you could call it. I'm able to shroud myself with a lack of sound that surrounds all of you, if you're close enough, which negates all the sound I should be making, and still am, I guess. We just can't hear it.
At Allie's frown of confusion, he'd offered her the volume he'd been reading.
Yeah, Eplimus explains it better,
he'd added, but Allie had waved the book aside.
Steal my quiet any time, Gefnar. Just make sure I've got enough to spare.
Oh, that's not how it works,
he'd said, quickly clamming up when Allie gave an impatient groan.
Never mind. Just, you can count on me to be at your side, even at your sneakiest, silent as a mouse.
Glad to hear it,
Allie had said, her sincerity heightened as she'd recalled the gnome's killing blow against the blue dragon. Quickly slipping back into the present, she motioned for both Gefnar and Tanner to stay put, as she, Jack, and Ember began to slink around the far side of the small clearing. Before long, they had the unwitting Crockblood surrounded. Allie turned to Jack, following the other woman's lead as she began a quick countdown on her fingers, stepping into the clearing, sword drawn, as it was completed. The Crockblood, a youngish male by the look of it, immediately started, the bowl of stew in his claws dropping to the ground as Ember and Allie swept in to flank the huntress.
Don't move,
Jack said heavily, eyes fixed on the Crockblood as Allie drew back the dagger in her hand, ready to let it fly at the first sign of trouble. There was none, as Gefnar stepped out directly behind the Crockblood, gently resting his sword on his shoulder.
Excuse our intrusion, said Tanner, bursting into the clearing with a broad smile on his foxkin face. But we have some important matters to discuss with you. Allow us to introduce ourselves.
I know who you are,
the Crockblood growled, glaring up into their faces.
Oh, good,
said Tanner, stooping to stir about the small pot of stew over the Crockblood's fire. Then holding up a ladle full of the concoction.
Saves us some time.
He gestured to the ladle. May I? Without waiting for a response, he blew gently over the brown, lumpy blend, taking a long sip. He said after a moment, smacking his lips noisily.
Needs a bit more tomato. And what is this bit of gristle that's such an intriguing shade of brown?
It took a shocking amount of Allie's willpower not to smile at the impotent rage in the Crockblood's gaze.
What do you want?
Their captive snapped, his squinted eyes shifting about their faces.
For you to take a message for us,
Jack said coldly. The Crockblood grunted.
To Garich?
him,
Allie said with a nod.
as well as the rest of your friends scattered about the area.
Instantly the Crockblood's stance grew more guarded.
I have no friends.
Believable as that may be, said Tanner, calling a muted glow of magic to his grasp before clapping the Crockblood on the shoulder. I'm afraid we're gonna need to cut through all the deception on this one. Something shifted in the Crockblood's eyes at Tanner's touch, the scaly's resolve seeming to melt away as he looked up into the Foxkin's face.
What do you wish to know?
Said the Crockblood, the words sounding faintly reluctant. Behind the Crockblood, Gefnar's eyes went wide. You can do that? Tanner grinned proudly about the clearing. Sure can. You're not the only one who's been reading up, Gef. Allie rolled her eyes. It was a simple enough trick she'd seen more than a few street performers in Lorson perfect, and was especially prone to succeed against someone as cornered as their prisoner was, but she decided to let Tanner have his moment. After all, though the effects wouldn't last long, it was a useful trick.
How many other scouts does Garich have positioned around the keep?
Said Jack, letting her sword droop as she and Ember stepped forward.
There are 4,
said the Crockblood, his brows seeming to wrinkle in confusion.
Good, good,
said Jack, taking a knee before their prisoner.
Now, here is precisely what you're going to tell them.
Tanner was delighted to find that there was a long dormant pep in his walk as he, Allie, and Gefnar made their way back to the keep. Things may have been starting to look up. Jack was off dealing with their immediate Crockblood problem, the keep's repairs were coming along nicely, and, with the crazy amount of work that had needed to be done in the last few days, he and Atrazar had never been able to find a moment to themselves. Another talk was coming, he knew, but he was absolutely fine with putting it off as long as possible. It wasn't that he still didn't know what he might say. He was just utterly terrified to say it, to make it real. Part of him supposed that he should have been more worried about Jack, but they'd been through enough together that he knew she was perfectly capable of taking care of herself. And besides, he thought, smirking as he ran his fingers through the wispy grass that carpeted the land beyond the doorstep of Varbius Keep. That wolf of hers is twice the force to be reckoned with these days. More than that, Jack's mission was simple. Trail the Crockblood, who they convinced with a little magic that the Huntress was about to make a break for it. Wait until he'd rounded up his friends and withdrawn to report to their main camp. Make an obvious trail for the Crockbloods to find of her heading north, then double back to meet up with the rest of them at the keep. A lofty task for someone without Jack's abilities, perhaps, but Tanner had little doubt that they'd look northward from the keep to see their friend on her way back before sundown. Which means all we have to do is wait, thought Tanner, lifting his gaze to the keep rising up before him. Its silhouette already drastically changed against the backdrop of the sea. Well, wait and work, he corrected himself. There was still a lot to be done, Tanner knew, but as he neared the main entrance alongside Allie and Gefnar, stepping into a bustling flurry of activity, it was hard not to feel awash with accomplishment. True to his reputation, Noller had devised a wide array of impressive contraptions to aid in the rebuilding and defense of the keep. Lining the top of the outer walls were cogs, likely intended for use in wheat grinding, now fitted with blunted scythes that defenders could crank into place to repel scaling ladders. A full mortar pit had been dug as well, lined with planks, and sporting an apparatus for a donkey to be harnessed in, churning the mortar almost constantly. Nearby, Noller had erected a simple water purification system, where seawater could be poured into a basin to evaporate and recondense against a shrouded blanket, which was then wrung out for fresh water. This could then be added to the mixture of sand and pitch in the mortar pit, without fear of the salt eroding from the mixture and compromising the structural integrity of the rebuilt portions of the keep. And there's going to be a lot of that, thought Tanner, watching as a handful of locals, mostly humans, continued in the work of the ramshackle scaffolding constructed at the keep's main entrance. Already, a large swath of the face had been restored, not nearly as pretty as it must have been before, with the unsightly mortar filling in much of the damage, but things like that didn't matter so long as the defenses could hold at bay whatever weapons the crockbloods might bring to bear. Beneath the scaffolding, Tanner saw that Gefnar and her children were, as usual, hard at work, picking through what was left of the rubble that had previously barred entry through the main door. Atrazar was there as well, aiding in the process of digging through the broken, weather-worn stones, separating them into piles for different size categories as the sun beat down on them all. These stones, to be used in the reconstruction, were then hauled up as needed onto the scaffolding above with an ingenious pulley system. Despite the progress they'd made thus far, it was still back-breaking work, with even the smaller children, who'd been encouraged only to carry rocks that could fit into their cupped hands, sweating profusely, hands bound in strands of fabric to cover up their swollen blisters. They've all worked so hard, thought Tanner, pausing to glance about the keep's bailey. Perhaps 24 locals, besides Gefnar and her family, hurried this way and that, focused on some task or another to restore the keep defenses. Tanner hadn't been present at the meeting where Gefnar and Njoller had managed to convince so many of their friends and neighbors to assist in the effort, but he imagined they'd gone into the conversation armed with a rather persuasive argument. Probable danger incoming, only one place we might be able to protect ourselves. But, even for the few locals who hadn't offered their aid, Njoller had still provided his plans for his quick transit system for retreat into the keep from the surrounding farmlands. An elegant set of coils, much like the ones used in some of the siege weaponry Tanner had read of, could be attached to the axle of a common wagon, with enough pent-up force to launch an evacuating family down the slow decline toward the keep, provided whoever was steering was able to keep the wagon upright over the rough terrain. Not a perfect solution, but the best anyone could have hoped for in such a short time. Besides, Njoller had been a bit busy with other designs. A few paces inside the gate, Tanner turned back to study the enormous wooden slabs they'd managed to anchor into place. Again, they were far from aesthetically pleasing, resembling the doors to a chicken coop more than the impenetrable barriers one might hope to find on a fortress, but Tanner had faith in Njoller's abilities. The gate had been reinforced in almost every conceivable way, from iron bands to straps of leather, with Njoller assuring everyone that a moat and a full drawbridge were next on the agenda. If he lives that long, Tanner thought with a sigh, his feet turning him back toward the keep. He was starting to think that, if the Crockbloods didn't show up to slaughter everyone, they all just might drop dead from exhaustion, and save Garich the trouble. Tanner's foxkin eyes soon picked out Njoller at his nearby workstation beneath the outer wall, and he quickly realized that he'd been so caught up in his own thoughts as to miss Allie and Gefnar leaving his side, making their way toward Njoller. Shrugging off his embarrassment, he'd been about to share his feelings on their progress with his departed friends. He hurried after the two. No rest then, I guess. Time to get back to doing our part. Allie hovered at Njoller's shoulder for a moment, waiting for the dwarf to pick up on her presence. Whatever he was working on looked intricate.
"Well, you're wanting something, my dears,"
Njoller said at last, shooting a warm smile over his shoulder at his two visitors.
"Or were you just really hoping to block me light?"
"Oh, sorry,"
said Gefnar from Allie's side, taking a step back, then seeming to register how ridiculous that was. Njoller cut loose a rumbling laugh as Allie too apologetically maneuvered out of the way of the sun. Tanner, meanwhile, joined the group, looking a bit lost as to the joke, but happy to bask in the merriment all the same.
"Not wanting something, actually,"
Allie said once Njoller had regained his composure.
"Just wondering if you either had a job for us or were ready for another round in the ring."
She gestured to the nearby circle drawn in the sand, littered with scurried footprints, as well as impact sites where she'd repeatedly thrown Njoller and other aspiring trainees to the ground in previous bouts.
Was going to let myself recover for the day,"
Njoller said meekly, showily grabbing a bruised shoulder and rolling out his sore muscles. He turned to Tanner, holding up the small metal contraption he'd been tapping away at with his crafting hammer.
I was actually hoping to focus on a different kind of training today.
Tanner accepted the item, what looked to be some kind of trigger mechanism to Allie, holding it up before his scrutinizing gaze. It looks good, he said at last. Only I thought we agreed you were going to stick with the basics, blades and longbows.
Aye, we did, Njoller said with a shrug. But if I can perfect a quick, easy crossbow, we might have these things mounted on the walls, hopefully with preloaded shots, if we've got enough warning.
Sure, Tanner said slowly. But if you've got nothing to fight them with when they break through, then...
Oi, Gwytherin!
An angry voice cut him off across the bailey. Allie spun at the sound, hand instinctively reaching for her dagger at the perceived aggression. But, if anything, the middle-aged man and woman who stormed across the sand for Gwytherin looked to be most angry at each other. Glaring at the woman beside him as they both came to a stop near the keep entrance, the man added,
Gwytherin, do you mind settling a dispute for us?
Gwytherin stood slowly, squaring her shoulders and crackling her neck before motioning for her children to continue their work.
Oh, I suppose I could be persuaded to take a break.
She scowled between her two visitors.
What's going on?
Oh boy,
Allie heard Njoller mutter from behind.
You took some sense into a couple of bickering neighbours and people treat you like the land's official arbitrator for the next decade.
The woman in the dispute, meanwhile, pointed furiously at the man's chest.
He's not pulling his weight round here. Shows up late and clears out early.
The wife is sick, you heartless nag, the man retorted. And I've got to be finishing the harvest before the first snap of cold.
The woman's sneer turned indignant.
You think you're the only one who's got other duties? My children are alone cleaning up the fields while I'm here, with the oldest barely large enough to hold his father's blade. What makes your family more important than mine? Enough, the both of you,
Gwytherin snapped, hands squarely on her hips.
You ought to be right ashamed of yourselves.
Her gaze settled on the woman.
You think either of you's pulling your own weight if you've got time to squabble like this?
Then, turning to the man,
And you should have told us Awanthia was ailing.
She let them both stew on that for a moment before giving a sharp tick.
You've got to remember that we're all in this together.
At this, she glanced back to her children, who were still dutifully picking through rubble with calloused, blistering fingers. Gwytherin closed her eyes for a moment, releasing a long sigh.
We've got a pair of rooms cleared out in the keep, she said, turning back to the now thoroughly subdued woman. It'll be tight, but you and your children can have one.
The woman swallowed.
What about the last of the harvest?
Gwytherin shook her head.
You're farthest away from the keep. It's safer for you to leave the last bit to the crows. We've stored up some grain from a few farms in the keep cellars already. You'll not starve.
Again, her eyes went to the man.
You and Awanthia can have the other room. And be sure and tell Njoller to be making extra soup from now on.
Guilt flashed in the man's eyes as Allie had to strain to pick up his next words.
Gwytherin, weren't those rooms meant to be for you and your family?
Gwytherin merely waved the question aside.
We live closest to the keep. We'll be fine.
Both supplicants, drastically diffused from their stance a mere minute earlier, quietly offered their thanks and trailed off. A look of exhaustion swept over Gwytherin before she turned back to her children, seeing that her two oldest, Deleste and Kedun, were looking at her worriedly. Quickly, Gwytherin smiled, sweeping back toward her children.
Well now, what's this? You've all gotten far too much done while I was distracted. Off with you now. Lots more exploring to be done, I'll wager.
She swayed a bit on her feet as the children scampered off before Atresar moved in, heavily setting a stool down by the wall a few paces away. Glancing between the stool and Atresar's pointed scowl, Gwytherin gave a defeated laugh.
All right, dear, you've made your point.
Shuffling over, she eased down to the stool, leaning her head back against the cool stone of the wall behind her. Almost immediately, a soft snore began to spill from her lips. A low chuckle from behind caused Allie to look back to Njoller.
I defy anyone to name a man more fortunate than I,
he said, lovingly gazing at his wife across the bailey.
Not a mightier woman could you find in all the surface lands, nor in the Dwarven Underkingdom.
She certainly is something, Tanner said with a grin.
But you're all strong in your own ways, Allie added, catching the dwarf's gaze. You'll find a way to get through this.
Oh, aye,
said Njoller, a slow smirk coming over his face as he turned pointedly back to Tanner.
And an arsenal of crossbows certainly wouldn't hurt.
Fine, Tanner sighed, gesturing to the side door of the keep that led to the old forge he and Njoller had restored. But I need to see that you've got the hang of folding the metal for blades, too.
Perfect,
Njoller said, beaming.
I'll just go and fetch Celeste. She's been begging to join our sessions for days now.
He glanced back to the dozing Gwytherin.
And seems to be otherwise unemployed at the moment.
As Tanner and Njoller broke away, Gefnar turned his gaze up to the scaffolding, beginning to unstrap his armor.
So, I guess I can see if they need me up top then.
Allie nodded, a different idea coming to her mind as she happened to glance northward, catching sight of a small black and grey speck on the horizon.
Hold that thought, Gefnar, she said, motioning to the approaching Jack. I think the three of us have a different job to do.
Chapter 25 Farewells and Fated Meetings.
Wow,
said Gefnar, his shirt and breeches drenched in sweat as he surveyed the great hall before them.
It's not bad.
Jack smiled, recalling the gnome's morose declaration of,
what a mess,
when they'd entered the chamber mere hours earlier. The entire room had been littered with rags, refuse, and debris, with warring stenches seeming to pervade the stone itself. Now, however, after nearly a full day of rigorous cleaning, the walls, ceiling, and floor were almost spotless, and a crackling fire, fueled by the remains of the room's ancient furniture, blazed in the massive hearth at the far end of the room.
It's really not,
Allie said with a groan, arching her back and fanning herself with an old scrap of parchment. The sun was close to setting through the windows to either side of the fireplace, and Jack found it hard to believe that it had only been that morning that she and Ember had tracked Garich's agents northward, meticulously leaving a trail for them to find and follow, and then stealthily backtracking to the keep. If she'd done her job, Garich and his people would be searching for their huntress somewhere on the borders of the Infinity Grove for weeks to come.
Busy day, huh, Em?
She sighed, rustling the fur of the large wolf beside her. Ember responded with an affectionate grunt, but Jack was too tired to expend any energy on deciphering the meaning beyond that. And they still had one more goal to complete. Smiling to her sweaty, exhausted comrades, Jack led them out of the chamber, through the keep's inner courtyard, and picked her way across the lessened rubble of the front entrance back out into the bailey. She was relieved to find that Gwytherin and Njoller were still there, enjoying steaming bowls of Njoller's stew along with their army of tired children. Jack's own hunger demanded that she claim a bowl for herself before giving the good news, with Allie and Gefnar seeming to share the sentiment. All three retrieved a helping, sitting down cross-legged on the sand as the last rays of sunshine faded.
And what is it you've all been up to all day?
Gwytherin greeted them after a few moments, having heard out her children's reports on their latest expeditions through the keep.
Certainly not hiding, I hope.
Nothing so despicable, said Tanner, striding up to join the group as he wiped flecks of ash from his bare, furry arms with a rag. He grinned to the others. Did you tell them yet? Njoller scowled lightly.
Tell us what?
It's not a sure thing they'll believe it,
Jack volunteered.
But we think we found a way to keep the skellies off both our backs, at least for a while.
Gwytherin's posture visibly slackened as she gave a long, relieved sigh.
That's good to hear. Thank you.
She turned to Njoller, her voice dropping so as not to disturb the children, who'd broken off into their own conversation nearby.
It'll give us more time to get some more rooms in the keep ready.
Well, that's the rest of what we've been doing today, said Allie, a pleased smirk curling across her face at the shock in Gwytherin and Njolar's eyes. She spooned the last of her stew into her mouth, making a show of chewing for a moment, then stood, motioning for their hosts to follow. But I haven't had any, said Tanner, motioning to the simmering pot of stew by the wall as everyone began to migrate back inside. Fine, but I'm coming back. Together they all retraced Jack and the others' steps to the great hall, with Jack, Allie, and Gefnar gesturing proudly around the interior when they arrived.
It should be more than enough room for anyone who wants to sleep in the security of the keep,
said Jack, her heart nearly bursting as Gwytherin and Njolar's faces grew slack with relief, both of them seeming to revitalize drastically in the span of a few seconds.
Not much in the way of privacy, Jack admitted, but
it's perfect,
said Gwytherin, cutting her off with a tight embrace.
Thank you.
She drew back, a radiant smile on her face as she hugged Gefnar, Tanner, and even Allie in turn.
We'll be needing some bedding, though, of course,
said Njolar, nodding his gratitude to all present amid a rough, cinching handshake. He turned to Gwytherin.
I can grab the pack mule and be back in a few hours.
At Gwytherin's hesitant glower, Jack rested a hand on the docile, furry form beside her.
I agree. I'd feel better if you were riding something faster, and with a few more teeth.
Njolar looked between Jack and Ember for a moment, his eyes soon growing wide as he caught the meaning.
Oh,
he said flatly.
Well, you're never too old for new experiences, I guess.
Didn't think I'd ever be this homesick, said Gefnar, staring out across the moonlit waves as he sat, leaning back on the sand. He glanced over at the keep, which still bustled with activity despite the hour.
Seeing these people come together like this, it makes me wish I could see Dragon's Nest, the temple, just to know how they're really doing.
Tanner nodded, the faces of his friends back home flashing through his mind, superseded, of course, by the furry features of Curtis.
At least we still know they're all right,
he offered, gesturing to the pouch that held the communication scrolls they'd been given, sitting on the beach a few feet up the bank. Tanner had left it there when he, Gefnar, and Allie had retreated to the shoreline, rolling up their sleeves and breeches before using the chill, sandy seawater to cool off from the impossibly long day. Jack was still stationed on the outer wall, watching for Njolar and Ember's return. The experience had been quite relaxing, until Atresar had joined them, even partaking in the brief water fight Gefnar had unwittingly instigated by splashing a bit too vigorously in Tanner's vicinity. Still, Tanner had to fight to keep his fur from bristling at Atresar's closeness, as they all now sat in a row, relaxing on the beach.
But those scrolls don't show you the whole picture, you know?
Gefnar said with a sigh.
I guess I just miss being home.
The words seemed to sting at Tanner's heart, as though Gefnar had given voice to a pain he'd refused to identify.
Yeah,
he said slowly.
Me too.
I have to admit, Allie said somberly, tossing a pebble out into the waves from where she sat on Gefnar's other side.
I think I'm a bit homesick for the old dump myself. I mean, it's not Lorson or even Aranek Sanctuary, but it had something.
It has good people, said Jack, walking up to join them with a returned Ember. Glancing back, Tanner caught sight of Njolar retreating inside the keep, a frazzled look in his eyes beneath his wind-blown hair.
Exhilarating, isn't it?
Thought Tanner, recalling his own brief time as one of Ember's passengers. It wasn't necessarily an experience he was keen on repeating any time soon.
And the thing about good people,
Jack continued, leaning against Ember's broadside as she slipped out of her boots,
is that you can find them anywhere.
Her eyes settled on Gefnar.
But that doesn't mean it's the same.
A hand rested heavily on Tanner's shoulder from the one direction he was desperately trying not to look, drawing his reluctant gaze over to his other side. Atresar looked down at him, a look of pure conviction in her eyes as she motioned for him to follow with her chin.
We need to talk.
Tanner gulped, easing up from the sand and thoroughly dusting himself off for a few seconds before shooting a pleading glance toward the others.
Jack was just now stepping into the gentle tide, and both Gefnar and Allie seemed lost in thought. Only Ember caught Tanner's eye, before lazily slumping down onto the beach. Thanks for nothing, Tanner thought with a groan, turning to follow the patiently waiting Atrisar around to the other end of the Bailey's Arc. As they came upon the rockier beach on the far side of the keep, Atrisar turned around, her face easily visible in the bright moonlight. She didn't hesitate.
Tanner, while you were gone, I felt like I became a part of a family. That's something I've never had before.
Her eyes abruptly went wide as she seemed to realize how that could be taken.
Not that I didn't feel accepted with all of you, but with Aaron, Njoller, the kids. They're a home.
She smiled sadly.
I didn't think I'd ever get a chance at having that. They took me in and cared for me without question. Not once did I feel pressured to move on or that I wasn't welcome.
She paused, loosing a slow sigh.
I've talked to Gwytherin and Njoller, and they said it'd be all right if I stayed.
A sheepish smile came over her face as Tanner felt his jaw go slack.
Fair warning, Njoller gives crushing hugs when you make him that happy, and Gwytherin said she was glad because now she didn't have to convince the kids I'd gone off to find them each their own gigantic wolf just to keep them from revolting when I left.
She paused, as though waiting for Tanner to give a gracious chuckle, but all he could manage was stunned silence.
So, this is where we part ways, I guess.
Atrisar continued after a moment, wiping a glistening tear from her eye.
I'll always be grateful to the heroes of Dragon's Nest for giving me the chance to find somewhere I belonged. And who knows?
She laughed self-consciously.
I may even always love you. But my place is here.
I understand, Tanner heard himself say at last, finding that he meant it. He coughed against the emotion in his throat, smiling weakly.
And for what it's worth, I think I love you too.
Atrisar gave a sharp laugh, catching him up in a squeezing hug.
Well, that's about right for us, isn't it?
Yep, Tanner grunted, holding her tight in return for a moment before letting her go. She retreated a pace, loosely grasping his hand a second longer as she held his gaze. Then, releasing it, she added,
Try not to die for real, all right?
Tanner sifted through his brain for some kind of witty comeback, but just nodded. With a final tearful sigh, Atrisar turned away, slinking back inside the keep as Tanner tried to understand everything that had just happened. In the end, he gave a sad smile, walking slowly back to his friends on the far side of the keep.
How'd it go?
Gefnar asked when he slumped back down to the sand by the gnome. Jack had finished washing, and Allie was behaving unusually childlike, scrawling nonsense on the beach with her finger.
She's staying,
Tanner said flatly, unable to make eye contact. There was a long pause before Jack made a low humming noise.
Good. She's been told how to live her life for long enough. It's time she pursued something that made her happy.
Tanner tried not to hold the words against her. She couldn't have known how much they would hurt. The same sort of pained acceptance that Jack had now felt twice before, once when she'd left her clan on her pilgrimage, then when she and her friends had departed Dragon's Nest, came over her as she, Tanner, Allie, Gefnar, and their horses stood facing the partially restored Varbius Keep days later, a trio of well-wishers lined up to see them off.
Well, I can't rightly say if you lot have changed things for the better around here,
said Njoller, a broad smile on his face in the low morning light, as he, Gwytherin, and Atrisar stood, gathered just outside the keep gate with Jack and the others.
But things certainly are different.
He looked over his shoulder back to the keep.
We've come together more than I ever thought we could. Too early to tell, of course, but we might have the makings of an actual community on our hands.
His grin came back around to smile at his visitors.
Most we ever accomplished together before was getting far too rambunctious at the end.
Hey,
said Gwytherin, nodding.
Many of these people were barely neighbours before. Now we've got a common goal. Something we can all be proud of.
She smiled warmly about the faces before her.
And your assistance in getting us started has been greatly appreciated. That said, if you come across some kindly sellswords in your travelling willing to work for bread and bed, rather than coin, be sure to send them our way. It'd help us feel a bit better about things.
Jack smirked, inclining her head.
Certainly. We're not about to forget you any time soon.
At this, Atrazar stepped forward, wrapping each of them up in a hug, lingering only slightly on Tanner.
I'll never be able to repay you all for what you've done for me. But if you could promise me one last thing...
Name it, Allie said warmly. Atrazar grinned.
You'd all better do your damnedest to come back someday. Count on it,
Jack said with a chuckle. Gefnar nodded, looking to Noller.
Preferably when you've got the time to teach us a few things, like how to cook something that doesn't taste like leather and salt.
I said I was sorry, Tanner muttered, forcing a dejected frown.
It's not my fault Sally made it look easy.
It was Atrazar's laugh of response that seemed to matter to him most. Oh, and before I forget, he added, rifling through his pack and handing a roll of parchment to Gwytherin.
We all agree that you should have this.
At the woman's quizzical look, he gave an affirming nod.
A good friend of ours asked us to put her in contact with good people in our travels, and that's you. You can use that scroll to contact her directly. At a time like this, you could both use more friends. I suppose you're not wrong, said Gwytherin, nodding her gratitude.
Then, when no one seemed to know what else to say, she added,
Well, no point in drawing it out, in her most motherly tone. Good luck, be safe, and I hope you find whatever it is you might be looking for.
Jack nodded.
So do we.
In a maneuver well practiced by now, she slung up onto Ember's back, waiting until her friends were saddled on their mounts as well, before nodding a final farewell to Gwytherin, Noller, and Atrazar. Then they were off, trotting away eastward across the harvested farmlands of Varbius toward the far-off city of Falconcrest.
On to the next piece of the puzzle,
Jack thought, Skimmerverg's notes on the flying machines seeming to manifest in her mind.
Now we just need to find the man who can build this thing.
Noller had been absolutely fascinated by the sketches and scribbles, but he'd readily admitted that making the images on the page a reality was well beyond him.
Which means,
Jack mused,
that the man Veledrog has in mind must be an absolute genius, likely one of a kind. And he'd better be willing to help.
The following weeks of travel seemed to pass in a pleasant haze for Jack. There was a certain welcome simplicity in the monotony of waking up, setting out, and then stopping again, with brief windows of eating and hunting. And, the more time she spent simply in the presence of her new friends, sometimes chatting, sometimes letting silence reign, the closer she felt to them. Atrazar's absence was felt often, most frequently in whatever sparring sessions the group undertook in the evenings to keep their skills sharp, and when it came to preparing the meals. Jack was more than capable of cooking whatever it was she caught, of course, but Atrazar had always found ways to truly make whatever it was that bubbled away over their twilight campfire a meal. Beyond that, the terrain changed little after leaving the continent's southern shoreline, the trees growing only slightly denser as they ventured into the fringes of the Twessidan forest. Other travelers were a rarity, with not a single one venturing close enough to be greeted. Jack was curious upon noting, however, that most of them appeared to be various strains of half-breeds. It was one cool morning late in the summer, with Jack and her friends walking a small deer trail through the trees, that the repetition was finally relieved. Before she knew what it was that had alerted her, Jack's eyes were drawn far ahead in the trail, where a small clearing seemed to materialize to one side of the path, a cloaked figure sitting before a fire there, in the midst of roasting their breakfast. Ordinarily, Jack supposed she wouldn't have been so jumpy at the sight, but there was something about the figure that sent a wave of unease down her spine. Jack quickly caught the other's attention, cutting short Tanner's diatribe about magically infused potions toward a long-suffering Gefnar. I mean, it just seems like it'd make more sense to make a whole vat of this stuff at a time, right? Or maybe that's how they actually do it, and all this time-intensive nonsense is just a way for them to overcharge.
Quiet,
Jack hissed, motioning for Allie to bring the horses to a stop. With Jack's horse serving as little more than a pack animal now, the others were able to ride their mounts more frequently, but there were still times when walking was decidedly preferable. Allie nodded, flicking the reins of the first horse in the chain she was leading, and peering up ahead, where Jack now indicated. Tanner and Gefnar did likewise, glancing to each other as Gefnar rested a hand on the hilt of his sword.
"There's no way they haven't heard us,"
the gnome whispered. Jack grunted in agreement, gesturing for the others to continue up the path while she circled around behind. Whoever this person was, Jack would rather at least one of them had the drop on them. With that, Jack slipped into the underbrush, an enormous grey wolf at her back. By the time she'd slinked around behind the figure, the others were almost upon her, even with their slowed pace. Bow in hand, Jack was just beginning to notch an arrow when the figure looked up toward the sound of feet and hooves, standing gracefully from the log on which they sat.
"Well,"
the figure called out in a voice that nearly caused Jack to give away her position with a groaning sigh. Throwing back her hood, the figure revealed a familiar orange face, marked with inky black stripes.
"I was starting to think he was just trying to get rid of me, but—"
Nelina gestured broadly at the new arrivals, each of whom bore a similar look of exasperation to Jack's.
"Here you all are. Wonderful to see you again."
Scowling, Nelina leaned to one side, peering down the line of horses.
"Where is your archer friend and her pet? Not dead, I hope?"
"Never mind," Allie growled, stepping to the front of the group as she rather unsubtly rested her hand on the dagger at her belt.
"What do you want, Nelina? You said someone